After arriving at Mingyu City, Lin Yu led Lilith to the Mingyu Ghost School. When Lilith saw a group of little ghosts, the students, rushing towards the school gate, she eagerly asked Lin Yu, "Big brother, is this your school? It looks pretty impressive." Suddenly, a ghost from a distance shouted, "Hey, you two! Stop right there! The school bell has already rung long ago, and yet you're still playing around here. Follow me immediately to the administration office for your punishment." It seemed that this ghost was a new teacher here, so he didn't recognize Lin Yu, and mistook both Lin Yu and Lilith for students at the school. Lilith, confused by the ghost's loud tone, turned to Lin Yu and asked, "Punishment?" Lin Yu quickly reassured Lilith, "It's all right, the teachers here are very friendly." As the two of them followed the ghost teacher into the administration office, suddenly, a teacher familiar to Lin Yu opened the door of the office, forcefully from the hallway, and entered, loudly saying, "Let me see which little ghost class isn't following the rules." The ghost teacher immediately reminded Lin Yu and Lilith, "Don't be so serious." Seeing the familiar face, Lin Yu turned around, and the teacher who had just arrived continued, "Miss Song Lei, long time no see." Song Lei realized Lin Yu, and immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees, bowing politely to greet Lin Yu. The ghost teacher saw this and exclaimed in shock, "What?" Song Lei understood and introduced Lin Yu, as well as informing the ghost teacher, "Teacher Zhang, you might not know since you're new here. This is the biggest boss of our Mingyu Ghost School, the great Emperor Fengdu." Lilith, upon hearing this, turned to Lin Yu and asked, "So when you said your school wasn't your old school, you meant it's the one where you're a major shareholder?" "That's right, it's the school where I hold shares and am the owner." Upon learning Lin Yu's identity, Teacher Zhang, drenched in sweat, thought to himself, "He's the great Emperor Fengdu who destroyed Tom Qinghe at the Demon Controller level 5. I almost wanted to punish him earlier." Teacher Zhang then snapped back to his senses, and quickly spoke to apologize to Lin Yu. "I apologize, Chairman, for my ignorance of Taishan Mountain's peak. Please don't hold it against me." Lin Yu, not one to hold grudges, responded cheerfully, "Teacher Zhang, don't worry. This just shows how dedicated you are to your work." Hearing these words, Teacher Zhang finally eased his worries. At this moment, Lin Yu turned to ask Song Lei, "Is Wu Meng at school? I need to find him." Song Lei said, "All right, I'll go report to Principal Wu right away." After that, Song Lei led Lin Yu and Lilith to Wu Meng. When Wu Meng saw Lin Yu, he bowed and spoke, "Oh my God, you have finally returned." Lin Yu replied joyfully, "Wu Meng, you really didn't disappoint me. In just 3 months, not only have you exhausted my scholarship fund, but you've also perfectly completed the investments for the learning area. It's all thanks to your foresight and the strategic plan you arranged for me beforehand." Then, Wu Meng handed Lin Yu a photo and continued, "Additionally, the body of student Shan Yu has been found in the forest, and the burial ceremony will take place tomorrow. Poor Shan Yu, after enduring such an unfair life, will finally rest in peace. I will also attend the funeral tomorrow." In his heart, he whispered, "The remaining soul of Shan Yu is still bound to Ming Hun Hua Bai. It's time for it to rest in the ground." Wu Meng noticed Lin Yu zoning out for a few seconds, so he continued, "On this occasion, I also wish to collaborate with CEO Gao and CEO Yang, along with the other shareholders, to officially announce the establishment of the Mingyu Education Alliance, expanding our educational philosophy and school model to other cities within the demon world." "He's back, so would you like to preside over the ceremony yourself?" "Sure, then please arrange it." After that, Wu Meng left to carry out his duties. Seeing him leave, Lilith finally spoke up and asked Lin Yu, "Brother, is he also one of your monster contracts?" "Yes." Lilith didn't dare to ask Lin Yu directly but silently wondered to herself, her mind filled with thoughts. But demon controllers usually restrict the freedom of their monster contracts. Why do you grant them so much autonomy? Aren't you afraid they'll betray you? At this moment, Lin Yu was also walking with Lilith around the campus, watching the students below laughing and joking. About that question, Lilith also smiled and exclaimed, "I never expected there would be a place like this in the demon world, where competition is so fierce. I'm really envious of these students. They can learn and grow without any worries." Hearing Lilith's thoughts, Lin Yu recalled some old memories and responded, "Without worries. You don't know how they were tortured in the mandatory exams back then. Come on, let me show you what student life is really like. Lilith said, "Wow." Then, Lin Yu took Lilith's hand and led her to the classroom to let her experience student life firsthand. Seeing Aunt Lilith eagerly raising her hand to speak as if it were the most natural thing made Lin Yu freeze. All he could do was sit quietly and listen. After class ended, the two of them joined the physical education session, which was football with the other students. Lilith played with great enthusiasm, while Lin Yu struggled to keep up. Next was the self-study hour in the library, where they both took out the books they liked and sat happily reading until the end of the session. Lilith cheerfully ran out into the hallway. Wanting to join the next class, she skipped ahead, turning back to wave her hand and call, "Hurry up!" Lin Yu saw how joyful Lilith was all day and thought to himself, the people of the M Nation would never have imagined that their vampire ancestors, after losing their memories, would turn out like this. When Lilith saw the laboratory nameplate and noticed a sign on the door that read, "Do not enter the laboratory without permission from the teacher," her curiosity was piqued. She pointed to the door and asked Lin Yu, "Hey, can I go in here?" Lin Yu replied, "Of course, we don't have to follow the rules." He pushed the door open, and the two of them walked inside. While Lin Yu was walking and observing everything around him, Aunt Lilith quickly walked over to the experimental medicine jars, took several vials, and happily began mixing them together. Lilith's actions, so skilled and natural as she blended the experimental solutions, made it seem as though this task was something she was very familiar with. After a while of concocting the medicine and successfully creating a glowing vial, Lilith turned to show it to Lin Yu. "Haha, look at this." Lin Yu, upon seeing the vial Lilith held in front of him, was completely shocked when the system notified him. This is a top-grade nameless potion, which can temporarily burn spiritual power to enhance its strength. Lin Yu broke into a sweat and asked Lilith again, "Lilith, do you know how to make potions?" Seeing the slightly upset expression on Lin Yu's face, Lilith felt a little down and replied, "I'm not sure, maybe before I lost my memory, I was good at this field." Lin Yu suddenly remembered the match against the O team. Right, maybe the stimulant that nation M used on Ao during the demon summoning tournament was actually Lilith's work. Lilith, holding the vial in her hand, looked slightly disappointed and said to Lin Yu, "It's a pity that the materials and equipment here aren't of good enough quality. Otherwise, I could make a super-grade potion." Lin Yu, as if he had struck gold, eagerly said to Lilith, "Then let's build a new laboratory." Lilith said, "What? Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" "As long as you like it." Lin Yu patted Lilith's head affectionately, like an older brother pampering his younger sister. But beneath it all, he was subtly exploiting Lilith's talents. The scene shifted to the next day, at Manga School, where all the students gathered to participate in the memorial ceremony for their classmate Shan Yu and the founding of the Mingyu Education Alliance. Everyone stood in neat rows very solemnly. Lin Yu, Lilith, Wu Meng, and Director Gao were standing on the memorial platform. Lin Yu gazed at the coffin before him and asked Wu Meng, "Shan Yu's body is inside here." He then summoned the Ming Hun Hua Bai, infused it with spiritual power, and slowly revealed Shan Yu's remaining soul inside the Ming Hun Hua Bai. Little Shan Yu immediately wrote a note of thanks to Lin Yu. Seeing this, he responded, "No need for formalities. This is my responsibility as the president of the student council. From now on, as long as I and Principal Wu Meng are here, such things will never happen again. Long live the emperor." Shan Yu's remaining soul was overjoyed at being freed, and her soul gradually faded away, marking the moment when her wish was fulfilled. At this moment, inside the Ming Hun Hua Bai, it had reverted to its original form, the pen it once was, and at that moment, the system displayed a notification. The Super Yin Soul Ming Hun Hua Bai has leveled up to level 3. Lin Yu, seeing his Super Yin Soul level up, happily said, "Ming Hun Hua Bai has leveled up." Lin Yu led the ceremony to successfully bury the remains of Shan Yu. Afterward, he took charge again, organizing the establishment ceremony for the Mingyu Education Alliance. Once Shan Yu's body had been taken down the mountain, Lin Yu used the Ming Hun Hua Bai to write the name on Shan Yu's tombstone and said to himself, "Rest in peace, my friend Shan Yu." After finishing the inscription, he turned around to face the students below and gave a speech in a loud voice. The students below stood in silence, listening attentively. Dear teachers and fellow students, today we stand before the tombstone of our friend Shan Yu to discuss a heavy but incredibly important matter. A school should be a place full of light and laughter, a pure land where we express our youth and pursue our dreams. It should not be a place where the strong, like Tom King He, oppress the weak, nor a marketplace for unscrupulous merchants, like Kuan Da Qian, to exploit others for profit. In order to prevent tragedies like Shan Yu's from repeating and to plant seeds of hope in every city of the Yin world, I, Great Emperor Fengdu, hereby announce the official establishment of the Mingyu Education Alliance. All social classes will actively participate in our alliance, providing resources and expert advice for schools. Together, we will organize diverse and rich activities, spreading positive energy so that love and respect take root and flourish both inside and outside of schools. Suddenly, there was the sound of applause from a distance, and slowly approaching was the mayor of the city. He smiled cheerfully and complimented Lin Yu. Ha ha ha, well said. Great Emperor Fengdu is indeed young and talented, which surprised Lin Yu quite a bit. CEO Xiao quickly introduced Lin Yu. Great Emperor Fengdu, this is the mayor of Mingyu City, Demon General Cheng Qian. They shook hands and greeted each other. Then Wu Meng spoke up to invite the mayor into the meeting room. Having the mayor here is truly an honor for our ghost school. As for the specifics, please come into the office to discuss the details. Once inside the office, everyone took their seats. Lin Yu began speaking. I believe the mayor has already seen the economic benefits of the new policy that Mingyu Ghost School has brought to the entire city in recent times. At this point, the mayor paused his cigar and responded to Lin Yu. Indeed, you have used the education district to stimulate the economy, not only making money, but also generating significant tax revenue for Mingyu City. Now you've created this educational alliance to expand your commercial scale to other cities, am I right? So why have you invited me, the mayor of Mingyu, here? Lin Yu replied, Actually, our goal in establishing the alliance is to revive Mingyu City. Cheng Qian said, Oh, what do you mean by that? Wu Meng then spoke up. The quality of education at Mingyu Ghost School is something everyone can clearly see. Graduates are often sought after by large cities and powerful forces, even before they leave the school. Unfortunately, it is rare for anyone to be willing to stay in the local area to develop their career. Hearing Wu Meng's evaluation, the mayor's expression darkened and he spoke up. So, in the end, it's due to my own abilities. The mayor here is not strong enough, only at the level of Demon General, and can't even compare to the wealthy merchants in cities like Urshan City or Xweiyu City. CEO Yang sensed the awkward atmosphere and exchanged a glance with Director Gao before speaking up. Mayor, that's not quite right. As recruiters, we actually have more say in this matter. Whether students stay or leave isn't really about the power of the local authorities, but rather about the fact that we fail to provide promising opportunities. Director Gao also added, The mayor provides a safe and stable environment at Mingyu, allowing Mr. Yang and I to focus on long-term economic development. But for young people who have no foundation, the income from such an environment cannot compare to the profits from bloody battles. They are more willing to take risks in search of higher development opportunities. Lin Yu snapped his fingers cheerfully and said, But compared to the instability in other cities, Mingyu, under your management, has an irreplaceable advantage. Educational and training organizations like Mingyu Ghost School need this peace and stability. If the Mingyu Education Alliance truly grows and develops, with Mingyu at its center, it will provide thousands, even tens of thousands of job opportunities and avenues for growth. While Lin Yu was speaking passionately in front of the mayor, Wu Meng had already placed a report before the mayor, a feasibility report on the economic development of the region through the industrialization of the Mingyu Education Alliance. Retaining talent in this area will bring benefits. No need to elaborate. You, as the authority, are in a position to receive those benefits. The mayor picked up the report and, puffing out a puff of cigar smoke, responded to Lin Yu. Indeed, there are many benefits. But can you guarantee that when you develop, you won't try to overshadow your masters? Upon hearing this question, Lin Yu responded confidently, Of course I can. Why should I trust you? Lin Yu stood up and said, Because I won't stay in Mingyu. Hearing this, the mayor was even more confused. He pondered silently for a moment. Indeed, this great emperor Fangdu had an obscure background. His strength was only at the 5th rank of controlling spirits, yet he was incredibly wealthy. Not only did he have a demon general contract, but also powerful bodyguards whose abilities were difficult to predict. After a few minutes of deep thought, the mayor spoke up. Given your background, what could you possibly want from this old man? Lin Yu silently pondered the mayor's question. Was he trying to probe into my background? Understanding his intent, Lin Yu took out something he would never be without and confidently replied, I have just entered the martial world to train on my own. How could I compare to the relationships and reputation you, mayor, have built here over the years? He then spoke to the system. System, please convert 2 billion ghost coins for me. 2 100 ghost coin bills appeared in Lin Yu's hands. He extended them towards the mayor, causing him to flinch in shock, his eyes wide open. 2 billion ghost coins. It seemed that this amount was considerable, especially since it was just 2 high-denomination bills, which were very rare in the city of Mingyu. This caught the mayor completely off guard. He asked, Great Emperor Fengdu, what do you mean by this? While the mayor was still bewildered and didn't understand what was happening, Lin Yu smiled happily and placed the ghost coins into the mayor's hands. This is my sincerity. If you agree to stand as a guarantor, this 2 billion will be yours as a personal fee. The mayor trembled slightly as he held the money, while Lin Yu added even more enticing profits. Not to mention the 10% share agreement, which would provide the mayor with a significant annual profit. Looking at the 2 ghost coins worth 100 trillion in his hand, the mayor, sweating profusely, replied, You want to pull me onto your ship of the center. In contrast to the mayor's rather confused state, Lin Yu and his allies stood up, confidently responding, I believe you have the courage to do so. After just a minute of consideration, taking a puff from his cigar, the mayor agreed to Lin Yu's plan. All right, from now on, we are a community of shared interests. The relationships I've built in other cities, I'll gladly introduce you to. Coincidentally, tomorrow there's a banquet in Urshan City. Would His Great Emperor Fengdu be willing to join me? It's an offer you don't have to ask for. Thus, both the gathering and the memorial service for Shan Yu went smoothly. At this moment, Lin Yu and Lilith were taking a walk together. While walking, Lin Yu asked Lilith, You've been quiet all day. What are you thinking? Lilith replied, Lilith thinks you are truly talented. You use the education system as a foundation, with the school district's infrastructure and other industries, looking after the interests of the Mingyu Board of Directors. Then you painted a picture for the mayor, making him willingly help us expand the market. The key links are all connected, such as the Board of Directors, school principals, the mayor, suppliers, and the parents. Lilith said, Every plan is extremely well thought out. Perhaps you've been planning this for a long time. Lin Yu replied, In the demon world, where strength is supreme and money rules, industrialized education can develop rapidly without any constraints of ethics. But beyond the benefits, I still have some further goals. As they walked and talked, they arrived at the laboratory. At this moment, a supplier of laboratory equipment was standing outside the school's lab, waiting. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the supplier bowed. Mr. President, the first batch of the equipment and tools you requested has been fully delivered. The supplier then invited them both inside to inspect the quality. Lilith turned to Lin Yu and asked, So, are you really investing in the laboratory? When it comes to education, of course, you have to push hard to develop advanced technical research. You're not lacking money in the education sector. On the contrary, education is a field that's perfect for heavy investment. As they entered the lab, it was clear that there were many more pieces of equipment than the last time they were there. Lin Yu walked over, picked up a test tube, and said, Right now, the Mingyu Ghost School is just a demonic high school. But over time, the Alliance will train gifted demons. Their research Shenggu will continuously evolve, and in the end will circle back to benefit you, and even the entire world. Hearing these words, Lilith was quite surprised, silently thinking to herself, Asterisk, it turns out he can plan this far ahead. Asterisk. As Lilith stared blankly at him, Lin Yu continued speaking. Asterisk, asterisk. The construction of the experimental building still needs more time, so you should go over these devices first. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Him, asterisk, asterisk. At this moment, Lilith finally noticed the experimental equipment that had just been delivered. She ran over to try the microscope and happily said, Asterisk asterisk. This is a top-grade Yint microscope. This is the Hellfire constant temperature machine asterisk asterisk. Seeing this, the supplier spoke up to introduce. Asterisk asterisk. All of these were purchased at the chairman's request. They are the highest-end equipment in Mingyu City. The total value is 40 billion ghost coins asterisk asterisk. When Lilith heard the figure mentioned by the supplier, she silently evaluated Lin Yu. Asterisk. My brother is even more ambitious, courageous, and wealthy than I imagined. Asterisk. Lilith softly spoke to Lin Yu. Asterisk asterisk. Brother, with such excellent facilities, I'm tempted to study here, myself asterisk asterisk. Seeing the opportunity had come, Lin Yu muttered, "It's time." He eagerly asked Lilith. Asterisk asterisk. Actually, if you stay by my side, I believe there will be more opportunities for you to showcase your talents than just attending school. Lilith, would you like to join me asterisk asterisk? Lin Yu then took out the Demon Control Pact and held it in front of Lilith. On the paper, it read, "Voluntary submission to Lin Yu's command." Lilith silently thought to herself, "Contract is such a heavy word. For a monster, a contract with a demon controller is like a door leading to the abyss, instinctively making them cautious. There are monsters who, because of a contract, become puppets who lose their identity, bound for life. There are monsters who sacrifice their freedom and loyalty to their master, only to be abandoned and completely fail in the end. But if it's my brother." Willingly submitting to Lin Yu's command, Lilith thought, "My memories are still incomplete. I don't know where I come from, nor where I'm going. It was my brother who saved me from the darkness, giving me a direction for the future. Even though we've only been together for a few short days, those moments with him have been wonderful. He is as courageous as he is kind, as wealthy as he is humble, mysterious and calm, reliable. I hope he finds someone he can depend on for life. Perhaps there is no one more worthy of trust than my brother. If this contract is the door leading to the abyss, then let me fall into it alongside him." After a moment of hesitation, Lilith spoke, "I'm ready." She then bit the tip of her finger, drawing blood, and signed her name on the contract Lin Yu was holding. The voluntary strength of Lin Yu's command. After signing, Lilith happily held the contract and turned back to show it to Lin Yu, cheerfully saying, "So does this mean I can be with you forever?" At this moment, the system also displayed a notification. Lilith's contract is not yet determined. Demon King rank, innate skill, blood purgatory, unknown, unknown, natal yin qi unclear. Holding the contract in his hand, Lin Yu felt a little guilty, as it seemed like he was coaxing an innocent girl. But perhaps this meant he wouldn't be chased by this terrifying Demon King in the future. No, wait, but upon a closer look at the screen, Lin Yu noticed something strange. Lilith's name on the contract had an additional note. Lilith undetermined. Could it be that Lilith wasn't her real name? Was this considered a successful contract or a failure? He was quite confused, as this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Feeling that he had been lost in thought for a while, Lin Yu tried to mask his confusion and pretended to be cheerful, waving his hand and calling Lilith. "Lilith, come here." Upon hearing her brother's call, Lilith joyfully ran over and embraced Lin Yu. Feeling the joy radiating from her, Lin Yu silently thought, "I can feel that her intentions align with mine." The system's perfect control over demons has been fully established. After that, he sighed again, when thinking about it, but when she regained her memory, what would happen was still unknown. They could only take things step by step and see. The next day, Lin Yu and the mayor of Mingyu City went to Urshan City. Sitting in the car and looking at the scenery outside, Lin Yu spoke to the mayor. "This is Urshan City." "That's right," the mayor replied. "Urshan City is considered the center of this region. Its scale is 10 times larger than Mingyu City. It is divided into 4 areas, each governed by 4 different powers: the Blacklight Security Team, the Urshan City Government, the Wolf Head Gang, and the Kandev Society. Here, the number of martial experts is truly overwhelming. Demons and monsters seem to be everywhere, and encountering a demon marshal is not uncommon. But precisely because of this, it is incredibly chaotic, and the occupation of various forces has led to a poor business environment. Furthermore, there are no schools in this city. Everyone grows up through battle." "I see," Lin Yu said. "This is very suitable for the development of the Education Alliance." "Don't think it's that simple," the mayor warned. The benefits the Education Alliance brings are so great that all the factions are covetous. If your division plan doesn't satisfy everyone, those troublemakers will completely destroy everything. Just look at these piles of wreckage. They are the results of their work. Well, actually, they don't want this situation to happen either. If someone steps in to mediate, a mutually beneficial collaboration would be the best outcome. When they arrived at the venue for the party, both of them got out of the car, but continued discussing with each other. The mayor of Urshan City organized this event, hoping to ease the tensions between the local factions. We friends from nearby cities were invited to support him. Ah, so does that mean I've been invited by the mayor to be his lackey, helping out? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the mayor hesitated, slightly startled, and awkwardly replied, don't say it like that. I just want to provide you with a platform to showcase your abilities. As they entered the lobby, a demon stood guard at the door. The mayor handed his business card to the demon, who bowed deeply in return. Welcome, Demon General. When it was Lin Yu's turn, the demon uncomfortably raised a hand to stop him. Drivers and assistants aren't allowed inside. We're going in together, though. Seeing this, the mayor turned back with an annoyed look. The demon, sensing his discomfort, hesitated and stopped blocking Lin Yu, though still waved his hand dismissively while sizing him up. Human level 5 demon controller. Go on in. At the party, maintain decorum, and don't offend anyone. Noticing the unpleasant attitude of that demon who disrespected him, Lin Yu spoke to the mayor. This service attitude, Great Emperor Fengdu, I must remind you that not everyone follows the rules like I do when leaving Mingyu City. Without strength, no matter how wealthy one is, they will not give you any respect. I understand this. Lin Yu quietly considered in his mind. Although the rules of the ghost world forbid the looting of ghost coins, the wealth of those at the level of demon marshals and above is not in cash, but in real assets. Stores, merchandise, and even employees can all be claimed through force. As they entered the party and reached the snack table, Lin Yu turned to the mayor and asked, "What is the highest level reached in Urshan City?" The strongest is Mayor Hong Hui of Urshan City, a demon marshal at the top of the initial stage. At the same time, the leaders of the Wolf Head Gang, Kando Society, and Blacklight Security Team were all beginners of ghost warriors. If two of them teamed up, they could defeat Hong Hui. As he heard the information from the mayor and ate the dessert, he silently thought to himself, the leader of the security team is also a beginner of ghost warriors. If it were me in the past, I probably wouldn't have enough confidence. But now, when you tried the piece of cake, it tasted quite delicious. After that, a female ghost with a smiling face walked up from behind to greet him. Mayor of Mingyu City, you've arrived. He replied, Madam Sai Kin. The female ghost looked at Lin Yu, and then asked the mayor, This is? The mayor stood in the middle, introducing both parties. Great Emperor Fengdu, a big shot of Mingyu City. Great Emperor Fengdu. This is the mayor of Suiyu City, Madam Sai Kin. Madam Sai Kin gave Lin Yu a quick once-over, thinking to herself, a big shot, someone controlling a young male-level ghost like this. Sheng Jian, originally a man of integrity, surely isn't joking with me. It seemed the banquet was about to begin as the music played, prompting all three to turn toward the center of the event. A ghost with a scar on his forehead stood on the podium, preparing to give a speech. Madam Sai Kin sighed and said, Isn't Mr. Hong in such a hurry to start? People haven't even had enough to eat yet. Lin Yu murmured, He's the mayor of Urshan City. Mr. Hong then happily clapped his hands and began his speech. To celebrate the gathering of the four major powers of Urshan City, I have specially invited the most famous band in the city to entertain us. The soft music played, and the sound of the piano echoed throughout the Dudong banquet, accompanied by the lights, marking the beginning of the opening dance. All the guests cheerfully selected their dance partners and began dancing to the rhythm of the music. Ba Sai Kin then spoke to Lin Yu. Sir, Great Emperor Fengdu, may I have this dance with you? Seeing Ba Sai Kin inviting Lin Yu to dance, the mayor was taken aback and silently assessed. Is this woman trying to test his abilities? Suddenly, Lilith appeared from the demon realm, rushing toward Lin Yu and said, Big brother, I want to dance too. Will you dance with me? Lilith pouted in jealousy. Haha. Lin Yu politely declined Ba Sai Kin. I'm sorry, Mrs. Sai Kin. It's all right, as long as you're having fun. Ba Sai Kin responded. Lin Yu took Lilith's hand and led her to the dance floor, and the two of them began to dance. The couple, a rich man and a talented woman, or perhaps an old aunt with a beautiful red-haired child, danced beautifully, catching the attention of all the other couples. Two demons, unable to find female demons to dance with, reluctantly danced with each other right next to Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt uncomfortable upon seeing this, and said, "Brother Tao, who are those two? They look unfamiliar. They're not from Mount Urshan, are they? They came with Cheng Kellen from Mingyu City. They're people from Manhwa." "Haha," Brother Tao replied. The two demons seemed to have some ill intentions, their faces wearing smug grins as they glanced over at Lin Yu. When it came to the jumping part, the two demons deliberately moved close to Lin Yu and Lilith. They joined hands and used spiritual power to launch a sudden attack on Lin Yu and Lilith, who were unprepared. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, Lin Yu and Lilith reacted swiftly, flipping behind the demon in front of them. Seeing that they hadn't achieved their goal, one of the demons, frustrated, spoke up. "Hey, this kid's not bad." The other demon joined in and attacked again. Suddenly, a few flies appeared from nowhere, disrupting Lin Yu's trajectory. Lin Yu kicked both demons away to one side, adding, "Where did these flies come from, disturbing someone's fun? Get lost." The two demons, painfully knocked to the ground, were soon surrounded by their lackeys, who rushed over to check on them and help them up. Brother Tao, a Chow, one of the lackeys, not knowing his limits, charged at Lin Yu, aiming to take him down and earn some merit. "Die, outsider. Take this punch." But before he could even land a hit on Lin Yu, he was slapped back, sent flying in the opposite direction. Seeing this, the lackeys quickly surrounded Lin Yu and Lilith, intending to overwhelm them with numbers. The one with horns on his head, clearly annoyed, spoke up. "The kid's not bad, he's quite brave." Lin Yu immediately responded, "You're members of the Wolfhead Gang, aren't you? Your brothers bumped into us first for no reason. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. And now, you're gathering to surround us. Are you looking for a fight?" Another demon spoke up, replying to Lin Yu's words. "Outsider, you clearly don't understand the rules. In Urshan City, there's no such thing as random performances. We only settle things through martial arts battles." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned to look at the mayor and the three Sai Kin. When he saw the mayor, the latter gave a slight nod, silently acknowledging the situation. Meanwhile, the three Sai Kin standing next to the mayor spoke up. "The tradition of Urshan City is like this. If you don't want to actually fight with weapons, you can settle things through a martial arts competition on the dance floor. Even if it's an internal gathering, we allow the youth to compete and show off their skills. If there are outsiders present at the gathering, it's even more important to confront them openly, showing your strength and intimidating others." Lin Yu understood the meaning, then turned back to look at the female demon playing the violin, and asked to confirm. "So the music just now was actually a signal to start the battle?" Immediately after that question, the soft lighting for the dance party was quickly replaced by brighter, more dazzling lights. The music also shifted to an extremely fiery, edgy Ez-Zone rock band. The demon who had been playing the violin earlier had completely transformed, switching to an electric guitar for the Ez-Zone rock performance. "We will continue to drum to encourage everyone," he said. "This feels like a trap to draw Lin Yu into this." Another person spoke up. At that moment, the mayor of Urshan City, Hong Hui, smiled and spoke from the podium. "All right, I hereby declare that tonight's grand banquet will officially begin the four-way combat. The stage lights now shone upon him." Hong Wu continued with the introduction. "I'll briefly explain the rules for our new friend who might not be familiar with the game. To put it simply, it's about defending the arena. Those present here will represent their factions in battle. Whether it's solo, duo, or chaotic combat, there are no restrictions on the format. The defender of the arena may challenge anyone freely, and others may also challenge at their discretion. Once a name is called, it cannot be refused. The victorious side will continue to stand in the center of the arena, awaiting new challenges. The game ends when one side has defeated everyone." While listening to the rules of the game, the mayor approached Lin Yu and whispered, "Great Emperor Fengdu, the more people you defeat, the more influence you'll have in the final negotiations. All right, then according to your rules here in Urshan City, does that mean the two clashes just now count as my victories?" Lin Yu asked in return. The demon standing next to Lin Yu, immediately responded, and Lin Yu confidently pointed to himself, saying, "Hemph, don't get too cocky. You won't last in this fight. A 5th-level demon exorcist. Like you won't be able to handle it. Your opponent is me." When both of them stepped onto the arena, they introduced themselves. The Wolfhead Gang side, Yang Zai, intermediate-level demon general. Lin Yu cheerfully and confidently responded, "The government faction of Great Emperor Fengdu." As the battle pair was confirmed, the Ezone rock band excitedly beat the drums, kicking off the fight. Yang Zi, full of confidence, charged forward to engage with Lin Yu with great force. Lin Yu happily took out his upgraded Manhwa Bai and said, "Let me use you as an experiment with my upgraded Manhwa Bai." All 3 mayors present were shocked when they saw the yin weapon in Lin Yu's hand, and one of them exclaimed, "This is..." Sai Qin and Hong Hui both exclaimed in unison, "Super 3rd-grade yin energy tool." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Yu had already used Manhwa Bai to write the word retreat and pressed it onto Yang Zi, forcing him to try and resist, but it seemed almost futile. After flying for some distance, once the words from Lin Yu took effect, it was as if Yang Zi's body had been struck by a thunderbolt. Seeing this battle, the mayoral group displayed 3 different expressions. When Basai Kin was excited, he exclaimed, "Ha! I didn't expect him to be this strong." Meanwhile, Hong Hui furrowed his brows and asked Chang Qian, "Old Chang, where did you find this little brother? To possess a top-tier, 3rd-grade ghostly aura, his background must be anything but ordinary." "Right," Chang Qian, sweating, explained, "he used to study at our Mingyu Ghost School. It's hard to believe, but within just a few short days after enrolling, that Ghost School was already under his control." Oh, hearing this news from Lam Q at Jan City only made Hong Hai even more surprised. At this point, Cheng Qian became serious and said, "The reason I brought him here is to introduce him to you all. There's a task related to Ghost School, and I think you might be interested." Hong Hui then laughed loudly and said to Cheng Qian, "As long as he can help me deal with the remaining 3 major forces, I'll offer him generous cooperation terms." Back to Lin Yu's match, the guy Yang Zi was sitting on the arena floor in pain, trembling and only groaning. Humph. Lin Yu looked at his state, then happily withdrew the Ming Hun Hua Bai, turned to the crowd below, and said, "I've won. Who's next?" Seeing this, the 2 demons in uniforms, clearly from the Black Light Security faction, seemed a bit concerned. They encouraged themselves, thinking that to win, they first had to find a way to defend against his dark aura. It seemed they had figured it out, so the 2 of them confidently stepped into the arena and approached Lin Yu. The skinny one spoke up to introduce themselves. "The Black Light Security Team. We're here for a 2-on-2 fight." Seeing this, Lilith also moved up next to Lin Yu, looked at the 2 of them, and spoke. 2 high-ranking demon generals. The fat demon laughed cheerfully and replied to Lilith, "Haha, are you scared, little girl? Hurry up and tell your brother to surrender. There's still a way out." Lin Yu mocked them in return. "You're too weak to interest us." Feeling insulted, the skinny demon tilted his head and arrogantly retorted, "You're getting a bit too arrogant. Do you think our 2 gate gods are pushovers? Go die." Not only were they good with their words, but the 2 demons also drew their weapons. One wielded a crude-looking cudgel, while the other had somehow gotten his hands on a weapon that resembled Sha Sang's. With their weapons in hand, they charged fiercely toward where Lilith and Lin Yu stood. Lin Yu remained calm, his hands shoved into his coat pockets. Lilith, looking somewhat displeased, raised her hand and used her spiritual power, sending it towards the 2 men, one fat, one thin, to immobilize their hands. They were clearly panicking as their hands no longer obeyed their commands. Just a minute later, their hands were twisted in pain, firmly pressing against the arena floor. The demons watching from below the arena couldn't believe their eyes. One of them exclaimed, "How can this be? These 2 are high-level demon generals." Lin Yu rubbed the back of his head, looking helpless, and said, "Defeating all of you, one battle at a time, is such a hassle." He grasped Lilith's hand, releasing a powerful burst of spiritual energy around them. Pointing upwards, he smiled and said, "Confidence. Or maybe, would you like to come at me all at once?" The energy spread all the way to the mayor's meeting hall. Hong Wu, with a cautious expression, spoke up. "This energy is too overwhelming." Lin Yu's words were full of arrogance and confidence, provoking the demons below. They immediately rallied together, charging towards the arena, each one exuding confidence. If you're all coming at once, then fine. Do you really think there's no one in our three factions? No matter what, we cannot let this foreign force overpower us. The flow of spiritual power Lin Yu emitted came from the yin energy transmitted by Lilith when she held his hand. Well done, Lilith said. At this moment, Lilith summoned a forest of bloodthorn vines. They sprouted from beneath the demons and grew upwards, attacking them. The thorns acted like a defensive wall, protecting the area from the center where Lilith and Lin Yu stood. One of the demons, quite clever, stayed back and observed the massacre of the large group. He then spoke up. If he keeps attacking like this, the structure of the four major forces of the demon realm will be shattered. Suddenly, a demon wielding a weapon that resembled a screwdriver charged forward, cutting through the bloodthorn vines to clear a path toward Lin Yu. The demon halted right in front of Lin Yu. Standing at the center, Lin Yu also drew his superproduct of yin energy, his long spear, and said with a smile, "Has the demon marshal finally decided to make a move?" He thrust his spear toward the demon, adding, "What a pity, your arrival is pointless." The demon marshal, having broken through the bloodthorn barrier, quickly charged forward with his blade and swung at Lin Yu. Just as the blade was about to reach Lin Yu's head, it was blocked by his long spear. The clash of weapons created a powerful shockwave. But surprisingly, sensing something was off, the demon marshal spoke. "What is this? This spear is absorbing my spiritual power." While Lin Yu was also quite surprised by his current strength, he never expected that the blood-drinking Xuanlu could gain a power boost from Lilith's spiritual power and the demon world. He let out a shout, his mind filled with blood and fire, unleashing the murderous intent of bloodlust. Within 5 seconds, the demon marshal's blade, which had been severely wounded by Lin Yu's strike, shattered into pieces. Lin Yu then swung his weapon with a sense of regret towards the demon marshal, causing him to scream "A!" before being blasted backward into the arms of his subordinates. The two subordinates were startled, seeing their leader defeated. They panicked, filled with confusion and fear. "Boss, how could this happen?" one of them exclaimed. Both the leaders of the security team and the head wolf gang were stunned when they saw that the demon marshal of the Kando faction had been defeated. The leader of the head wolf gang spoke up. "Even Kando has fallen, and so quickly and decisively at that." The captain of the security team added, "Could it be that the strength of these two outsiders is on par with Manhwa?" Lin Yu looked down from the high ground where he stood, taunting the two leaders. "And you two, don't just stand there watching. Come up here and play with me." It really pissed these two off. "Did you have more to say? Didn't you already say that the rule is that the one holding the arena can't refuse a challenge?" Aunt Lilith also made a sharp remark. "If you don't want to take the hit, just admit defeat." The leader of the wolf gang turned dark with anger, growling, "This great Emperor Fengdu is really bullying others too much." The captain of the security team also spoke up, intending to fight together. "Old wolf, if one is alone. We've been coexisting in Urshan City for so many years. If we let him become the ruler of our territory, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's ally." Then, both of them revealed their true forms. The true form of the wild wolf. A black light force field, surged with momentum. However, Lilith immediately used her unique skill, Hellforge, drawing on her own blood to activate it. With arrogance, she declared, "Before me and my brother, you only have one choice. Surrender." Her blood domain expanded, releasing pressure waves that radiated outward. The first to feel it were the Ez-Zone rock band. Due to their low level, they were blasted away, only able to groan. The pressure when they arrived at the mayor's gathering surprised all three of them. It was quite difficult for them to regain their composure under the pressure. Basai Kin spoke up to assess the situation. "This girl's strength is even stronger than that of mid-level demon general." Honghui also spoke, not surprised that they dared to come here and stir the waters in Urshan City. "Even I am no match for them." The pressure spread throughout the banquet, forcing everyone to brace themselves. Those with weaker abilities, like the two members of the Black Light security team earlier, who had been defeated, now found it even harder to resist. These two had to kneel, their hands pressing against the ground, trying to prevent their bodies from being crushed by the overwhelming pressure. The other demons were in a similar state, bowing their heads. Demons at a distance, who had been engaged in the chaotic battle, were now exhausted, their bodies trembling in fear under this immense pressure. What should we do? We want the demons to come, but the two leaders are also struggling to hold up, though not as miserably as the smaller demons. The wolf-headed leader muttered in annoyance, "No, I will not concede defeat." But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yu dashed forward, delivering a powerful strike to the chests of the two leaders with his spear. Surrender! The blow caused both of them serious injuries, sending them flying backward, blood spewing from their mouths. At this moment, both Lin Yu and Lilith approached the two leaders. Lilith had already retracted her pressure, but both of these men have already knelt and surrendered. We have lost. It is our fault for not recognizing the talents of someone like you. Whether it's land or property, we admit defeat. Even though we are the victors, Lin Yu was no longer as arrogant as before. Now he used a psychological tactic, soft but firm. She stepped forward to help the two leaders up and said, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't come here to crush you. I came to help you." These words left both of them very confused. Lin Yu glanced at Hong Hui and continued, "Mayor Hong Hui, the purpose of this banquet is to reconcile the four major powers, isn't it?" "Yes. I think no one is more suited to be the mediator than I am." At this moment, the little demons were back to normal. Hearing Lin Yu's words, they exchanged uncomfortable comments with each other. Truly arrogant. This is the demon world, where conflict and killing are the main themes of a monster's life. No matter how strong your combat power is, you cannot force everyone to cease fighting. Lin Yu then activated his mind manipulation skill. He began speaking. "For so many years, your four families have been engaged in a constant struggle in this region, dying one after another. Although your strength has increased through battle, is this really worth the sacrifice of your lives? Indeed, even though we are near the Rushui River, one of the top cities, we are still poor." The demon marshal, who was just defeated by Lin Yu, and also the leader of the Wolf Head Gang, spoke up. "But can the old grudge really be overlooked just like that?" Lin Yu responded, and then took out a stack of paper from his demon summoning space. "There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Only through cooperation for mutual development can we achieve sustainable progress." Then, he used his spiritual power to make the A4 sheets of paper float up to everyone at the banquet. Lin Yu continued speaking. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the great Emperor Fengdu, a member of the Education Council of Mingyu City. I have come here this time to plant the seeds of the Education Alliance philosophy in the land of Urshan City." All the monsters present, upon seeing the contract papers floating above their heads, pondered deeply as they read its contents. This was Lin Yu continuing to explain his plan. "This is the business plan of the Mingyu Education Alliance of mine. You may consider halting the internal conflict and cooperating with me." Old Wolf, upon reading Lin Yu's plan, exclaimed in surprise, "Can industrialized education really be this profitable? According to this plan, making money is faster than even robbery. How could that be possible?" Seeing everyone below reading the plan and noticing their lack of faith in it, he raised the plan again and continued speaking. "Even if you don't believe it for now, that's fine. The contract clearly states that in addition to the 10% profit-sharing dividend, even if no profits are made, I will still guarantee each of you 1 billion ghost coins annually." When the captain of the security team heard the amount of ghost coins Lin Yu just mentioned, he spoke up and asked, "How much is the contract? How much are you offering?" "The balance in our account, accumulated over the years, doesn't even reach 1 billion. At this moment, Lin Yu stood on the stage with great arrogance, looking down as he asked everyone below, "So what do you think?" The first to speak was the leader of the Wolf Head Gang. "We'll sign this contract." He bit his finger until it bled, then wrote the name of his guild on the contract. After that, Kandao and Blacklight security team signed as well. Kandao, Blacklight, and the Wolf Gang signed the contract. Holding the signed contract in his hands, Lin Yu thought to himself, "After leveling up, my ability to sign contracts and enforce agreements has become stronger than before. Even a demon marshal couldn't withstand the backlash from breaking a contract." Hong Hua looked at the contract and sighed, saying, "Signing this contract may not completely prevent disputes between the four forces, but at least it can control the situation within an acceptable range, giving ordinary people the opportunity to rest and recuperate. Only then could Chang'ek Mountain have a steady flow of blood continuously pouring in." After a moment of contemplation, Hong Hui turned to Cheng Qian beside him and asked, Cheng Qian, Mingyu City has truly met a noble benefactor this time. Cheng Qian slowly replied, I told you, Great Emperor Fengdu is not only powerful, but also very skilled in attracting investments. At this moment, Lin Yu also approached Hong Hui and said, Allow me to take a small share. I hope Mayor Hong won't mind me overshadowing the host. Of course, in Urshan City, strength is revered, especially since this banquet was originally meant for reconciliation. Without His Majesty, I wouldn't have been able to achieve my goals. Sai Qin, standing nearby, also spoke up, Great Emperor Fengdu, could I have a copy of this contract? Would your education alliance be able to expand into Xuyu City? Lin Yu happily handed Sai Qin a copy of the contract, saying, Of course, but I have many other matters to attend to, so I won't stay in this area for long. If there are future collaboration opportunities, feel free to contact Principal Wu Meng of the Ghost Academy directly. Holding the contract in his hand, Lin Yu skimmed through the three-part agreement and responded with a smile. All right, next time I will definitely come to Xuyu City as a guest. Everything has been settled properly. Looking at Lilith standing beside him, Lin Yu thought to himself. In just 1 week, he had resolved being pursued by the Demon King, signed a pact with Lilith, and opened a cooperation channel for the Education Alliance. It seemed this trip to the demon world had been a complete success, and it was time to return and deal with the troublesome matters of the Demon Kingdom. Back at the Thorny Forest tournament, the HQ team was struggling, everyone feeling worn out. Xiao Nan, having heard no news from Lin Yu for several days, was extremely worried. She turned to Ru Nai and asked, It's been 2.5 days already. Why hasn't there been any news from Lin Yu? Ru Nai replied, trying to comfort Xiao Man. Don't worry. Hai Yu, standing in deep thought against a nearby tree, spoke up to reassure everyone. Miss Bai is a monster with a contract and she's still so calm. Everyone should have more faith in Lin Yu. Lin Xiao also spoke. Luckily, Miss Bai confirmed that Great Emperor Fengdu is still safe. Otherwise, I would be 10 times more worried. Shang Yuan turned to look at the blood spirits that they had captured during Ron Column's escape, which was also part of the task to collect points from this final round, and spoke. But time waits for no one. It's already the last day of the finals. If Great Emperor Fengdu doesn't return, the number of blood spirits we've captured will be all we have. Lin Shu turned to ask Hai Yu, should we try to team up with the MX team or the MC team? Hai Yu immediately replied, No, if we go looking for an ally now, it would be like declaring that we're giving up the championship. We are the Dakshia Gu team. Should we really admit defeat just because we're temporarily short one person? Shang Yuan then shared, We've already seen the tactics of the NY team. Even though they only have 3 members left, with their baiting potions and home field advantage, it really feels like cheating. How can we possibly compete with that? Hai Yu knew the situation was tough, but she remained resolute. After all, the rules didn't prohibit it, and every team would definitely have to fight fiercely when they reached the exit. As long as the situation is chaotic enough, there might still be a chance for us. Suddenly, Ru Nai seemed to sense something and exclaimed. Everyone turned to look at her and called out, Sister Ru Nai. Xiao Nian had always been very concerned about Lin Yu's situation, so she quickly asked, Sister, how is Lin? It seemed that Ru Nai had received the message Lin Yu sent. After returning to reality, Ru Nai was in high spirits. Her facial muscles relaxed as she told everyone, just a little more effort. The championship will definitely belong to us. A few minutes earlier, in the place where Lin Yu and Lilith had just held hands to return to the real world, as soon as they gently landed, Lin Yu turned to ask Lilith, Lilith, do you remember this place? I don't remember. Where is this? But these little red things, I think I have some impression of them. As they were talking, suddenly a blood spirit demon ran past them. Lin Yu immediately said, Our mission is to hunt these blood spirits. Really? Then I can help you. Lilith happily clapped her hands. Come here. Strangely enough, after this action, the lead blood spirit, which had just been running with its head down, turned around and headed toward her. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised by this sight, and asked Lilith, Is it enough to just call them like that? Yeah, probably because of the bloodline suppression. They listened to me very well. Then, the two of them continued on to find the blood spirit, and, unexpectedly, The blood spirit still followed them. Lin Yu walked while occasionally looking back at the scene, thinking to himself, if the NY team had done this from the start, there wouldn't be any opponents left. But Kunlun and their group, a bunch of insignificant people, dared to trouble the Demon King over something this trivial. You've already stained your hands with blood, and still dare to ask why I punish you? Lin Yu remembered the scene when he first met Lilith, how she treated her own descendants. When Kunlun's contracted demon spoke up to ask why Lilith treated him like that, she replied, Sir, why you oppress even us? Looking at Lilith's attitude at that time, it was clear that it wasn't about the ancestors coming to protect their devoted descendants. So let's give them a surprise. The scene shifts to the end of the competition at the final station, the International Demon Summoning Competition, the Thorny Forest Station. At this point, some teams had already arrived at the final station. All the teams looked quite exhausted, their clothes covered in dirt. After counting the number of blood spirits each team had brought back, the organizers began announcing the results. The first team was the MC team with 980 points, and the AQ team with 1260 points. The captain of the AQ team, seeing the Mongolian team in such a miserable state and their low score, sighed disdainfully. I didn't expect your points to be this pathetic. The MX team has 720 points. The captain of the Nation MX team, noticing the disdainful attitude, felt annoyed, and immediately spoke up. The competition isn't over yet. If it weren't for the NY team messing around and stealing our blood spirits, how could we have ended up with such a low score with our strength? At this point, Kunlun approached and spoke up. Haha, the rules are like that. Our NY team is just following the rules and scoring accordingly. Right behind the NY team were many blood spirits, tied up and following them. While the NY team's confidence about the number of blood spirits they had captured was evident, the MX team and the European American team were left shocked, exclaiming, So many! NY team, 575 points. Kunlun's teammate, Cologne, who had previously been a support player on the team, and the girl with special skills, who had thought she was abandoned by Lin Shu and Lin Yu to sell salt, but had managed to survive, now spoke arrogantly. Hasn't the Gu team arrived yet? Or are they too scared to show up? Haha! At that moment, Yu's voice rang out from a distance as he and his teammates walked over, clearly displeased. Hemph! What do we have to fear? The Gu team, 1025 points. The captain of the MX team walked over to Yu and asked, Why are there only 4 of you? Where is Great Emperor Fengdu? The Great Emperor Fengdu of that day. The 2 lucky survivors now arrogantly spoke out. Is there something you're too afraid to say? Let me say it for you. Great Emperor Fengdu violated the forbidden area, provoked the high-level monster inside, and was killed. Upon hearing these words, everyone was stunned and exclaimed, What? Great Emperor Fengdu? That's not hard to believe. The NY team had been plotting this from the start, right from the beginning of this final match. Such a pity. Great Emperor Fengdu fell into their trap during the final. At this moment, the Kunlun member approached Du Yu, acting as if to say, However, I underestimated you. Your HQ team only has 4 members left, and technically, you could get over 1,000 points. But you clearly should have been at the bottom of the rankings. As soon as he finished speaking, his contract demon charged to attack the entire Xia Kingdom team. You demon, I haven't forgotten to add this. From all the blood spirits you caught for me. With a fierce momentum, the demon was suddenly struck by a blast of blood that sent it flying backward, surprising it. Then, Lilith made her appearance. She stood above, casting her blood prison technique, and called down to Kunlun. Hey, your name is Kunlun, right? The sudden appearance of Lilith surprised Kunlun and his demon greatly, filling them with both astonishment and joy. The first ancestor. Kunlun, in a joyful tone, responded to Lilith. Yes, do you have any instructions? Lilith slowly descended to the ground, and began leading the way, turning back to say to the 2 of them, Follow me. Although it was somewhat confusing, the 2 obediently followed her. After walking for some distance with Lilith, they were led into a prearranged barrier, which further puzzled them when they saw the figure of Lin Yu. Upon seeing their confused expressions, Lin Yu spoke up. It was not in vain. I spent a lot of time, and finally, everything is ready. Seeing Lilith standing behind Lin Yu, both of them spoke in confusion. Great Emperor Fengdu, Lin Yu, You're still alive. What have you done? Of course, it's a demon world barrier designed to kill you without leaving any evidence. After all, this is your territory in Nation M. If your leaders really don't stick to the rules, I should still prepare some backup plans before acting. Kunlun, in anger, spoke to Lilith. Lady Lilith, he is challenging us like this. You must kill him now. However, Lai responded to him. I am not your master. This is my older brother, the one who holds the contract with me. Upon hearing this, Kunlun was struck like a bolt of lightning, panicked, and said, No, it can't be. Great Emperor Fengdu, what have you done? As you both can see, Lilith is my monster contract. At that moment, Lilith happily rested her head on Lin Yu's shoulder. Kunlun's demon rushed forward to attack, but Lin Yu still couldn't accept the truth that was unfolding. Go die. No, this can't be. It definitely isn't true. But Lin Yu simply used the rule of the right hand, slapping it once, and the demon was sent flying backward. At this moment, Lilith used her bloodline power to suppress the demon, causing it to tremble and struggle to resist on the ground. Bloodline suppression. I can't move. Kunlun still couldn't believe the truth and asked his demon contract again. Is it really the great ancestors? Lin Yu spoke up. Kunlun, Blood Abyss, you have harmed me multiple times, along with the entire team of our lower kingdom. Now, it's time to end everything. While Lilith's face was extremely displeased, she ordered the blood spirits to clean up. Blood spirits, hurry up and eat. Don't leave any bones behind. Upon receiving the command, a swarm of blood spirits rushed to bite at the Kunlun chariot and its contracted demon, while the two of them could do nothing to stop them. The Kunlun figure could only groan. No, no, the tearing and gnashing was quite horrific. Siro splattered across the ground. As the feast for the blood spirits was still ongoing, Lilith turned to Lin Yu and asked, Brother, where should we go next? Right now, everyone in the outside world thinks that I am dead. There's no need to hesitate. We should leave this thorny forest immediately. Meanwhile, the blood spirits' feast was nearing its end, as they had almost finished devouring the remaining parts of the two. Over on the other side, Kunlun's two teammates were quite worried as their captain had been gone for a long time without returning. Why hasn't the captain come back yet? Could it be that the captain upset Lady Lilith? Impossible. After all, the captain is the head of the vampire clan. Even the ancestors don't have the right to harm him. At this moment, Hai Yu, who had been standing behind, spoke up. The Feng Shui has shifted. Right now, your team no longer has a level 7 summoner or a demon general. Perhaps you should experience what it feels like to be at the bottom of the rankings. The sudden sound struck both of them like a bolt of lightning. When they turned around, Hai Yu and his teammates were ready to deal with the two. After Lin Yu left, the HG team had already seized all the points of the NY team. It was also at that moment that the organizers announced to all the teams. A bald man stepped up to the podium as the countdown timer reached 0. I hereby declare that the International Demon Exorcism Competition is officially concluded. The scene showed the confident team from Xia Nation, standing proudly on the stage. Next to them, the NY team, now reduced to only 2 members, their heads bowed in shame. The bald man continued to announce the results of each participating team. Here are the rankings. The runner-up, AQ team, with 990 points. In joint second place, MX team, also with 990 points, following a dramatic final battle between AQ team and MX team. And the champion, HQ team, with 6780 points. On the awards podium, MX team and AQ team glare at each other with clear resentment. Standing at the top of the podium, the champion HG team cheered and celebrated their victory with excitement until the very last moment. Lin Shu laughed loudly, holding high the flag representing their country. Hai Yu proudly declared, "We've done it!" After the announcement of the results, the organizers also concluded the competition with words of thanks and announcements. Thank you to the countries that participated in this event. As for the contestants who went missing in the thorny forest, including Kunlun, Lin Yu, and Abena, we will organize a search within 3 days after declaring the successful conclusion of the demon subjugation contest. At this moment, in the room of the bald-headed man, he was furious, cursing at the 2 surviving members of the NY team. What on earth did Kunlun do? He clearly had a huge home field advantage, and even the rank of the demon subjugation HQ team was lower than his. Yet not only did he fail, but he also allowed the HQ team to reverse the situation. The girl with special abilities could only cry and responded, "Whew." Everything was going smoothly at first, but what my ancestors wanted to do, we had no way to resist. A man in military uniform slowly walked up to the bald-headed man and questioned, "No way. How could Lilith do this? Did she betray us?" Suddenly, a soldier hurried into the office and stood at attention to report. "Report, sir, a blood stain matching Kunlin's DNA has been found. However, it seems the body has been completely consumed by the blood spirit, leaving no other traces." Upon hearing this report, the officer and everyone else seemed as if struck by a thunderclap. He angrily addressed the soldier. "Where is Lilith? Get her here immediately." The soldier responded, "Report, sir, Lilith could not be found in the thorny forest. It seems she has left." The bald-headed officer was even more surprised and exclaimed, "What?" The commanding officer's face darkened as he said, "It looks like I'll have to request the use of the blood origin." While the senior leaders of Nation M were investigating the cause of the incident, at that moment, Lin Yu was already on a plane heading back to his country, almost halfway through the journey. He sat with his face covered in the plane cabin, looking out the window at the Pacific Ocean, muttering to himself, "Finally, I can go back home." Through Lin Yu's demon-enslaving space, Lilith's voice suddenly asked, "We're going to your brother's house, right?" Just as the flight seemed perfectly normal, both Lin Yu and Lilith suddenly felt a dangerous power approaching. Lin Yu clutched his chest, discomfort overwhelming him due to the oppressive force, and exclaimed, "What is this power?" At this moment, the flight attendant came to each cabin on the plane and announced, "Attention all passengers, the flight has encountered an unexpected issue and needs to make an emergency landing immediately. Please fasten your seatbelts, remain seated, and refrain from walking around the cabin." Sensing the looming danger, Lin Yu muttered, "We're doomed." Suddenly, a demonic space materialized and the demon world descended, causing everyone on the plane, except for Lin Yu, to fall into a deep unconscious state. The entire plane seemed to freeze in place, neither moving nor falling through the air. The leader was now hovering at the same altitude as the plane Lin Yu was on, floating through the air. At this point, Lin Yu stood up, left his seat, and headed toward the cockpit to figure out what was happening. When he saw the leader radiating intense energy, surrounded by numerous red lightning bolts, he asked, "How would you assess this one's power level?" Lilith replied, "Level 8. Lin Yu continued, "I fear that's still not enough. Could it be that Nation M now has a legendary level 9 demon?" After observing the surroundings for a moment, Lin Yu noticed numerous yin weapons floating in the air around the plane, surrounding it. He silently assessed, "This is not right. The one controlling the demon world must be using the power of multiple dark energies connected together." Seeing that the senior leader of Nation M was targeting him, he began to move toward the emergency exit of the plane and opened it. He muttered, "Nation M is really willing to pay any price just to chase after me. There are still so many civilians on this plane, and they don't care at all." Afterward, Lin Yu moved from the emergency exit to the front of the plane, standing face to face with the old commander. Upon seeing Lin Yu appear right in front of him, the old man spoke, "You're from the HQ team. You must be the great Emperor Fengdu. In the Thorn Forest, you played the Thorn Forest quite well. If it weren't for sensing the blood essence within your body, we would have really been tricked by you." Hearing this, Lin Yu thought to himself, so he's also using bloodline sensing. But that didn't make him afraid. Lin Yu calmly asked the other person, "Who are you?" The old man sternly replied, "I am the general of the Demon Control Corps of Nation M, Terrace Smith. Where is Lilith? Tell her to come meet me." Lilith, within the demon realm, appeared to be quite frightened as she spoke to Lin Yu. "Brother, this guy, even though he's only an 8th-level demon summoner, somehow seems really terrifying." Lin Yu silently calculated in his mind. He knew very well that Lilith was a demon king, yet she was still so confident. Summoning Lilith at random, who knew what might happen next, Lin Yu then took out a deck of power cards to open the demon city. He didn't forget to add, "To meet the girl, you'll first have to pass my trial." The old man flicked his fingers and replied to Lin Yu, "You better surrender obediently." Immediately, the yin weapons, which resembled atomic bombs with rotating blades, hovered in the air and emitted red flashes. When they collided, they merged into a new demon world. The demon world was draped in a red, blood-soaked net. At this moment, only the old man and Lin Yu remained in the demon world. The old man spoke confidently. With just one super product of yin energy, even if it's only level 3, how could it possibly resist the 10 layers of my weapons? Lin Yu, not willing to lose, responded lightly while smiling at the number of yin artifacts. He then began summoning the yin weapons he had obtained from the auction house. Ha! Thanks for reminding me about their worth. 2 billion ghost coins. Afterward, he summoned all his yin weapons and activated the demon world with layers. At this moment, the demon world you created had completely overwhelmed the demon world of that old man. The mini atomic bombs were suppressed by Lin Yu's demon world, scorched black, smoking, and began to fall freely. At this point, the demon world had become Lin Yu's, causing the old man to panic. How do you have so many super products of yin energy? Did you bring the entire secret treasure of the HK team with you? At this time, aboard a flying hovercraft nearby, observing the situation, the yin weapons beside them were burning and falling freely. Sitting inside the hovercraft, an old man with a black hat spoke up to assess the situation of the battle on the other side. It seems that Kunlin's defeat was not unjust. He had underestimated him. If he let him escape, even without considering Lilith, he would still be a huge threat to Nation M in the future. Seeing this, the bald man yelled into the radio. All units, launched the attack. We must stop him here. Upon receiving the command, all the pirate soldiers simultaneously opened heavy fire towards Lin Yu, and the entire army shouted in unison. Kill! Lin Yu immediately used spiritual power to create a shield, blocking the incoming bullets aimed at him. Lilith, don't go out, just transmit your spiritual power to me. Hearing that, Lilith also followed suit. She channeled her spiritual power, transferring it to Lin Yu, then nodded in response to him. Receiving Lilith's spiritual power, Lin Yu immediately activated his blood tower enhancement, with his bloodthirsty will forming a protective shield around him. He then drew his long spear, charging swiftly toward the group of demonized soldiers who were firing, channeling his spiritual power into the spear and slashing through them with deadly strikes. Seeing this, the old man, the district chief, grew in rage. He too transformed into a demon and charged at Lin Yu, his body radiating spiritual power. Great Emperor Fengdu, stop right now. When the old man felt he was close enough, Lin Yu swung his spear toward him. The energy he unleashed was incredibly powerful, but fortunately, Lin Yu swiftly dodged, evading with grace. However, the plane couldn't move as quickly as him, and was hit by one of the attacks, causing a massive explosion in its front section. Lin Yu shouted in panic. Every attack is aimed at the plane? Do you really not care about the lives of these civilians? The old man laughed loudly, replying, Ha ha, you should think carefully about who controls the public opinion. If you continue stubbornly resisting, tomorrow, the media will report that you killed hundreds of innocent people, and internationally, your country will be portrayed as a villain. Even the lower nation won't be able to protect you. The old man continued to strike at the airplane. Lin Yu, still indifferent, spoke up. If you think you can buy me with morals, you might be miscalculating. He then summoned Zhu Qiang and Ning and gave the order. Zhu Qiang and Ning worked together to hold him off for now. Both responded, Yes, the Lord. Next, Lin Yu ordered Ru Nai. Ru Ni immediately used the Black Crow envelope to contact Bai Yi and request the government to deploy an aircraft carrier to the Pacific to support me. Ding Liao used my phone to open the terrifying live stream forum. Both individuals assigned tasks responded. Understood. Hearing Lin Yu issue orders to his monsters, the old man, struck as if by a thunderbolt, exploded in rage. Live streaming aircraft carriers? Great Emperor Fengdu. What exactly are you planning? Lin Yu then took out a tape recorder and aimed it at the airplane, replying with great confidence. I want to see how you will handle the international public opinion once I pull this airplane to the Q-Fen Nation HQ. At this moment, the bandage wrapped around Lin Yu's plane had completely coiled around the entire aircraft. Lin Yu gripped the bandage tightly with one hand, then moved forward, with the airplane trailing behind. With a confident expression on his face, he said, Let's go. He pulled the airplane, speeding through the group of soldiers from Nation M, causing them to panic and be caught off guard. One soldier shouted, What is this? Is this person from Nation H out of his mind? The old commander, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat and sighed. If Lilith were truly secretly aiding him by depleting his spiritual power, it might not be impossible for him to drag the airplane across the Pacific Ocean. The bald man sitting in the helicopter looked uncomfortable and anxiously spoke up. General Kulun, stop him now. At this moment, the old general was holding a blood-red sphere in his hand. It was unclear what the sphere's effect was, but it seemed to have been made from Lilith's blood. The old man looked at the red sphere in his hand, sighed, and responded to the bald man. Sigh, I had to resort to this after all. He then used the sphere to shout loudly, Lilith, stop immediately. It was unclear how the red sphere worked, but as soon as the old man issued the command, Lilith stopped channeling her spiritual power, causing her to be somewhat flustered. Lin Yu suddenly stopped receiving spiritual power from Lilith and whispered anxiously, the transmission of spiritual power has been interrupted. He immediately called out Lilith. The old man resumed channeling spiritual power into the red orb and continued, Lilith, come meet me once. Lady Lilith. With every word spoken by the old general, Lilith's body uncontrollably obeyed. She appeared next to Lin Yu and anxiously spoke to him. Brother, who is that man? Why can't I control my body? The old general, now in his demonized form, flew closer to Lin Yu and Lilith. Lin Yu did not ask Lilith, but the general spoke. Lilith, after all these years, the M Nation has treated you well, yet you have truly betrayed them to side with great Emperor Fengdu. But fortunately, as long as General Kulun holds your source blood, don't even think about opposing the M Nation. Hearing these words, Lin Yu finally understood, so the source blood is like that. No wonder Lilith sensed a part of it inside me before and chased after me. It turns out this thing has such powerful control over her. The old general seemed pleased with himself and continued, Great Emperor Fengdu, I don't know what tricks you used to deceive Lilith into signing a contract with you, but you should understand clearly, she is a demon king who has pledged allegiance to the M Nation. Do you realize the strategic value she holds? We will spare no effort to sever the connection between you two. Hearing the old man's words, Lilith quickly hid behind Lin Yu, whispering, Brother, I don't want to be apart from you. Seeing Lilith's tearful appearance and her pleading expression, begging Lin Yu not to leave her, made Lin Yu hesitate for a moment, silently thinking. Lilith is indeed the demon king of Nation M, and she may have been involved in many of Kunlun family's dirty secrets. But looking at her true nature, after losing her memory, if she's not controlled by Nation M, she was probably supposed to be an innocent, beautiful, and lovable girl. Lin Yu then took Lilith's hand, which was tightly gripping his, and comforted her, saying, Don't be afraid, little sister. Even though my strength is still too weak compared to that of a whole nation, at least before death comes, I will never abandon you. Then, the couple expressed their affection for each other. Lin Yu held Lilith's hand tightly, causing his spiritual power to surge unexpectedly, reaching the ascended realm level. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Current level: Demon Controller Level 6, Spiritual Awareness 1024, Spiritual Power 10,086, Spiritual Power reaches 30,000, Spiritual Awareness reaches 3,000, leveling up to Demon Controller Level 7. Seeing Lin Yu ascend to Demon Controller Level 7, the old leader frowned slightly. This kid ascended right at this moment? Come to think of it, his real level is still so low. Lin Yu silently reassessed himself. At the 5th level of Demon Controller, I had stalled for too long. Now, I've finally ascended to the 6th level, and the tactics I can use have increased significantly. He then ordered Zhu Xiang and Ning. Zhu Xiang and Ning, return to the ghost summoning space and unleash your spiritual power with full force. Both of them responded, Understood. Then they slowly vanished. When Zhu Xiang and Ning returned to the ghost summoning space, Lin Yu took out a ghost coin talisman, worth 100,000 ghost coins, with a powerful spiritual energy radiating from it. He confidently said, 100,000. Krypton gold talismans ignite. The talisman blesses the ghost realm to protect the body. The demon world that Lin Yu created, made from 100,000 talismans, formed a barrier between him and Lilith, separating them from the people of Nation M. This caused the old general to lose his connection with Lilith and caused the red orb made from Lilith's blood source to suddenly vanish, throwing the two men into panic. Ha! The blood source connection was temporarily interrupted. At that moment, Lin Yu slashed toward the old general with his long spear, shouting, "Get out of the way!" One of Lin Yu's spear strikes was so powerful that it bent the weapon, but it only managed to sever the old chief's arm. However, the arm gradually began to heal on its own. The old man still couldn't believe the current strength of Lin Yu, and muttered to himself, "How can this be? I have nearly reached the strength of a mid-tier demon marshal. Is this the power that a level 6 demon controller can wield? It can't be held back any longer." Second demonization. Blood-bursting form. Activate. To go all in against Lin Yu, the old man transformed into his second demonized form. After his second transformation, he looked like a vampire demon, with horns and wings sprouting from his body, sharp teeth like a bloodsucker, and muscles bulging with power. Despite the old man undergoing his second demonization, Lin Yu continued charging forward, attacking with his spear. But this time, the old man used his newly grown wings to block the tip of Lin Yu's spear. Then, he swiftly dodged and struck at Lin Yu with his demon claws, overwhelming him with sheer force. The old man laughed loudly. "Ha ha, great Emperor Fengdu, Lilith, stay here forever." The old man's demon claws forced Lin Yu to dodge and barely defend himself. When Lin Yu was unlucky enough to be struck, the blow sent him flying a considerable distance, and he coughed up some blood. He cursed inwardly. "This power is so bizarre. What should I do? I've reached my limit. Is there any way left to defeat him?" Seeing her brother being knocked back and spitting blood, Lilith quickly moved to support Lin Yu. She spoke, "Brother, I think I know how this works. He's using his own blood to fuel the Asterisk Ghost, controlling True Body Asterisk, a skill that only a level 9 demon controller can use." Lin Yu said, "Oh." Then, Lilith stood in front of Lin Yu and confidently told him, "Brother, let me handle him." Lin Yu stood behind, watching Lilith's back, silently thinking. Lilith has the body of a demon king. Normal attacks can't harm her. "All right, be careful. I will support you." The two of them coordinated to attack the old leader. Seeing Lilith charging in to join the attack, the old man shouted at her, "Hemph, Demon King Lilith. Now that your source blood is sealed and your spiritual power is sealed, what can you do to me?" Lilith replied, "Even without spiritual power, I still have my instincts." The old man asked, "Instincts? What instincts?" "The instinct of a vampire is, of course, to drink blood." Lilith immediately lunged at him, sinking her teeth into his shoulder and draining his blood, causing him immense pain as he screamed. "What? Ah!" Seeing the old man shrinking as Lilith drained his blood, Lin Yu said, "The demonization has been lifted. It's a great opportunity." Lin Yu immediately thrust his spear straight into the old man's body. At this moment, Lilith had also released him. The old man took the full combo, spitting out blood, and despite just having lost his color, he fell into freefall. Seeing this, the bald man and the old general jumped off the sliding platform and rushed over to save him. After supporting the old chief, who was now shrunken in size, the bald man angrily shouted, "What is going on here?" Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Lilith had already moved, pulling the machine in the direction of Great Xe. "Let's go!" Seeing Lin Yu trying to escape, the bald man roared in anger, breaking through the fortress to block their path. At his command, the many nuclear sound devices flew toward Lin Yu's position to attack, but all of them were detonated by Lin Yu using his ghost coins talismans. Hemph! Explode! As he was destroying the sound devices, a battleship from Great Xe appeared under the Pacific Ocean to provide reinforcements. The loudspeaker on the battleship announced, "Great Emperor Fengdu, the Daxia Yanlu ship is here to pick you up." Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yu smiled happily and said to Lilith, "It's Bai Yu's voice. We're landing." The old general saw that Lin Yu was about to leave safely, and his rage reached its peak. At this moment, a red orb appeared in his hand, and he muttered, "Great Emperor Fengdu, Lilith, it seems you forced me to take this step." Holding the orb in his hand, the old man once again activated his spiritual power. What was he about to command Lilith? Meanwhile, with Lin Yu, after both of them safely landed on the warship, Bai Yi spoke up. Even the aircraft was dragged out. What exactly happened? Lin Yu, walking while feeling exhausted, replied, "It's hard to explain everything. We'll talk clearly once we get back to the country. But suddenly he felt something was wrong from behind. Turning around to look at Lilith, he saw her as if she could no longer control herself. She drew the sword Lin Yu had given her and attempted to stab him from behind, muttering repeatedly, "Kill." At that moment, Lilith swung her sword behind Lin Yu. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to pivot left and dodge the strike. Lin Yu, confused, called out her name, Lilith, but in her current state, her whole being radiated murderous intent, her eyes bloodshot, and she laughed maniacally. Ha ha! She continued to advance, swinging her sword at Lin Yu. He quickly summoned a black claw from his demon control pact to block her strikes. As he moved to defend, he thought to himself, "This is bad. The demon control pact can't stop her. Moreover, after absorbing Tellus's blood, her strength has recovered to a high level of demon martial." Lilith continuously swung her moves, attempting to deliver a lethal blow to Lin Yu. Seeing the situation, Bai Yi gathered spiritual power in his hand and spoke, wanting to assist Lin Yu. "Great Emperor Fengdu, let me help you." Even while under pressure, Lin Yu turned to respond to Bai Yi. "No need. You're no match for her. If you provoke her further, she might even destroy this entire aircraft carrier." Hearing these words struck Bai Yi like a bolt of lightning. He panicked and exclaimed, "What? Is this girl the Demon King?" At that moment, Lin Yu used psychological tactics, hoping to break Lilith's current state. "Lilith, why are you attacking my brother?" But in response, Lilith seemed to have lost her sanity, no longer recognizing anyone. She gritted her teeth and spat each word with a snarl. "Blood for me, ah!" Seeing Lilith's state, Lin Yu silently assessed the situation. Despite continuously retreating and defending against her attacks, he thought to himself, "It seems she's not being controlled but has lost her rationality, forced into a frenzied state. In other words, it's not because the origin blood in the hands of the M Nation has overpowered my demon control pact. As long as I can find a way to awaken her, I still have a chance to leave with her. There is also some of my ancestral blood within me, although I don't understand its full power like the M Nation or the vampire clan. Through my previous experiences, I've learned how to break Lilith's frenzied state." After a moment of analysis and contemplation, once he had reached his final conclusion, he tossed the black scythe aside. This time, he used his hand to block Lilith's slash. As soon as his hand grabbed the blade Lilith swung, he tightened his grip to stop it, causing his hand to start bleeding. As his blood began to flow more freely, he looked directly into Lilith's eyes and said, "Asterisk asterisk Lilith, is the blood of your brother enough to satisfy you asterisk asterisk?" Lin Yu's blood began to drip more, and watching the droplets fall slowly made her recall the painful memories of her childhood. It was the scene when both her parents had been buried, and she knelt before their graves. Behind her were two people, Kulun and the old scientist. The old scientist spoke to Kulun. Asterisk asterisk General Kulun, we cannot deny that the decision of that noble person was truly wise. Compared to cooperating with the two strong, mature demon kings, using their blood to control their daughter suits our interests better asterisk asterisk. After some discussion, Kulun stepped forward, kicked Lilith, and asked, "Asterisk asterisk hey, what's your name asterisk asterisk?" Lilith replied, "Asterisk asterisk, I am Lilith asterisk asterisk." Kulun said, "Asterisk asterisk all right, that doesn't matter. From now on, you'll be called Lilith. You belong to the Nation M government, and you will obey my orders. Alexander Kulun asterisk asterisk." Kulun said, "The first phase of the mission will begin in the laboratory in Los Angeles." Here, Lilith was brought to the table, bound and subjected to experiments. Her body was covered with a mass of needle-like wires inserted into both her arms to draw blood. She looked in excruciating pain, only able to scream in agony. The blood collected from Lilith was used in experiments injected into humans to observe the results. The old scientist said to Alexander Kulun, "Indeed, her blood can be directly used to infect humans, creating a series of half-blood vampires. Unfortunately, her blood also has the ability to directly suppress the progeny created from it." Alexander Kulun looked quite excited upon receiving the results from the scientist. In response, he happily said, "It doesn't matter. These low-level vampires will be used to control low-level demons for the younger generations in our family. As for us, we need to continue researching what can overcome the suppression of her blood in order to enhance our combat power." The second phase of the mission will take place in the Thorn Forest. We will raise a large number of vampires, blood slaves, and blood soul slaves for biological and pharmaceutical research. It turned out this was why the blood spirits obeyed Lilith so easily. When Alexander Kulin saw the results of the F1 blood spirits being born, he was very pleased when they were released into the Thorn Forest to live. When Lilith accompanied him, the old man even smiled and spoke to her. Lilith, you too will be involved in this, whether it's enhancing the pharmaceuticals for our army or crafting poison to weaken the enemy, the more the better. Don't try to resist or escape. You know we hold your origin blood. Even if you disobey, we can still use you as a pure weapon. But by then, you will lose all sense of yourself. At that moment, Lilith was too young to understand resistance. All she knew was to respond obediently. Yes. Lilith looked at the origin blood, formed from the blood of her deceased parents, floating in the hands of the old man, Alexander Kulin, feeling a deep fear. She thought to herself, the origin blood is the essence blood of my deceased parents. The deeper rule embedded in the vampire bloodline since birth is absolute respect and reverence for one's ancestors. But they, the departed, never used their blood power to force me into anything, much less harm me. They gave me freedom, respect, warmth, and love. So the old man was controlling her with the origin blood of her parents, forcing her to obey. Back in the present, Lilith had dropped her blade and walked forward to lick the blood of Lin Yu, and just a moment later, her spirit gradually returned, breaking free from the control of that old man Alexander Kill. Seeing this, Lin Yu asked gently, Lilith, you've finally woken up. Brother, why? Her eyes were wide and round as she looked at Lin Yu, a guilty expression on her face before she embraced him tightly, and everything was settled peacefully. The warship of Nation H slowly began to head back toward Nation H. Switching scenes to the three old men of Nation M on the hoverboard. The bald old man, with a confused expression, asked old Alexander Kulin, you clearly used origin blood to suppress Lilith's free will, leaving only her bloodlust instincts. Yet she still didn't kill great Emperor Fengdu. At this moment, old Alexander Kulin seemed to lose his mind, his clothes starting to tear apart in places, veins bulging on his face as he yelled furiously. There's only one explanation. The origin blood that disappeared from Nation H has fallen into the hands of the enemy. Sable, our mission has failed. After I die, please retrieve the origin blood. He said, yes, General Ander Kulin. Alexander Kulin's body was now covered in veins, making him look like a lump of flesh about to turn into mush. Then, with a loud explosion, Alexander Kulin's entire body exploded into pieces. Following Alexander Kulin's instructions, the bald man Sable had retrieved the origin blood. The bald man frowned, expressing his gratitude for this sacrifice. Thank you for your sacrifice for the country. I will definitely return the origin blood to Alexander Kulin. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Lin Yu had received first aid, his wounds bandaged, and was taken to a private room to rest. Bai Yi sat in the room, talking to Lin Yu, and she asked with concern, how do you feel? Lin Yu recounted everything that had happened to her. After hearing his story, Bai Yi exclaimed, so that's what happened. Given this situation, it's already a miracle that you survived and made it back. I didn't expect great Emperor Fengdu to have the strength to save the entire plane. Lin Yu replied, I'm not entirely sure myself. It was all thanks to you arriving in time. Bai Yi said, I saved the entire livestream video on the forum. Soon, the government will use the media to apply pressure through public opinion. Additionally, the rankings from the Demon Control competition will help. During this time, our Nation H will easily overpower Nation M in the international Demon Control scene. Great Emperor Fengdu, our international standing will rise thanks to you. You are the greatest contributor. While speaking, Bai Yi handed Lin Yu an approval draft. The land that Yang Feng used to set up the training camp last time has been approved, and the handover procedure can be carried out at any time. After receiving the approval document, Lin Yu thought to himself, with the educational alliance received from the demon world, I can provide the students with a more effective training program. However, I need to find a stable way to bring people back and forth between reality and the demon world before I can organize the training camp. Seeing Lin Yu thoughtfully examining the approval document, Bai Yi then moved on to the next issue. Regarding the unexpected incident 3 years ago that I promised great Emperor Fengdu, I apologize that the horror game had not stopped at that time. After the incident was classified as an accident, all the clues were severed. Understanding that finding the clues was quite difficult, Lin Yu didn't make things harder for Bai Yi and instead responded cheerfully. All right, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll head to the deck for some fresh air. He stretched and walked out of the room, heading to find Lilith. As they walked, the two of them continued talking. Bai Yi wanted to assure him that they would persist in investigating the clues for Lin Yu. Don't worry, we won't give up easily since we made a promise. The authorities will mobilize all channels to investigate, including forums and the powers from the horror world. If there are any clues related to yin energy with the ability to reverse time, I will inform you immediately. I understand. This can only be resolved gradually. At this point, Bai Yi no longer followed Lin Yu. He was walking in search of Lilith, lost in thought. 3 years ago, Ming had died in an explosion. The divine system activation seemed to have brought him back to life. His intuition told him that the explosion wasn't an accident, but he had lost all memory of that time. In a sense, both he and she could be considered to have shared a similar fate. Suddenly, Lilith spoke. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Her voice surprised him, making him think deeply. Her expression and tone of voice prompted him to reflect. Nevertheless, he still asked, Lilith, have you recovered your memory? Lilith turned around, responding to Lin Yu with hidden meaning. Hemph, you guessed right, my good brother. My dear older brother. Understanding her implication, Lin Yu coughed awkwardly, feeling a bit guilty before speaking. You've remembered now, so why still call me that? Sorry, Lady Lilith. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. It was just for self-defense that I had to do so. Lilith responded lightly. Actually, the reason I pursued you was also to protect myself. She then gathered spiritual power at the tips of her fingers, touching Lin Yu's chest, and continued. The blood of the first ancestors you received is a combination of my father's bloodline and mine. Lilith said, initially, this bloodline belonged to the Kunlun family. They used it to control me while exploiting my power. At that moment, Lin Yu was stunned, remembering the first time he met Lilith when she had lost her memory and called him, Father, you've finally come to save me. He exclaimed as if understanding. The purpose of the blood of the first ancestors, that's why you mistook me for. The mood between them at that moment was like that of long-lost old friends, sharing the memories they had experienced. She began to share with Lin Yu. Those who possess my blood of the first ancestors can suppress my spiritual power and free will. Nation M has used my mother's bloodline to control me for hundreds of years, but it's best not to think of using this to control me. With the frail body of a human, activating the blood of the first ancestors only leads to death. I simply don't want to see another Kunlun family after you die. At this point, Lin Yu also opened his heart, saying the honest thoughts he had in his mind. I don't know if you'll believe me, but I am completely different from those people from Nation M. We even signed a contract, and I have never tried to control you intentionally. Lilith heard these words, and with a quick hop, she jumped onto the railing of the warship, then responded to Lin Yu. You don't need to probe anymore. I can tell you directly that the ghost-controlling contract I signed when I lost my memory is essentially invalid, because Lilith is just a shortened version of my name. My real name is Lilithiana Aurora Victoria. Lin Yu said, All right, Lilithiana Demon King. So what are you planning to do next? Lilith replied, Don't worry, I don't hold a grudge against you. After spending some time together, you are truly a good person. But unfortunately, I cannot go with you to Nation Age. Lin Yu asked, Do you want to return to Nation M? Lilith said, That's the least troublesome option. But only if we can reclaim the blood of the first ancestors from the hands of the people of Nation M. Lilith remarked, Lin Yu, don't think that just because you gained some advantage this time, you can underestimate the potential of Nation M. They are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Even the Demon King cannot threaten them. I know I have no right to say things like helping or protecting you at the moment, but I will grow stronger soon. When the day comes that you want to break free from your chains, I will definitely stand by your side and fight with you. Lilith responded, Do as you wish, I'm leaving now. We may have become enemies now. Then, Lilith immediately flew away, leaving Lin Yu still murmuring the last sentence she had just said, An enemy? At this moment, the system also displayed a notification. Contract Lilith Lilithiana Aurora Victoria, Rank Demon Marshal Demon King. innate skill, bloody purgatory, unknown. Birthplace, yin device, unknown. Looking at the notification, Lin Yu thought to himself, Lilith, my perfect subjugation contract might be stronger than you think. Oh, thank goodness, I thought the contract was going to be cancelled. 2 days later, Lin Yu returned to his home. That evening, he sat at his desk, opened the horror forum, and began reading the news from the past few days. There were many highlighted news on the forum. The top headline, H2 team returns in glory, champions of the International Demon Controller Competition. Shock news, Nation M's plane, on its way from Nation M to Nation H, was subdued. Nation M's military intervened. Thanks to the aircraft carrier from the National Defense Forces, no casualties among passengers. Trending, Great Emperor Fangdu's battle with Nation M's military, with live streaming available. In focus, Chief Secretary Bai Yi of the 9th Investigation Center holds a press conference representing Nation H. How will Nation M respond? Official collection for the search of yin energy time or related dungeon tasks. Upon seeing the news, Bai Yi Lin Yu commented, Bai Yu's work efficiency is really high. He organized the press conference just 2 days after returning to the country. Then he continued scrolling through the news, only to be surprised by a post from one account. What is this article? Eating Melon was in shock. Sakura Country seems to have poked the hornet's nest. The post read, Rebirth. My life selling egg sandwiches in Sakura. The content was as follows. Hey everyone, hot news. It looks like Sakura Country has opened a portal linking to the demon world. Numerous monsters have appeared, such as 2 mounted women, Kappa, and even general-level ghosts. They're wreaking havoc all over Sakura capital. Sakura Country has sent experts from the ghost-controlling families to deal with them, but they've all failed. With no other choice, they've had to send envoys to negotiate. But the monsters are demanding the sacrifice of boys and girls as food. It's absurd. This piece of news feels like something out of a horror movie. The plot is unfolding, and I'm eagerly waiting for what happens next in Sakura Country. After reading the news, Lin Yu couldn't help but think back to when Sakura was in Nation M. Back then, Yu and Meng Ji wanted me to go to Sakura Country to help, perhaps because of this. But considering my wealth and fame in Nation H, how could they possibly try to lure me with money? But I'm not a saint. Why should I risk my life for them? On the other hand, the portal connecting to the demon world. I'm really curious about what it actually is. Before, the flaming war tiger was controlled by the demon king of the demon world. When Lilith hunted me down, she could easily tear through space. Maybe their choice won't stop this. But even with the tracking method, it's clear that linking the demon world with the real world is not that hard to break through the spatial barrier. Lost in thought, Lin Yu was suddenly startled by a notification on his computer screen. Urgent notice. Hulin Lake is suspected to be invaded by a large-scale monster. Central Number 9 is recruiting demon controllers of intermediate level or higher. The post was from Grey Rabbit, and Lin Yu muttered to himself in unease. Could my bad omen prediction really be that accurate? Opening the message, the Forum for Demon Controllers explained that since the end of last month, Hulin Lake had been suddenly enveloped in mist. The residents often see monsters emerging from the lake, suspecting a large-scale invasion has occurred. Currently, demonic energy is rampant. The lake water is pitch black, and a series of disappearances and disturbances are happening around the area. Center No. 9 has formed an emergency response team, and is in the process of setting up defenses and conducting investigations. At this time, they are recruiting demon controllers of at least the 4th rank, with combat experience and a strong team spirit. There are benefits, high-end equipment, rare resources, exclusive titles, and the possibility of becoming a permanent staff member of Center No. 9. Anyone interested should register before the deadline through the forum or directly at the center. After reading the news, Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, evaluating the situation. It seems the situation is not too serious. As long as they recruit a 4th-level demon controller, they should be able to handle it. With the government's strength, they'll resolve it quickly. I don't want to get involved in this mess for now. Once everything is over, I'll ask Bai Yi and Hai Yu about the origin of these monsters. Suddenly, Ding Liang appeared, holding Lin Yu's clothes, and spoke up. Master, you instructed me to combine the stone powder from the Great Desolate Tombstone and the faceless ghost face, along with the invisible ghost clothes. I've finished forging them, As Ding Liang handed over the 2 yin energy items to Lin Yu, the system displayed a notification. Phaseless Ghost Face, a super quality 3rd level yin energy tool, can help the wearer disguise and alter their energy. Those below the Demon King rank cannot see through it. System notification. Invisible Ghost Clothes, a super quality 3rd level yin energy tool, can make the wearer invisible and conceal energy levels below that of the Demon King, making it undetectable. You put on the invisible ghost clothes, holding the faceless demon mask in your hand, and pondered quietly. Within my body, there is also the blood of the first ancestors of Lilith. Although Lilith no longer hunts me, there's still a risk of being exploited by Nation M. With these 2 sources of yin energy, as long as I don't go looking for death in front of the Demon King, I should face no further trouble. Lin Yu then turned and asked, Ding Liang, the super quality yin energy tool beyond this one, that would be the legendary holy yin energy, right? Ding Liang began to explain. The lowest level is resentful ghosts and evil ghosts. Level 2 is evil demons. Level 3 includes the vicious demon generals and their commanders. Level 4 is the demon marshal, the fierce demon generals, and the handsome demon commanders. The final level is the holy level demon king. Yes, if we're talking about super quality yin energy, it suits the demon generals and demon marshals. But only the demon king has the qualification to use the legendary holy yin energy. It requires a blacksmith to reach the demon marshal rank to forge it, and right now, I cannot make it. Lin Yu sighed as well. The demon king, huh? I'm still far from that. Lin Yu silently thought. This trip to Nation M may seem like a great victory in the eyes of others, but only I know how helpless I truly am. This is the first defeat I've encountered since becoming a demon controller. Power, I need even more power. During the battle, I hastily ascended to level 6 demon controller, which caused my control over spiritual power and spiritual awareness to be unstable. I need to adjust that. On the other hand, Zhu Qiang and the others have reached a bottleneck and are only lacking an opportunity to ascend. He began to enter his demon summoning space. At this moment, all of his contracted monsters appeared. He spoke to them. From now on, we will train in the demon summoning space every day at dawn. I will use the accumulated points to open the best training room, hoping everyone can make further progress. All the monsters responded in unison. We will never disappoint the master's expectations. On the first day in the training room, everyone meditated in silence. However, each person had a different posture for meditation. Seeing Zhu Xiang meditate with drool dripping from his mouth, it seemed he was lost in a pleasant dream. On the second day, they all participated in real combat with the monsters. The third day was a recovery day, where they enjoyed a hearty feast. Zhu Xiang ate as though he had been starved. The scene always amazed everyone, watching his eating speed. On the 4th day, Ding Liang and Ru Ni's strength began to increase at Haunted Peak. On the 7th day, Ning's strength also grew, and she became a Ghost General Intermediate. As for Zhu Xiang, it seemed like his love for food had delayed his progress. His face was droopy as he skewered a piece of meat and said, I'm the only one left in the team who's still at the Ghost General Intermediate peak and hasn't leveled up. Everyone comforted him. Boss Du, don't be discouraged. You're the strongest, so naturally, it'll take longer for you. Once you've accumulated enough, you'll definitely ascend in a few days. After a few days of training, Lin Yu also left his spirit possession and returned to the real world. While walking around, he thought to himself about preparing for the next dungeon. It had been so long, and he suddenly felt a bit excited. Suddenly, a horror game notification popped up. Xiao Nian has invited you to her personal space. Would you like to join? Upon receiving the notification, Lin Yu murmured, Xiao Nian, why does she want to meet me now? He then clicked accept. As soon as he appeared in Xiao Mian's personal space, she spoke up. Lin, I happen to receive a special dungeon this time. It might be suitable for the yin energy requirements that Bai Yi mentioned on the forum, but the team size is limited to just 1 member, so I wanted to ask if you're interested. Seeing that Yi was helping Bai Yi, Lin Yu smiled awkwardly and responded. In fact, that post was Bai Yi's attempt to help him. So of course he was interested. What kind of dungeon is it? Xiao Nian blushed shyly and handed Lin Yu the dungeon card, speaking softly. The dungeon is called Nightmare Amusement Park. As the two of them entered the Nightmare Amusement Park dungeon, a horror-themed game notification appeared for each team participating in the dungeon. Welcome to the horror game. This dungeon is called Nightmare Amusement Park. The objective in this dungeon is to survive for 3 days and experience 5 different games. The remaining staff count is 4. When Lin Yu and Xiao Nian touched down, their moods were different. While Xiao Nian seemed quite excited about the surroundings, Lin Yu wore a more contemplative expression. The one greeting them was a rabbit. It spoke to introduce itself and handed out a guide to each of them. Dear guests, welcome. Before starting your experience, please take the guest guide for the Nightmare Amusement Park. Lin Yu took the guide, opened it, and read the contents inside. Guest Guide to Nightmare Amusement Park. 1. Please purchase tickets through the official channel at the counter to avoid overpriced tickets. 2. The games at the park will awaken the guests' nightmare memories. The more thrilling the game, the deeper the nightmare is awakened. 3. Please choose the amusement devices that are suitable for your health condition. Visitors with underlying health conditions, or those who have experienced psychological trauma, should choose gentler rides. 4. During peak hours, popular rides require queuing. Visitors who have not purchased VIP tickets should follow the staff's arrangements. 5. It is strictly forbidden to throw objects from above, and please be careful to avoid being hit by things thrown by others. 6. The Nightmare House is only open 3 days a week. Outside of these hours, the area will be closed. Please plan your playtime accordingly. After reading the contents of the guide, Lin Yu turned to Xiao Nian and said, "The nightmare memories are indeed just as the fortune card predicted." As Lin Yu was talking to Xiao Nian about this instance of the dungeon, suddenly, 2 people approached from behind. One of them, tall and thin, greeted Lin Yu. "Ha, are you the great emperor of Fengdu?" When Lin Yu noticed someone had recognized him, he thought to himself that, after the live stream ended on the forum, more and more people were getting to know him. He turned around and greeted the 2 guys. "Hello." Seeing they had recognized the right person, the 2 guys quickly stepped forward and said, "I can't believe you're the great emperor of Fengdu. You're my idol." While the skinny guy was excited to meet his idol, the one with the round head that looked like a big-headed dad spoke up, his face darkening with worry. "Being paired with great emperor Fengdu in the same dungeon, does that mean the mission's difficulty will increase? I'm still a newbie, I've only participated in the 2 dungeons before." Seeing his teammates' worry was reasonable, the skinny guy also darkened his face and spoke up. "In horror games, both new and veteran players are randomly paired together. The maps in the inner areas of the demon world are more difficult than those in the outskirts, but it's not unreasonable." Suddenly, a loud noise came from the nearby spinning ride, with the speed of rotation causing panic among many of the players on it. Ah! The 4 people standing nearby all jumped and looked toward the source of the sound. The skinny guy, seeing this situation, exclaimed, "This is what you call a merry-go-round. This is more like a centrifugal machine for the human brain." The rabbit staff member immediately spoke up. "The fun at Nightmare Amusement Park isn't something just anyone can enjoy. This ride, if you don't have demon-level strength, you won't be able to stay on. If you fall off, you'll definitely die." Then, it pointed towards the roller coaster and continued its introduction. As for that roller coaster, only someone with a demon or a demon controller of level 5 or higher would have the strength to experience it. Fortunately, to serve the public, we've lowered the requirements and added safety belts on the seats. 4th-level demon controllers like you can reluctantly ride at the lowest level, but using the safety belt will incur an extra fee. I wonder if you have enough money for that. Seeing that the staff was charging like in the real world, Xiao Nian sighed and spoke up. "I didn't expect that even the entertainment tourism industry in the demon world would have this kind of overcharging." Lin Yu then asked the rabbit staff member, "Are there any other services that require an additional fee?" The rabbit staff member replied, "Adjusting the difficulty of the equipment also requires an extra charge. The seats in the front and back rows have different prices." Afterward, it led the 4 of them to the counter for necessary equipment to participate in the game. The rabbit staff member pointed at the locker and continued, "We also provide protective gear such as goggles, helmets, and knee pads for sale or rent. All of them are made of high-quality yin energy material, which significantly reduces the risk of death. Today, you're lucky to be in the middle of a promotion. The original price of 5,000 is now only 49.99. Quite the discount rate." Lin Yu turned to look at Xiao Nian and said, "Xiao Nian, which set do you like? I'll get it for you. You'll probably need it later." Xiao Nian shyly responded. Such a kind gesture. Lin Yu generously extended his hand, signaling for Xiao Nian to pick the item she liked, then added, "You brought me into this instance. I really don't know how to thank you. Go ahead and pick a set of protective gear, and I'll cover all the expenses for this map." After that, Xiao Nian walked over to the bunny employee to choose her gear. Once she had made her selection, it was unclear what exactly she had chosen, but outwardly, all that could be seen was her wearing an additional bunny ear helmet. Meanwhile, the bunny employee announced the price. All of this is top-grade Yin energy equipment, totaling 50 million ghost coins. Lin Yu stepped forward to pay the bunny employee. The two young men accompanying them whispered in admiration as they watched the scene. After receiving her gear, Xiao Nian turned to thank Lin Yu, saying, "Thank you, Lin." Lin Yu then invited Xiao Nian to begin playing. "All right, where shall we start?" Xiao Nian replied, "I want to try the easier ones first." Lin Yu smiled. "Okay, then let's start with the merry-go-round." After that, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian went to the wooden horse ride, with the two guys following behind them. Upon arriving, Lin Yu went to the ticket counter to buy the tickets. Xiao Nian stood there, watching Lin Yu as he purchased the tickets, her mind wandering off. Lin is really willing to spend money on me like this. My best friend always says that no matter how rich a man is, he won't spend recklessly. Where the money goes, the heart follows. But just as she was lost in her thoughts for a moment, she was slapped back to reality. She saw Lin Yu walk over to the two guys and say, "If you guys are short on ghost coins, I can pay for you." Meanwhile, Lin Yu was whispering to himself, contemplating the system's mission, trying to balance both studying and playing, not wanting to miss the opportunity. The two guys, seeing the offer to ride for free, were as happy as if they had struck gold. "Thank you, great Emperor Fengdu." After that, all four of them hopped onto a wooden horse to ride. A staff member dressed as a rabbit, standing outside, asked, "Are you all ready?" Before the four could respond, the rabbit staff member started the ride. "The nightmare is about to begin." No sooner had the words left their mouth than the wooden horse began spinning rapidly, causing the two guys to panic. "Ah, why is it so fast?" Seeing that, Lin Yu immediately took out the bandages, mixed them with the potion, and infused it with spiritual power, sending it toward the two men. The bandages wrapped tightly around them, fastening them to the column attached to the wooden horse, preventing them from being thrown off the saddle. Seeing the help, the two men were initially quite surprised, but then they were overjoyed, tears of gratitude welling up as they thanked Lin Yu. Thank you, great Emperor Fengdu, for saving my life." After the two men had stabilized, Lin Yu turned and asked Xiao Nian above, "Xiao Nian, are you holding up?" Xiao Nian, with a pained expression, still answered to reassure Lin Yu, "Don't worry too much, brother Lin, I can manage." But as soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Nian let out a cry. It was as if she had started sinking into her memories. Seeing this, Lin Yu looked at Xiao Nian, noticing her sudden reaction, and muttered to himself, contemplating. Had she fallen into a nightmare memory? He turned back to the two men, only to see that they too had descended into their own memories. He silently calculated that, if he wasn't mistaken, this nightmare memory not only caused people to lose consciousness, but also increased the risk of falling off the device. Even the device itself might carry some inherent danger. The rabbit employee stood outside, laughing loudly with excitement. "Haha, even though it's just the merry-go-round, the most basic equipment in this park, it's still not at all pleasant. Wait until all of you sink into nightmares, then you'll have no choice but to obediently become nourishment for the park." In the game at this moment, Lin Yu saw Xiao Nian, who appeared to be in a daze. He paid close attention to her every move and silently wondered, should I force myself to wake her up? Suddenly, her contract demon appeared. It used its spiritual power on Xiao Nian, and just a minute later, Xiao Nian woke up from the nightmare. She jolted awake with a gasp. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Nian's pale face and asked, "You look really pale. How are you feeling now?" After escaping the nightmare, Xiao Nian gently stroked her contract demon and answered Lin Yu. "It was terrifying. I dreamt of seeing my mother pass away when I was little. If it weren't for the Manga I subdued last time, I don't know how long it would have taken me to wake up. Lin, if you want to erase a nightmare memory, you have to be really careful." Lin Yu said, "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who disrespects everything just for the sake of power. When faced with unclear rules, you should always maintain reverence. If things go wrong, please use the dream realm to wake me up. The important issue now is that time is running out. What should we do to enter the nightmare? He silently calculated. At this speed, there's no problem for me now. Am I supposed to give up using spiritual power to resist and let the danger approach? Thinking this, he acted immediately. He extended his arm, removing the protective spiritual power, and waited. Just a few minutes later, Lin Yu officially entered the dream. In his dreamscape, a computer screen began to appear. It was nighttime, and he was sitting in front of the computer, typing away on the keyboard. He assessed, "Is this my nightmare memory?" In the dream, he was excitedly shouting, "The job application is ready. I hope everything goes smoothly this time. Although this company isn't outstanding, from my assessment, their project will definitely explode globally." Lin Yu assessed based on his actions in the dream. Maybe I was job hunting at that time. I really don't remember anything. Over 3 years ago, the explosion happened right when I graduated, so this memory makes sense. But in the past few years, it seems there hasn't been any project that truly exploded globally. Which company did I apply to? Suddenly, your computer screen lit up, blinding you so much that you had to shield your eyes with your hands. Then, the screen shattered into pieces. After that, Lin Yu snapped out of his trance as if suddenly, the wooden horse he was riding had come to life. It let out a loud scream that took Lin Yu by surprise. At this moment, not only was the wooden horse Lin Yu was riding transforming and going wild, but all 4 horses of the players were in the same frantic state. The 2 guys were relatively safe, as Lin Yu had secured them with Pharaoh's bandages. Only Xiao Nan was not so lucky, and this sudden change caught her off guard, leaving her unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, below, Lin Yu remained calm, trying to maintain his balance, shouting, "What's going on?" Outside, the rabbit staff member was laughing with delight, for he was the one who had triggered what just happened. Using a strange camera with an eye-shaped lens and maximum resolution, he said, "How is it? Dear guests, is this wooden horse ride thrilling enough for you? Let me capture your embarrassing, fearful expressions. Ha!" In the game, Xiao Man had lost her balance from the shock earlier, causing her to be thrown off the wooden horse. She turned around and shouted loudly to Lin Yu, "Brother Lin, I can't take it anymore." Then, what was bound to happen, happened. She lost her grip on the pole of the wooden horse. Xiao Nan could only cry out "ah" as her body slowly started to slip off the wooden horse. Fortunately, Lin Yu, who was behind her, managed to grab her hand in her moment of oblivion. After that, Lin Yu pulled Xiao Nan to sit with him on the same horse. Xiao Nan sat behind him, holding on to him tightly. Lin Yu assessed the situation and realized that he had underestimated the spinning of the wooden horse. "Xiao Nan, I'm really sorry, but you'll have to sit with me for a while." To be honest, I think Xiao Nan might actually prefer sitting behind more. After Xiao Nan was safe, Lin Yu took out a poker card, infused it with spiritual power, and shouted, "Demon World, suppress for me." As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, waves of purple energy radiated from him, spreading in pulses around him, gradually causing the wooden horses, which had been rampaging, to calm down and return to normal. The game continued peacefully. Watching from the outside, the bunny attendant was startled by the sight, sweating profusely, and exclaimed, "This is the peak-level demon wood horse ride. Even fierce demons would find it hard to endure the combined strength of these dozen or so horses. I never expected him to suppress them so easily like that." Afterward, there was a period of peaceful play, which coincided with the moment when the ride came to a stop. Lin Yu spoke up, "Time's up." He immediately jumped off his horse, and Xiao Nan followed, both of them still reeling from narrowly escaping death. As Lin Yu walked towards the 2 men, he folded up the bandage he had used earlier. The 2 men, upon dismounting, looked disoriented. One of them, with drool dripping from his mouth and a dazed look in his eyes, spoke up, "Wait, is it over already?" The chubby one looked as if he had just returned from a tour of the underworld, his mouth dry as he muttered to himself, "What just happened? I'm not sure, I just remember feeling a little dizzy." Then both of them promptly vomited, emptying their stomachs. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Xiao Nan were happily exchanging thanks, with Xiao Nan smiling brightly. "Thank you, Lin. I really appreciate you saving me earlier. Did the Nightmare Amusement Park meet your expectations? Lin Yu responded with a smile of his own. This nightmare memory has actually been very useful to me. In his mind, he silently calculated. Let's keep going. Maybe I can find a clue about the explosion from years ago. While walking and thinking, a cheerful bunny costume staff member approached, holding up a photo and grinning. You, sir, are truly a hidden master. I've taken a photo of you too. According to the rules, would you like to purchase it as a souvenir? Lin Yu immediately picked up the photo of him and Xiao Meian sitting together on a horse and looked at it. He then asked, "This isn't just a regular photo, right?" "Of course not. This is an exclusive photo from our park, a fragment of a dream. The photo will capture a piece of your memories. By participating in the Fragment Collection games, you can exchange them for a dream experience at the Nightmare Theater." A dream? What is that? Ha! I can't really go into too much detail, but I can tell you it's absolutely amazing. You definitely won't regret it. All right, I'll buy this photo. Lin Yu handed over 100,000 ghost coins to the rabbit employee. Upon seeing the money, the employee's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly, saying, "I knew you'd understand our business philosophy." After that, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian walked past the rabbit employee, who was still staring at the money Lin Yu had given him, heading toward the next game. As they walked, Lin Yu was calculating. For him, the more additional fees, the better. Unfortunately, the target customers didn't have the qualifications to experience the premium projects. The prices were really too cheap. Xiao Mian's protective gear cost 4,999 million. The carousel ride ticket was 100,000 times 4, and the commemorative photo was 100,000 times 2. Compared to the amount the system required, it was practically useless. At this moment, the system also displayed a notification. Task level 12 is just for fun. The rule is not to purchase any tangible items, only to engage in pure entertainment to achieve the goal. Task progress, 59,590 third billion. Task reward, high-level skill copy support prop, quantity 3. Lin Yu silently considered the dungeon task, the system's mission, and the awakening of memories. There were many things to do, but as long as he understood the situation here, he was sure he could handle everything step by step. After moving for a while, the two guys also regained their spirits. It was also the moment they arrived at the location for the second game. In front of them was an artificial waterfall with a steep vertical drop. Below it, a sign read, "Bravely move forward. Entrance ticket 150,000. Rent life jacket 50,000. Commemorative photo 100,000. The game manager here was a brown bear. It seemed that the bear was very excited to see players arriving. When someone approached, the bear pointed to the sky and enthusiastically introduced, "This mud waterfall will corrode you if it hits you. Are you ready to face the challenge, guests?" After a little intimidation directed at the players by the bear, it seemed to have little effect, as all 4 people, after purchasing tickets, wearing life jackets, proceeded down to the boat to prepare for the game. While Lin Yu was meditating, Xiao Nian sat beside him, gripping his life jacket tightly, looking somewhat serious. The thin guy, full of confidence, shouted loudly towards the stunned staff member. With the great Emperor Fengdu's protection, there's no reason to hesitate. Charge forward and defeat them. Seeing the ship's bow already heading into danger, the guy remained overly confident. Just 5 seconds after the game started, the boat shot forward across the water, splashing waves. Meanwhile, the 2 guys on the boat began screaming, "Ah! Why isn't the great Emperor Fengdu making a move? Great Emperor Fengdu! Great Emperor Fengdu has fallen into a nightmare." Ignoring the deafening screams of the 2 guys, Lin Yu was lost in his own nightmare. It's here. At this moment in the dream, Lin Yu's eyes were fixed on the computer screen. His information appeared on the DOS software. Name, Lin Yu. Contact, XXXXXX. Job aspiration, game designer. Self-introduction, a longtime game enthusiast, specializing in horror games. Staring at the computer screen, Lin Yu murmured, "This is my resume." Lin Yu said, "That's right, I remember now. I once thought that the field I studied would bring in a lot of money, but when I graduated and had no resources, I couldn't progress far. On the other hand, my unconventional hobbies turned out to be more competitive. So I created this CV to look for a job in the horror game design industry." Lin Yu's CV appeared. Name: Lin Yu. Contact: XXXXX. Objective: Game designer. Personal introduction: a longtime gaming enthusiast, particularly passionate about and deeply immersed in horror games. Degree: Bachelor's in Economics, Computer Science and Technology. Practical experience: Board Game Club Vice President. Independently designed and organized board game events, such as role-playing games and monster-themed rule discussions. Participated in a major creative project, online board game Monster Talk Hotel. Responsible for gameplay design and storyline structure. The work won first place in the school's creative competition. Jiaoming Literature Club Vice President. An avid reader, passionate about exploring different cultures and customs, combining diverse elements to create new ideas. Skilled in writing and script writing. Looking at his resume, he thought to himself, on the contrary, experiences unrelated to the major are actually more competitive. That's why I made this resume to find a job in horror game design. But when he read the last part of the CV carefully, he remembered that Zhao Ming had made the game Haunted in during university. I still remember it was designed based on a famous sitcom from my childhood, with characters inspired by it. Thinking about this made him a little anxious. But actually, all the characters in it were cannibalistic monsters. Wait a minute, the global disaster. Horror game, bizarre rules. Could it be connected? He told himself, maybe it's just a coincidence. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. For now, I need to check which company I submitted my CV to. Just as he was about to get an answer, the computer screen lost signal. Why now? Then, like last time, the screen shattered, and Lin Yu was once again forced to escape the nightmare. At this moment, on the boat, the two guys were still screaming. Ah! As the boat's speed increased, the mud began to splash up. Lin Yu took out the asterisk power of Spiritual Power asterisk card and created a spherical shield surrounding the boat. This is what finally calmed everyone down. After that, all four of them made it back to the shore safely. Once they were on land, the condition of the two guys was no different from after they had played the mechanical horse game. Xiao Nian looked at them and laughed happily. The staff member in the bear costume was still in shock, holding the photo, unable to collect himself when Lin Yu took it away. Lin Yu quickly grabbed the photo and told everyone, "Let's go, we're moving on to the next game." After that, they played two more games. The state of the four of them remained the same as with the previous two games. While the two guys were suffering through the games, Xiao Nian was tightly holding on to Lin Yu in excitement. Lin Yu, on the other hand, tried to immerse himself in the experience but failed. After finishing the next two games without finding what he was looking for, he calculated silently. Still no luck, still not clear enough. It seemed that the difficulty of the games wasn't high enough yet. It looked like he needed to raise the difficulty level. He looked around the entire Nightmare Amusement Park, evaluating which game to try next. After the four of them, Lin Yu, Xiao Nian, and the two guys, had finished playing 5 games in the Nightmare Amusement Park, the horror game system displayed the following notification. Nightmare Amusement Park instance. Mission objective: complete 5 games at Nightmare Amusement Park. Current number of survivors: 4. At this moment, after successfully completing the dungeon, the two guys bowed to thank Lin Yu. The skinny guy spoke first. "With just our strength, the two of us are just starting out. I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to finish a single game." Then the chubby guy, with tears streaming down his face, sobbed as he said, "Thank you, great Emperor Fengdu, for guiding us. How can we ever repay this kindness? For the rest of our lives, we only hope to work for the company of great Emperor Fengdu." Seeing the chubby guy's demeanor, Xiao Nian spoke up. "Do you guys think that just because Lin has money, he's able to help you achieve this thanks to his wealth?" Lin Yu also explained, "But actually, I know how a company in real life." He then said his farewells to the guy. "For the next 2.5 days, don't approach the game areas. Your chances of survival will be much higher. Good luck." Though the two guys had completed the requirement of playing 5 games, the challenge day was not over, so they still had to remain in the Nightmare Amusement Park. Both of them understood and responded to Lin Yu. "We definitely won't seek our own demise." Lin Yu and Xiao Nian continued toward the next game. As they walked, Lin Yu turned to Xiao Nian and asked, "Xiao Nian, the forced mission is completed. Are you sure you still want to continue with me? Xiao Nian's face turned red as she turned to respond to Lin Yu, her hand still caressing her demon pact. Of course, my strength may not be very strong, but perhaps Dream Demon will be of help to you, Lin. In her heart, she secretly rejoiced that the two light bulbs had finally left. The date at Nightmare Amusement Park with Lin was now truly beginning. Well then, I won't be polite anymore. In all the upcoming games, I will definitely protect you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nian smiled and responded, yes. After a while, they reached the roller coaster ride. After buying tickets and boarding the ride, they started. With the roller coaster's rapid descent, Xiao Nian could only scream. Ah! Lin Yu, sitting next to her, remained calm, analyzing the situation. The centrifugal force of the roller coaster and the sharp turns are enough to break the bones of a demon or a normal level 4 demon controller. The difficulty level has increased more than twice compared to the previous rides. He then began to relax, allowing his mind to enter a dream. He silently wished, I hope this time I can recall some useful clues. This time, in his dream, his body was being sold for salt. The scene had doctors and 2 police officers investigating. He was startled. Humph! Is this the scene after my death again? The doctor examined the body and then spoke to the 2 police officers. No need for emergency treatment anymore. He was right at the center of the explosion. He died on the spot. One of the officers, holding the scene report, analyzed it. From the situation at the scene, the cause of the accident might have been an electrical short in the computer. But there's one thing I don't understand. If it was just a small computer, how could it have caused such a massive explosion? The chief officer turned to ask the other officer, is there any suspicion regarding the victim? The other officer continued looking at the report and replied, the victim, Lin Yu, was an orphan and had just graduated from university. During his time in school, he was always a person of good character and had no access to explosive materials. Upon hearing this report, the chief officer quickly waved his hand and said, then just treat it as an accident and proceed with the cremation according to the protocol. Lin Yu silently assessed the irresponsibility of the chief officer and inwardly cursed. An accident? No, it's not. Now I can confirm one thing. The explosion was not caused by an electrical short in the computer. It was the power of an explosive yin energy. After reading this much, Lin Yu immediately regained his focus. His face grew serious, and his mind was filled with calculations. Perhaps he was now closer to the truth than ever before. After the roller coaster ride was over, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian walked over to the game staff. The staff member, who had a sloth-like face, lazily threw a heart gesture at them before speaking. Dear visitors, would you like to ride the roller coaster again? Lin Yu immediately responded with a question. I heard the difficulty level can be adjusted. That's right, but it costs extra. Every time you reduce the difficulty, it costs an additional 500,000 ghost coins. Also, since all the roller coasters run on the same track, to avoid accidents, please make sure to line up properly. There must be at least 3/4 of the people in a time slot reducing the difficulty before the ride can start. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smirked dangerously and said, I don't want to reduce the difficulty, I want to increase it. The staff member was quite surprised and exclaimed, what? The roller coaster is one of the 5 most dangerous rides in Nightmare Amusement Park. I've never heard anyone want to increase the difficulty before. Is it not possible to increase it? Seeing that Lin Yu wasn't joking, the staff member stroked his chin and continued, our equipment can be adjusted at will. If you want to commit suicide, that's fine. But the others won't be able to ride with you. This isn't something that can be solved with 200,000. Understanding the intentions of the manager, Lin Yu smiled cheerfully. Ha ha ha, so you were worried about this. He immediately called the system. I'll give you 100 million ghost coins. Consider it as me buying all the tickets for the same time slot. After that, Lin Yu tossed the 100 million ghost coins bill in front of the manager. Now, I want to increase the difficulty. Is that okay? With the money Lin Yu had given him in hand, the manager was in disbelief, his heart racing. 100 million ghost coins. All right, of course it's fine. Then, the manager turned to the players who were waiting in line and said, did you guys hear that? For the next hour, this entire area is reserved by this handsome guy here. Everyone else, please move along. The demons, seeing this, voiced their displeasure. Why is that? We've been waiting in line for so long. Why should we have to wait just because of him? The manager held up the ghost coins bill that Lin Yu had given him and said to the demons, "Hey, he paid more than all of you combined. Now, move along." Lin Yu was also very generous. He took out a stack of money, each bill worth 100,000 ghost coins, and threw it toward the demons standing in line, confidently saying, "Consider this compensation for you all." After everyone received the ghost coins, their attitudes immediately changed. Each of them smiled joyfully in response to Lin Yu's generosity. "We'll make room for you. Have fun. Enjoy yourself." After the money-tossing scene, the system task set for Lin Yu was also completed. A notification appeared on the screen. Mission level 12 completed. Money is just for fun. The rule is not to purchase any tangible items, but only to entertain and achieve the goal. Mission progress: 3,500,590 billion. Mission reward: high-level skill copy support props x3. Looking at the system screen, Lin Yu silently thought, "This money is just for fun, and it's already counted into the mission." Suddenly, two demons, seemingly displeased with the money-throwing action, threw the ghost coins back. Lin Yu arrogantly replied, 5 million. That's just the price for 10 entry tickets. Not even enough to cover the transport from the core area. You want me to quit playing? Who are you insulting? Lin Yu picked up the ghost coins and continued walking toward the roller coaster, intentionally turning back to provoke the two demons. "Well, as long as you return the money to me, it's fine. To be honest, I never stopped you from playing. If you're too scared to handle a higher difficulty, then just line up and wait for a few hours." Seeing Lin Yu's attitude, which was completely different from what the two demons had expected, they were left speechless. After Lin Yu and Xiao Nian moved up to the roller coaster, the two demons whispered to each other, "Brother Xiao, didn't we come to the Nightmare Amusement Park for some thrills?" Looking at him, he's just a level 6 demon controller. How tough can increasing the difficulty be? Wouldn't it be even more exciting for us? After a brief exchange, the two demons, now with confident expressions, spoke to the staff member in charge. "Then we'd also like to play at this difficulty level." Hearing this, the staff member was momentarily startled. Calculating the situation in their mind, they looked at Lin Yu's retreating figure. If these two visitors are from the core area, it might not be wise to offend them so easily. After that, the manager spoke up and asked Lin Yu, "Hey, tourist, why don't you give them some space? The all-inclusive fee was stated beforehand. I'll refund you 1 million. Lin Yu turned his face and responded with an indifferent expression. "No need, 1 million refund. Who are you insulting?" The manager was in a difficult situation, wanting the money but not wanting to offend anyone. The man was sweating profusely, muttering to himself, "Dealing with someone with money is really hard." All right, he said. "Then I'll increase the difficulty by 20%. Seeing that the manager only increased the difficulty by 20%, Lin Yu hurriedly asked again, "Only 20%? The manager explained, "Increasing the difficulty by 20% can already crush some of the weaker demons. If you're still not satisfied, I can increase it even more for you later." After that, the two demons also stepped onto the roller coaster cabin. Lin Yu also entered, but he still turned to Xiao Nian with concern and said, "Xiao Nian, if you can't handle it, just let me know." While the two guys down below were encouraging each other, one of them said, "Let's go, man. Let's head up." But after just a few turns, these two demons immediately screamed out with great excitement. Thuong Trao fell, while Lin Yu and Xiao Nian up top remained perfectly fine. And of course, this level still wasn't enough to make Lin Yu lose consciousness. When the ride ended, all 4 players walked over to the staff. While the two demons looked absolutely delighted, their faces clearly showing it, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian were wearing serious expressions. The staff member asked, "How did you all feel?" "Very good, very thrilling." While Lin Yu felt uncomfortable, he said, "I think the difficulty level isn't enough yet. I want to increase it by another 20%. Upon hearing this, the staff member's face darkened, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Ha!" The second round continued as the staff member agreed to Lin Yu's request. "Then I will increase it by 20%. Then, the third round increased by another 20%. The fourth round also saw another 20% increase. The two demons below, after 2 rounds, no longer found the game entertaining and began to feel afraid. Although they didn't voice it, They still tried to ask Lin Yu again. Are you sure? Lin Yu turned around and replied, Of course, if you don't want to play, then go play somewhere else. Feeling disrespected, the demon stubbornly said, panting as he spoke. We, Brother Chow, how could we possibly lose to you? A mere spirit controller. 20% is fine. We'll play till the end. At this moment, Lin Yu took out a hat and handed it to Xiao Nian. Thank you so much, Xiao Nian. These two items are high-level spectral items. Although they are a bit ugly, they can only be used temporarily like this. She nodded in response and equipped them. Afterwards, the manager, following Lin Yu's instructions, continued to increase the difficulty. When he pulled the game's power switch, he still couldn't believe it. The difficulty had already doubled compared to the beginning. He truly couldn't understand where this perverse individual came from. Surprisingly, the camera with a lens turned out to be an eye, a living entity. Watching Lin Yu's actions, since the start of the dungeon, it found it somewhat interesting. Haha, my nightmare amusement park has finally attracted someone interesting. This time, Lin Yu was able to enter the dream. The scene that appeared was inside the crematorium of the city. Two employees here, upon receiving Lin Yu's body for cremation, whispered to each other as they went about their task. Is this the victim from the explosion? So young, such a pity. I heard he was an orphan, with no one to arrange for his funeral. After the cremation, he will completely disappear from this world. There's nothing more we can do for the dead at this point. I hope that when he descends to the underworld, he can become a happy soul. Afterward, one of the employees covered Lin Yu's entire body with a white blanket and transferred it into the incineration chamber. Witnessing his body being burned in the cremation chamber, how did Lin Yu feel? There are still so many questions left unanswered in this episode. It's so vague. How did Lin Yu even die? Lin Yu had insisted that the explosion was caused by yin energy, yet the horror game hadn't even begun at that time. After Lin Yu's body was brought into the cremation room, the cremation process began. Outside. At that moment, two staff members were about to move to the waiting room to wait for the cremation to finish. However, after walking a few steps, they heard a knock sound coming from the cremation room. Suddenly, a strange noise startled the two of them. Looking back, the man with a shaved head curiously asked his colleague, What's that sound? His honest colleague replied, It's normal for there to be occasional strange noises during cremation, but this is the first time it's been this loud. The sound grew louder and louder, making the two men start to feel uneasy. Sweat pouring down their faces, the man with the shaved head spoke up, his voice trembling slightly. That sound, it almost sounds like someone inside is knocking on the door. His colleague, though skeptical, still seemed concerned and responded, But that's a high-temperature cremation room. How could that be? The sound continued to echo. Knock, knock, knock. Then, 5 minutes later, suddenly there was a loud bang. The explosion from the cremation room caused the door and nearby rooms to shatter. High-pressure concrete chunks cracked and were scattered everywhere. The two young men quickly found a place to hide when they saw this. After the explosion ended, they curiously returned to assess the situation. As the dust cleared, the sight of Lin Yu's figure stunned them both. His entire body, clothes burnt to a crisp, and his skin badly burned all over. Yet he still mustered the strength to step out of the cremation room with sheer determination. The two young men, seeing the corpse moving as if it were crawling up from hell to the surface, screamed out loudly, A ghost! Afterwards, Lin Yu's crawling up from hell moment ended when he was taken to the hospital for treatment and examination. The doctor, who had previously concluded that Lin Yu had passed away, now held his medical report, examining it thoroughly. The police officer, who had heard the doctor say the patient was definitely gone, now saw him alive again, rising from hell, and couldn't help but ask the doctor in disbelief. So, he didn't die, or has he come back to life? The doctor, who had been intently studying Lin Yu's medical records, still couldn't believe his own misdiagnosis, replied, The scene was so clear. Logically, I shouldn't have made a mistake in my diagnosis. But now, I'm sure I was wrong. Then, the two of them went to a corner to talk. The police officer said, Anyway, we almost killed someone. Both the police, the hospital, and the crematorium were responsible for this incident. The doctor agreed and replied, We need to compensate more. Hopefully, he will sign the reconciliation papers. After about 2 days, Lin Yu finally woke up. He vaguely muttered, It hurts so much. This nightmare memory, I have to experience the feeling of dying again. After that, everyone seemed to seamlessly connect with their old memories. He could still remember. I remember this morning the system suddenly appeared and gave me the first-time login reward. Lin Yu slowly turned over and sat up, taking off his oxygen mask. He sat there, dazed, waiting for a long time. But nothing happened, which made him a bit worried. It hasn't appeared yet. What's going on? Is it because the nightmare level wasn't high enough, so the system didn't recognize its existence? Or, while still uncertain why the system hadn't appeared, Lin Yu picked up his phone and looked at the screen, which startled him. His phone displayed a red eye. That eye was staring at him, creating the feeling that something was watching his nightmare. In the current instance of the Instance Dungeon, Xiao Nian kept calling Lin Yu to wake him up from his dream. Brother Lin, Brother Lin. Lin Yu suddenly snapped out of it, his face filled with worry. He began to gasp for air, sweat starting to form on his face, and his expression darkened as his mind kept replaying the image of that eye. What exactly was that eye? After a while of confusion, Lin Yu finally calmed down. He began to piece together the images from his dream, silently pondering. And that memory from the crematorium earlier was also strange. It felt like something was deliberately blurred out. What on earth is going on? After thinking for a long time since waking up, Lin Yu finally realized that Xiao Nian had been asking about him this entire time, but he had yet to respond. Lin Yu turned to apologize to Xiao Nian. Sorry, I got too lost in my thoughts earlier. Xiao Nian continued to check on him. Brother Lin, you've been asleep for quite a while, and the state of the roller coaster is really unstable. I was worried something might happen, so I had to have Dream-Eating Taper wake you up. As soon as the words left his mouth, the roller coaster began to experience problems, emitting a strange rattling sound from the tracks. Lin Yu observed and spoke up. The roller coaster is slowing down. The roller coaster suddenly came to a complete halt at the bottom of a slope. Why did it stop? The two demons sitting behind, one with horns, were still acting arrogantly, his face tilted at a 30-degree angle, arms crossed as he said, "This is just the intermediate difficulty level of the Demon General. Haha, it's nothing special." Meanwhile, the younger one next to him saw Lin Yu's coaster come to a stop, worriedly pointing at Lin Yu, saying, "Brother Xiao, look ahead." At that moment, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian's coaster was sliding backward. The one named Xiao was startled and shouted, "Don't come here." Lin Yu saw his coaster moving faster and faster in reverse. He assessed the situation. The speed is now twice as fast as before. Moreover, since we're moving backward, we can't rely on inertia. And the acceleration like this makes it almost double the danger. This is definitely not within the difficulty level as per the rules. This is no longer just a close call. After assessing the situation, Lin Yu quickly reminded Xiao Nian to unbuckle the seatbelt. We need to get off the roller coaster right now. Xiao Nian, struggling but unable to unfasten the seatbelt, anxiously said to Lin Yu, "The seatbelt is locked. There's no way to open it." Lin Yu's seatbelt was the same as Xiao Nian's. Thinking quickly, he took out the knife he had previously given to Lilith, but it was returned to him to cut the seatbelt. Damn it! On the side of the other coaster, the two demons were not experiencing the same problem as Lin Yu. Their seatbelts released automatically, leaving them somewhat confused. However, just a few seconds later, it was as though they were being controlled by someone, as they stood up and attacked Lin Yu by throwing cans of soda that had been infused with spiritual power. Seeing the attack, Lin Yu swiftly redirected the cans, causing them to explode mid-air between his coaster and the demon's coaster. The staff member below, witnessing this, could not help but shout in frustration. "What are you doing? The rules clearly state that guests are not allowed to throw things from above." Ignoring the staff member's shout, the two demons continued throwing cans at Lin Yu, while still trying to cut their seatbelts. Lin Yu observed the scene and silently calculated. These two are already trapped in a nightmare. Someone is controlling their bodies as if they're sleepwalking. I need to deal with them quickly. After a while of struggling to cut through the seatbelt, it finally snapped. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's off. He turned around, ready to move toward the two men. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Xiao Nian. "Xiao Nian, protect yourself for a moment." Xiao Nian replied, "Yes." Lin Yu quickly dashed toward the two men, and as he moved, he didn't forget to redirect a few cans they had thrown, causing many explosions around him. After a minute, he landed on their ship. With swift precision, before the two men could react, Lin Yu slammed their heads together. He even spoke in a soothing tone, like a mother rocking her child to sleep. Sleep peacefully now. The two men immediately lost consciousness after their heads collided. Lin Yu turned back to look at the ship ahead, silently cursing. It's getting closer. He then called Zhu Qiang and Ning out from the spirit realm. Zhu Qiang and Ning, help me block this collision. Zhu Qiang then moved forward to push the train, while the two demons stepped back. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Ning pushed Xiao Mian's train, preventing it from moving backward. Despite putting in all their strength, it was still very difficult. Lin Yu silently assessed. The power is truly overwhelming. With the mid-level strength of a demon general, it's essentially impossible to stop it. When their efforts failed to make a difference, Lin Yu and Ning coordinated and quickly jumped back. Ning transferred her spiritual power to Lin Yu, while he took out the Ming Hun Hua Bai and wrote the word stop on it, directing it toward the two trains behind, temporarily halting them. Afterward, he turned around and called out, Zhu Qiang. Understanding the signal, Zhu Qiang took out a knife and poured all his spiritual power into it before slashing down at the roller coaster's track. The manager below, witnessing the destruction of the track, widened his eyes in shock and yelled, "Oh my God! What happened?" After Zhu Qiang's attack, the roller coaster track was left with a large hole in the ground, and the rail had snapped. Meanwhile, Xiao Nian's two roller coasters collided with the two demons, but because the collision was at two parallel diagonal angles, the impact was greatly reduced. This crash also caused the two demons to snap out of their stupor. Both sides were in a state of panic and fear, tears streaming down their faces as they screamed, "Aha!" But after slipping off the roller coaster tracks, both trains plummeted into free fall. Seeing this, Lin Yu shouted loudly at Xiao Mian, "Quick, unbuckle your seatbelt." Hearing that, Xiao Mian began to calm down. She focused on the seatbelt, and to her surprise, she said, "Ha! I didn't expect it to actually come off." When she successfully unlatched the seatbelt, her facial muscles relaxed. She happily jumped off the train and landed in Lin Yu's arms. As for the other train, it crashed to the ground and shattered. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, after safely catching Xiao Nian, slowly landed, holding her in a princess carry. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "Huh, that was a close one." Seeing Lin Yu land, Zhu Qiang hurried over, beaming with joy, and said, "The Lord." Then, Zhu Qiang surrounded himself with spiritual power to show off to Lin Yu. Upon seeing Zhu Qiang's spiritual power had reached a high level, Lin Yu spoke up, "Just now, with that strike, have you ascended to the high level of Ghost General?" Zhu Qiang responded happily, "Haha, when I saw the Lord in danger, the psychological pressure was a bit too much. I don't know how, but I ascended. Indeed, compared to closed-door cultivation, I'm more suited to real combat." Zhu Qiang immediately knelt down, hands clasped together to show his loyalty. "This time, I believe I will protect the Lord even better." Lin Yu saw the loyalty through the recent action and felt a quiet joy in his heart. Compared to progress and strength, this loyalty and righteousness are the most valuable. Turning to the two demons, even though Lin Yu had ignored them falling freely along with the ship, causing only slight bruises, they still struggled to get up and crawl off the ship. The senior demon with the horn spoke up after standing. "If we hadn't reacted quickly and jumped off the vehicle, we would have been impaled." It seemed that these two still didn't realize that without Lin Yu, they might not even be alive. But this demon immediately blamed everything on Lin Yu and rushed to attack him. "Are you both crazy? You almost killed us. I won't let this go." However, as his punch neared Lin Yu, it was effortlessly stopped by a hand from Zhu Qiang. With a displeased expression on the horned demon's face, Lin Yu responded with a calm demeanor. "Think clearly. We have no grudges. What would I gain by harming you?" He sneered. "Hemph, didn't you come from the core area as well? You must have recognized us long ago." The person continued shouting, as if unwilling to understand. "Hemph, weren't you also from the core area?" He was trying to reveal his identity to intimidate Lin Yu, but was immediately silenced by his younger brother, who only managed to mutter a few unclear words. Being assassinated is a common occurrence." The younger brother spoke up. Stop talking." Lin Yu stood and watched the two of them, Feeling at a loss for words, he thought to himself, "Are these two idiots some famous figures in the core area?" Then he replied to them, "I don't even know you, and with the strength of a beginner ghost general, if I really wanted to kill someone, you wouldn't have made it this far." After Lin Yu's words, Zhu Qiang gave the two ghosts a sharp glare, making both of them tremble in fear, and they hurriedly said, with the strength of a high-level ghost general, it seems there's no need to engage in mass killing. Self-destruction is enough." After that, Lin Yu paid them no more attention and turned to leave. He said, "The train is going in the opposite direction. The amusement park is the one at fault. If you're not satisfied, come with me to the amusement park and hold them accountable." They then went to find the amusement park manager. Hearing Lin Yu's voice from a distance, the manager, grumbling in anger, said, "Accountability. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." But at this moment, the man suddenly remembered the incident earlier and silently worried. "Although I don't know why the train is running in the opposite direction like this, causing such a big issue. The director and the CEO will definitely punish me. I have to think of a way to shift all the responsibility onto the visitors." After a few seconds of quick thinking, the man immediately snapped, pointing directly at Lin Yu and saying, "You cut the roller coaster's power supply without permission, seriously affecting the operation of the amusement park. It's not just a matter of compensating with 100 million. You will have to pay the price for this." The two lackeys standing behind, hearing this, responded with displeasure. "You are being unreasonable. We want to file a complaint against you." The manager, still calm, crossed his arms and replied, "Do you still have the nerve to stand on their side? Throwing things down from above was fun, wasn't it?" Upon hearing this, the two men were stunned, still confused, and asked again, "What things did we throw from above? I don't remember anything." The amusement park manager then took out his camera, raised it, and smugly said, "I've recorded everything. Witnesses, evidence, and videos are all here. None of you can escape this." At this moment, Lin Yu finally noticed the camera lens that the manager was holding up. That eye looked quite similar to the one in his nightmare, which startled him. Lin Yu then stepped closer to the manager and said, "So what do you want? Are you asking for compensation?" The manager replied with an annoyed expression, "You broke our equipment, so of course you must compensate. Not only for the repair costs, but also for the losses due to the shutdown." When he heard that he had to pay money, Lin Yu secretly rejoiced in his heart. "Haha, just as I thought. The system gave me 100 million ghost coins." He then tossed the money towards the manager. Seeing the money, the manager eagerly grabbed each ghost coin and replied, "This is 100 million ghost coins." After taking all the money into his hands, the manager finally felt relieved and thought to himself, "As long as I give him these 100 million ghost coins, the manager won't hold it against me anymore. I might even get rewarded for this achievement." Feeling very pleased, but still not forgetting to adjust his attitude, the manager responded to Lin Yu, "All right, then I'll accept this on behalf of the amusement park." At this moment, the system also displayed, "Task 12 is simple. Just play. Task content. Do not purchase any goods or items. Only use 3 billion in small change for entertainment. Task progress. 1 billion/3 billion. Task reward. 3 high-level item copy cards." He thought to himself, "Does compensation for playing also count towards task progress?" Lin Yu then pointed at the camera and said, "Compensation has been completed, and I will take your camera to prevent any future slander." The manager responded, "All right, this dream camera is top-grade yin energy. After depreciation, it can be sold for 5 million. Lin Yu held the camera in his hand, and the system immediately displayed, "Detected top-grade yin energy dream camera. Item for the host dream camera has been located. Function: to record fragments of dreams and stitch them together to form a special demon world known as the dream. Detected spiritual Kai related to the dream camera. Do you wish to seal it?" Seeing the system's reminder, Lin Yu immediately asked Ding Liang in the ghost command space, "Top-grade yin energy can also generate spiritual Kai?" Ding Liang responded, "Something of such a low grade, under normal conditions, would never produce spiritual ki. But then you had the system seal it." After the successful seal, the system notified him that the spiritual Kai related to the dream camera had been sealed. Once sealed, the camera's bulging eye also closed. At this point, the camera looked less strange, He began to test taking pictures with it. After a few minutes of testing the functions, Lin Yu put the camera away and continued on his way. He couldn't stop thinking. All these incidents are probably connected to that red eye. This nightmare amusement park is deeper than it seems. At this moment, the two ghosts asked the manager, "So, can we leave now?" The manager replied, "Of course, now that all the evidence has been bought, I won't pursue it anymore." Then the two of them quickly hurried to catch up with Lin Yu to thank him. "Thanks for saving us. Earlier it was just a misunderstanding from my brother." Seeing their thanks, Lin Yu felt a bit awkward, thinking to himself, "Maybe it's because you guys got dragged into this mess by me that you're the unlucky ones this time. What's there to thank for?" But you didn't tell the truth. Instead you said, "It's fine, but I advise you all that if you've had enough fun, it's best to leave soon. This place might be much more dangerous than you think." The subordinate sighed and said to Lin Yu, "Sigh, they say a strong dragon doesn't crotch a local snake. We plan to head back to the core area." The other person replied, "By the way, what's your name? Even in the core area, there aren't many who dare to act as boldly as you. Maybe we've heard of you before." Lin Yu confidently responded, "Great Emperor Fengdu." The two said, "Great Emperor Fengdu. Never heard of him, but it's fine. We'll remember you. We really like your style. If you ever come to the core area, feel free to visit Zhuan Leshi and hang out with our brothers Xiao Sha." Afterward, the two cheerfully waved goodbye to Lin Yu and left. Hearing this, Lin Yu muttered, "The core area. I'll get there sooner or later. For now, I'll just play something else." After arriving at the new game zone, this time it was a free-fall tower game, and the game master was a one-eyed chicken. Before getting ready to play, Xiaoman gently asked Lin Yu, "Brother Lin, are you really going alone? Is it because I'm too weak and can't keep up with you?" Lin Yu said, "Xiaoman, don't be so self-conscious." Lin Yu then leaned in closer to Xiaoman, causing her face to turn slightly red. "Besides, I actually need your help." After that, Lin Yu sat down on the gaming chair by himself and told the chicken manager to set the difficulty to the highest level. Upon hearing this, the chicken manager asked Lin Yu again to confirm, "Activate the hardest mode, starting from the peak and descending at the highest speed. Are you sure?" Lin Yu replied, "I'm sure." "All right, then prepare to face the nightmare," the chicken manager responded, increasing the difficulty. Once Lin Yu was taken to the top of the tower, he fell at a great speed. This time, Lin Yu entered a dream again, and in the dream, he found himself back at the crematorium of the city. It was the same old memory. The moment he was about to be taken into the cremation room, with two staff members chatting. "Is this the body of the victim from the accident? It's such a shame, so young. I heard he was an orphan, with no one to take care of his funeral arrangements. After the cremation, he'll completely disappear from this world, leaving no trace behind." The two people continued speaking. "At this point, there's nothing more we can do for the dead." But this time, there was a new detail when the staff member placed a stack of paper with a red eye image on Lin Yu's face, before covering him with a white blanket. After Lin Yu's body was wheeled into the cremation room by two attendants, they started the incineration. The flames spread across the room, reaching Lin Yu. The paper with the eye image remained on his face at first, but was soon lifted by the flames. The papers beneath it also began to burn. At this moment, the paper with the eye image changed its shape from earlier. It laughed out loud. "Ha! Let's go." Suddenly, Lin Yu opened his eyes, stared at it, and replied, "It's over now. It's happening right now." Seeing Lin Yu wake up on his own, unlike what it had expected, it seemed startled. Then, Lin Yu's next action made it even more panicked when he sat up and reached out to grab it. Being quite careless, it was caught firmly in Lin Yu's hand, and it screamed, "Ah, you can wake up from the nightmare." But then, he gently held it with just two fingers and confidently replied, "Last time, I discovered that when memories begin to distort, this place is no longer a nightmare bound by rules. This is merely a space in the demon world with special rules." He then took both ears of the paper with the eye on it, stared straight at it, and continued, "You, the one who secretly stole and altered my memories, were the reason I couldn't see the scene in the crematory last time. It spoke. Impossible. After I left, everything I took with me was forgotten. You shouldn't have been able to detect the memory distortion. Then the eye revealed its true form. It stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. It's impossible for you to be revived. Something even stranger must have occurred here than what I saw, so you must have already noticed the gaps in your memories. Indeed, a bigger secret is hidden in your nightmare, something I could not see. Lin Yu replied, "You're right. That's why you've been following me, isn't it?" He then took out a stack of ghost coins, held them in front of the eye, and said confidently, "Actually, I really admire your ability. If you cooperate with me and obediently reveal the memories, I'll pay you." Looking at a pile of ghost coins in front of him, the figure seemed displeased, and did not even glance at them in return. "Humph, I am not a greedy demon like others. You cannot use money to bribe spiritual Kai." Lin Yu smiled, waving his hand over the pile of money, and said, "Although you can't directly use money, if you want to level up or build your paradise, where would you not need money?" It seemed to hit a chord, and the figure's eye finally shifted toward the pile of ghost coins, responding, "What you say makes sense." But then it realized it was being lured, and its eyes widened as it exclaimed, No, that's not right. You can't possibly be willing to let me see your secrets. You will definitely silence me. Just like me, if I were to see your secrets, I would want to silence you. Humans are cunning. I will lock you in this nightmare. I want to slowly torture you until you reveal every secret within the dream." True to its words, the figure immediately activated spiritual power, setting the room aflame. Lin Yu remained calm, his body gradually enveloped in a layer of spiritual power. He stood up and confidently responded, "Is this how you welcome customers in the nightmare amusement park? Then don't blame me for ruining your game." Lin Yu charged straight toward the eye. The person saw Lin Yu attacking and quickly fled in a panic. Lin Yu's punch, when it hit the crematorium door, instantly shattered it, and the fire spread out in the same direction, causing the two employees outside to panic. They hurriedly covered their faces with their hands to protect themselves from flying concrete debris. While Lin Yu continued to chase after the eye, the two employees stood frozen in place upon witnessing Lin Yu chasing it. As the eye flew past them, a surge of spiritual power enveloped the two employees, causing them to go berserk. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and their fangs grew long like vampires, rushing toward Lin Yu in an attempt to stop him. However, with just one strike, Lin Yu sent both of them flying straight up to the ceiling. Seeing this, the eye inwardly sighed. "Damn it, this is definitely not the power of an ordinary human." Lin Yu then called Zhu Xiang out from the spirit realm. Zhu Xiang appeared, and he quickly rushed toward the eye to capture it, quickly returned the dreamscape to the master. When Zhu Xiang's hand was almost about to touch the eye, it activated all its spiritual power, turning its body red-hot and swelling in size, forcing Zhu Xiang to retreat. The figure above laughed loudly toward Lin Yu. "Ha! You completely do not understand the rules of the dreamscape. This is my domain. You beings from the real world, whether human or demon, all your tricks are useless before me." However, on the contrary, Lin Yu remained confident, snapping his fingers and speaking towards the eye. "You're rejoicing too soon." Right after the snap, the space behind the eye suddenly tore open. Through the tear, Xiao Nian, riding the dream-eating tapir, flew towards them. The eye, at this moment, appeared unfazed, merely glancing and then speaking. "Dream-eating tapir, clearly you don't have any teammates here. When did you sneak in?" Xiao Nian cheerfully explained to the eye. "The dream-eating tapir's abilities have a limited range. Brother Lin deliberately separated me from the group, so at first, you naturally didn't notice. But as long as I wait near the ground, and wait for the tower to fall low enough, I can activate my innate dream-invading ability. This time, I'll definitely be able to help Brother Lin." Upon hearing Xiao Nian's words, the dream-eating tapir immediately lunged and began biting at the eye. When it saw that the right side of the eye had lost a small portion, it cried out, "Ah!" Xiao Nian then jumped down near Lin Yu, grinning with narrowed eyes. "Brother Lin." Lin Yu casually responded, "Well done." As the three stood beneath the house, with the dream-eating tapir chasing after the eye, it scolded, "Cunning, you're really too cunning." Lin Yu smiled brightly, waving his hand in response. "Soon, the dream-eating tapir will nibble at you piece by piece. I think you should just surrender now." Although still running, the figure confidently responded to Lin Yu. "Humph, as long as the spiritual key of my true body is not destroyed and the rules remain intact, As long as the Nightmare Amusement Park exists, I will never be defeated. Even if I return your memories this time, so what? As long as you still wish to relive nightmares, you will have to keep playing the game in the park. As soon as the words left its mouth, the figure's eye began to expand, causing the dream-eating tapir to stop in shock. Xiao Nian, from below, informed Lin Yu of the situation. This is bad. It's going to self-destruct. Before vanishing, it didn't forget to remind Lin Yu. Sooner or later, I will trap you in the nightmare forever. At that moment, the self-destruction of the eye coincided with Lin Yu's escape from the dream. Xiao Nian below called out loudly, "Lin Jie." At this moment, Lin Yu was falling, smiling as he responded to Xiao Nian. "Is that all you've got?" Suddenly, the one-eyed chicken manager, while trying to control the speed of the game below, tensed up, trembling all over, his teeth grinding audibly as he said, "The braking system is malfunctioning. It can't stop. The jumping tower might really crash to the ground." Lin Yu, with both hands charged full of spiritual power, confidently replied, "Why brake? We don't need to. I'm going to increase the speed even more." Hearing the name of the chicken manager, it was like a bolt of lightning struck beside his ear, and he blurted out, "What?" Meanwhile, Lin Yu, with increasing confidence, said, "Big-eyed one, just increase the speed of the device. If you claim you coexist with this park, then let it destroy the park. Let's see where you can win after that." At that moment, the big-eyed guy's body was covered in red veins, and he angrily said, He wants to destroy my park. Does he dare?" On the other hand, Lin Yu, thoroughly enjoying himself, responded, "We're at Nightmare Amusement Park. Of course, we have to go for the thrill ride." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion occurred beneath the tower, sending dust and smoke swirling everywhere. After the free-fall tower attraction was severely damaged, Xiao Nian rushed over and shouted, "Brother Lin." Through the smoke, a familiar figure slowly appeared, walking toward Xiao Nian. As the figure became clearer, it was Lin Yu, hands in his pockets, with a confident expression, replying to Xiao Nian. With mental fortitude like this, they still managed to open an amusement park. They really can't handle pressure. The manager of the free-fall tower game, the chicken manager, was stunned when he saw Lin Yu walk out of the explosion unscathed. His fingers trembled slightly as he thought to himself, the machinery actually slowed down in the final seconds. Could it be that the director is truly afraid? The Aning team quickly charged past the chicken manager, catching the chicken off guard even more. The entire Aning team quickly surrounded Lin Yu and Xiao Nian. Among the team, the most adorable members were the pink pig, the penguin, the green rhinoceros, the hippopotamus, and the white rabbit. From behind, the voice of the green frog director of Nightmare Amusement Park echoed, "You're daring to cause trouble at Nightmare Amusement Park? Security team, capture him for me." As soon as the green frog director finished speaking, the Aning team immediately charged to attack Lin Yu. Lin Yu, still confident, infused his spiritual power into his fist to counterattack, not forgetting to say, "You don't know your own limits." With just one punch, Lin Yu sent the whole Aning team of cuteness flying in all directions. Ah! Lin Yu continued to charge toward the green frog director. Upon seeing this, the green frog director sighed. General-level ghosts. The dean didn't even mention that his strength was this formidable. When Lin Yu's punch was just inches away from the frog director's body, the frog director suddenly screamed, "No, don't come here." When Lin Yu's fist was only 1 centimeter from the frog manager's elbow, Lin Yu was surprised. The frog immediately acted as if he had a narrow escape, then pretended to retreat, screaming. This unexpected development slightly surprised Lin Yu, but he quickly switched gears and said, "Ghost General Beginner Stage, are you the manager of the amusement park?" The green frog, with confidence, tucked his arms under his armpits and replied, his cheeks slightly flushed, probably embarrassed by how over-the-top his previous action had been. "That's right, I'm the CEO of Nightmare Amusement Park." Lin Yu didn't press further, and the two of them just stood there, conversing. "Did Big Eyes send you here?" The green frog responded, "Even if the director didn't give orders as CEO, I'm still responsible for upholding the rules of the park." Hearing the green frog's solemn and responsible words, Lin Yu sighed helplessly. "If it weren't for me dodging quickly when I was attacked, I would have almost believed you were as dedicated as you claim." The green frog replied, "Hemph. Work has to be strategic. My strength isn't on par with yours, and I have to support the security team. So of course I can't just charge in." Then he pointed straight at Lin Yu's face, the discomfort of a manager fulfilling his duty showing. "I don't want to make an enemy of you, but you're a dangerous factor that has seriously disrupted our business. As a matter of principle, I must expel you from Nightmare Amusement Park." Hearing these words, Lin Yu scoffed inwardly, thinking to himself, "What's this old fox hinting at?" Then, he confidently replied to the green frog, "I won't leave this park. I just ruined the trampoline game. I can pay for the damage. Is that enough?" Upon hearing that Lin Yu would pay, the green frog unexpectedly exclaimed, "Oh, can you really afford to pay 100 million? Lin Yu said, 100 million is nothing to me. As long as you let me continue destroying things, I can pay even more." The green frog said, "What? You still want to keep destroying things?" Lin Yu replied, "Is there something wrong with that according to the rules?" At this moment, the green frog appeared very angry, responding to Lin Yu's indifferent expression. "Although the rules don't say anything, if you keep breaking all the equipment, what will the tourists have left to enjoy? This is about the reputation of the park and my job. This is not something that can be solved with money." Seeing that the green frog was being very responsible and refused to agree, Lin Yu turned to leave, leaving the green frog dumbfounded. Before leaving, he added a few more words. "Haha, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. If you're going to be so stubborn, sorry, I won't pay a single penny." Seeing Lin Yu decisively leave, the green frog angrily shouted, "No, you can't leave. Security team, why aren't you stopping them?" Upon hearing the CEO's command, the security team frowned, puzzled. Clearly, they were no match for them earlier, and now they were being told to fight again. At this moment, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian left. As they walked, Xiao Nian turned to Lin Yu and asked, "Lin, do you really want to turn against the park side? The horror game mission hasn't been completed yet." Lin Yu replied, "Haha, don't worry, in less than 3 seconds, he'll have to back down." Just as Lin Yu had predicted, the green frog quickly changed his stance, rushing over to Lin Yu and Xiao Nian. "Wait, please hold on a moment." The green frog's expression changed 180 degrees, turning into a bright smile as he spoke. "Haha, you're right. Rules may be rigid, but people are flexible. Everything can be negotiated." Lin Yu didn't beat around the bush. When something could be solved with money, it was easy. He took out a ghost coin worth 100 million ghost coins from his ghost summoning space and said, "Now that's more like it. After all, you're just an employee. Why risk your life defending your boss's interests?" He quietly thought to himself, it wasn't about money. It was just that the benefits hadn't reached him yet. When the 100 million ghost coins appeared in Lin Yu's hand, he pressed it toward the green frog. "Here's 100 million. The green frog held the 100 million ghost coins in his hand, unable to believe his eyes, and exclaimed, "What?" Still quite bewildered because he had never held such a large sum of money before, Lin Yu leaned in close to the green frog and whispered, "In addition to the compensation, I'll give you another 10 million as commission. In return, within the scope of your authority, you need to handle all the consequences this incident causes for me." The green frog quietly agreed. "All right." While his eyes were still fixed on the 100 million ghost coins in his hand, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian followed the green frog to his office. The frog director quickly prepared a compensation receipt, stamped it, and handed it to Lin Yu. "The 100 million compensation you gave me is sufficient. I'll write up a full invoice and reconciliation letter. All the procedures will be flawless. However, I'm afraid the ticket office will no longer be able to sell tickets to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately expressed his disagreement and responded, "That's not acceptable. I still want to continue playing the games." The green frog replied, "I understand. Come to the management office tomorrow morning, and I'll introduce you to the black market ticket channel." After resolving everything, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian left the green frog's office, and as they walked, they continued their discussion. Xiao Nian asked Lin Yu, "Did he really agree to settle things this way? Isn't he afraid of the dean?" Lin Yu replied, "Of course not." Lin Yu then explained to Xiao Nian, "Actually, the reason Big Eyes sent the CEO here wasn't to actually drive you away, but to use the security team to test your strength. The triangular relationship between Lin Yu, Green Frog, and Big Eyes supports each other in turn. The relationship between Big Eyes and Lin Yu is based on rules. Between Lin Yu and Green Frog is based on strength, and between Green Frog and Big Eyes is based on interests. Before they uncover the secret in your memories, they won't take any real action. This is an opportunity for the CEO to benefit himself. As long as the compensation process goes through the superficial procedures, and both sides reach a win-win situation, of course, he will agree. Xiao Mian pondered. So that's how it is. Looks like if I want to take over the family business, I really need to learn more about this side of things. Your ultimate goal isn't to destroy the park, but to force spiritual ki to reveal itself. He thought to himself, compared to playing entertainment games or trying to regain my memories in nightmares, directly acquiring this super quality yin energy is definitely the most optimal way to clear this dungeon. As for what trick he would use next, he would wait and see. That evening, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian rented a villa to rest. At that moment, Xiao Nian was showering in the bathroom after a tiring day of playing, speaking to herself. I'm so tired. This amusement park dungeon is completely different from the romantic atmosphere I imagined. But after today's battle, Lin will definitely gradually recognize me, right? Tomorrow, I need to try even harder. For now, I'll just take a shower and get some good rest tonight. Just as she was opening the bathroom door, Xiao Mian was surprised to see Lin Yu standing right in front of it. Lin, what are you doing here so late? Don't say anything yet. Lin Yu replied, then took out a poker card and used his spiritual power to open the demon world, leaving Xiao Mian confused about what was happening. After the demon world was opened, a large eye suddenly appeared on the ceiling, only to be struck and vanished in an instant. Xiao Mian now understood and spoke up. This is... They say when staying somewhere, one should be careful of hidden cameras. Seems like that's true. Xiao Mian, do you remember that in the demon world, the dream-eating tapper in the tower bit a piece of meat from spiritual Kai? Yeah, just like you guessed, the eye that intruded into your dream was a projection of a nightmare created by spiritual K. Lin Yu said, so why don't we try and see if we can explore the nightmare memories that belong to this spiritual K. At this moment, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian were sitting and watching the memories of the Big Eye. The memories of Big Eye's life gradually became clearer before both of them. Unlike humans and demons, who have their own physical bodies, the spirit exists through a yin energy tool or is nurtured from extraordinary materials. It may form due to the owner's obsession or arise by a random twist of fate. My essence was created from the corpse of the Ghost King, transforming into super-quality yin energy, possessing innate intelligence, and being super-quality yin energy of the first level. Eye of Nightmare, capable of seeing through the most terrifying memories in the hearts of beings with strength lower than the Ghost King. However, due to limitations in form and innate abilities, I was imprisoned in this small body, forced to be controlled by the owner for life, generation after generation, until one day by chance, the owner brought me to the Nightmare Amusement Park, and I discovered a way to rapidly ascend. I could absorb the soul power of those who died in nightmares, taking their natural talents, skills, and knowledge from their memories, making them my own. Thus, I absorbed the power of my owner, hid within this park, waited for the opportunity to kill the manager, and took his position. I even exploited the elemental memories of the demon creatures, transforming them into my employees to help me attract more visitors. The large eye said, finally, I have completely merged my body with this park. Here, both the rules of light and darkness benefit me. I can freely threaten, kill, devour souls, and upgrade. First-class masterpiece, second-class super quality, third-class super quality. I want to absorb more knowledge. I want to uncover more secrets. I want to become even stronger. When I achieve the status of a saint, I will turn my legendary life into a comic book called Asterisk Evolution from One Eye Asterisk. After watching all of the large eye's memories, Xiao Nian was a bit scared and muttered, it really sounds like an inspirational story. Lin Yu then commented, ambition, when placed in the right context, truly makes for an epic tale. But if he keeps rushing into the muzzle of my gun, he should be ready for a counterattack. Holding the mini version of the large eye in his hand, Lin Yu thought for a moment before turning to leave. Before he left, he didn't forget to thank Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian, thank you this time for helping me understand spiritual Kai earlier. Xiao Nan replied happily. I'm glad I could help, Mr. Lin. Lin Yu said, but tomorrow, I might take more drastic action, so I won't be taking you along. You should rest well. Xiao Nan replied, oh, Mr. Lin, I'm not afraid. But Lin Yu still continued to return to his room, closed the door, and stood there in a daze, staring at the door. Lin Yu Xiao Nan mumbled to himself. I was too abrupt. Brother Lin came here to find his memories, and something so private like this is probably something he doesn't want me to see. While Xiao Nan stood there in a daze in front of the door, Lin Yu was on the other side, leaning against the door, deep in thought. It had nothing to do with strength or trust. At this moment, no one else should be dragged into it. After the spiritual Kai self-detonated, I also saw my true memories. In the cremation furnace, the thing that was burned alongside my body was a stack of ghost money. He looked at the divine rune system before him, pondering. If I'm not mistaken, the divine rune system was activated at that moment. Since entering the horror game, I had always used the ghost money issued by the system to overcome difficulties, trying to transform it into practical resources to equip myself. But because the rules of the demon world forbade the plundering of ghost money, I didn't need to worry about being eyed by stronger beings within the inner levels of the demon world. My strength kept growing stronger. One day, I would venture deeper into the core area of the demon world, face the Ghost King, the demonic saint, and even the creator of this horror game. He thought, if our cheating software is exposed, could there be any problems? Right now, I still don't know anything. The nightmare memories can only reveal content below the level of the Ghost King, so the system won't appear in the dreamscape. But the related clues might not necessarily reach the level of the Ghost King. I need to seize every opportunity and investigate the origin of the system as soon as possible. After a moment of contemplation on his next course of action, Lin Yu called Ding Liang out of the ghost summoning space. Ding Liang. Ding Liang responded, Master, what can I do for you? Lin Yu took out the photograph and handed it to Ding Liang, saying, help me research this. After a night's rest, the next morning, Lin Yu went to the park and headed to the office of the Green Frog manager. At that moment, inside the office, the Green Frog, smiling, introduced Lin Yu to a demon resembling a wild boar. This is the oldest ticket seller at Nightmare Amusement Park, who has been in this line of work for over 10 years. Oh, over 10 years. Hasn't the park done anything about it? The boar-headed demon replied confidently, haha, they basically can't do anything about me. The pig-headed demon said, to be honest with you, Old New used to work at the amusement park. It was only because I offended the manager that I was fired. But I quickly figured out the loopholes in the ticket sales rules. Over the years, I've made a living selling black market tickets. In fact, it's even more comfortable than having a regular job. The tickets I hold are not just VIP express passes, but also come with special privileges, allowing access to undisclosed features. As long as you pay the proper underworld price, I guarantee your experience will be even better than buying tickets at the official counter. All right, then let me see how far your black market tickets can take me. As he spoke, Lin Yu pulled out a 100 million ghost coins bill and placed it in front of him. After the transaction was completed, the two headed for the Nightmare Amusement Park. Old New confidently said, the most thrilling attraction here, without a doubt, is the giant swinging Ferris wheel. It focuses mainly on high speed, chaos, and disorder, capable of shaking the passengers' brains to a mushy consistency. How about it? Want to try that sensation? The ticket cost 1 million ghost coins. Upon hearing the price, Lin Yu took out the money and handed it over. Old New secretly assessed him. No wonder it's a black market ticket. The price is 10 times higher than the official counter. Here are 5 million ghost coins for you, Lin Yu said. No need to give any change. Old New replied, you're very generous, sir. Please, follow me. Lin Yu asked, we don't need to check the tickets. Old New replied, no need to go to the ticket counter. We take the special path. Actually, this swinging Ferris wheel has a seat that's not publicly visible. The completely enclosed 360-degree space gives a much stronger feeling of dizziness, suffocation, and excitement. Lin Yu looked up at the swinging Ferris wheel, thinking, all the equipment is right here. There's no seat like that. Wait a minute. Once he realized, Lin Yu asked Old New to confirm. Wait, is the seat you're talking about in the very center? Old New said, haha, that's right. right in the center of the system check room. That's a place only internal staff like me know about. Lin Yu stroked his chin and said, "So the black ticket and the rule loophole you mentioned are part of this operation." Sure enough, exploiting informational power is the best way to make money. Dear guest, don't think I'm making money easily. The information disparity is just the most basic condition. The yin key wire in this inspection route is extremely complicated. Only someone with as much experience as I have can guide you through. Lin Yu thought, yin key wire. I get it now. All the mechanical equipment in this park is essentially yin energy tools. At this moment, the system displayed the following notifications. Detection of a top-grade yin energy tool. Pendulum has been detected. Detection of a top-grade yin energy tool. Yun Chao Ferris wheel. Detection of a top-grade yin energy tool. Carousals. Detection of a top-grade yin energy tool. Star Tower. The size of these devices was enormous, consuming an immense amount of materials, and their manufacturing costs were astronomical. However, the core structure inside was only at a standard top-tier level, utilizing wires to transmit and amplify spiritual power. A top-grade yin energy tool, by nature, had no consciousness of its own. The only one capable of controlling them was the spiritual key of the Nightmare Eye. In other words, all the yin energy devices in this park housed a fragment of the soul of the Nightmare Eye's spiritual key within their cores. After walking for a while, Old Nu led Lin Yu to a room outside, with a sign that read, "Entrance for inspection, no entry without a valid reason." As he followed Old Nu, Lin Yu silently assessed. The park's ticket window no longer sells tickets to me, likely to prevent me from using it to destroy the devices. But due to the existence of the black ticket voucher, I unintentionally found the fatal flaw of these devices. As he was descending the stairs leading down, a surge of high-voltage red electricity suddenly erupted from the staircase, causing Lin Yu to be startled and slip his hand off the railing. Old Nu saw Lin Yu slip and lose grip of the platform, and he panicked for a moment. However, Lin Yu quickly caught the lower part of the platform with his foot, narrowly avoiding disaster. Lin Yu remained deep in thought. The weakness truly lay beneath the strictest protection. Old Nu shouted, "Be careful. The spiritual power here has been compressed to an extremely high level. In such a confined space, even a high-level ghost general would meet certain death if they came into contact with it. The maximum speed of the rotating platform is 200 kilometers/a. Based on the transmission frequency of the spiritual power waves, small sparks of arc will be emitted every 3 seconds, while larger arcs will appear every 15 seconds. Given the physical distance between them, we must maintain this speed. Anyway, you must stay close to me." It turned out that this was the core competitive ability of the Black Ticket Pass. After descending through a staircase, Old Nu led Lin Yu through a ventilation passage, and then up another flight of stairs. Eventually, they reached their destination. Old Nu happily said, "We're here." He then pointed to a large hole and said, "Below here is the core position of the giant rotating platform. There's no projectile system in place. You can safely descend with your spiritual power. The giant rotating platform will start in 5 minutes. If there's nothing else, I'll head out now. Once it stops, I'll come back to get you." When Old Nu was about to leave, Lin Yu made a suggestion. "Wait a minute, Old Nu. I'm willing to pay 500 million ghost coins to buy all the park's ticket evasion tactics. What do you think?" Hearing the amount Lin Yu offered, Old Nu was taken aback and repeated, 500 million. This. Lin Yu continued, "Don't you want it? Think carefully. If you take this deal, you could save yourself at least 10 years of struggle." Old Nu hesitated, scratching his head before replying. "What you say makes sense. But after all, this is how I make a living for the next few decades. Don't worry, I'm not going to lower myself to compete with you for business. I've got no shortage of money. I came to this nightmare amusement park just to have some fun." Hearing Lin Yu's assurance, Old Nu began to waver, silently calculating the pros and cons in his mind. If I don't take this money, wouldn't that be a waste? But what if it gets discovered? Seeing Old Nu's hesitation, Lin Yu raised the offer. 600 million, 700 million, 800 million? Each word Lin Yu spoke struck Old Nu like a thunderclap, thinking to himself, "This person. I never expected him to offer such a price using units in the hundreds of millions." When the number reached 1 billion, what was there to hesitate about? Lin Yu also took out the ghost coins in front of Old New. Seeing this, Old New hurriedly stepped forward to receive the ghost coins from Lin Yu, repeatedly expressing his thanks. I trust you. I agree to sell them to you. Then, let me go get the pen and sign right away. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately took out the Ming Hun Ha Bai and a sheet of paper, handing them to Old New. No need to waste time, you can write it down right now. When Old New saw Lin Yu casually take out the yin weapon with super quality, he exclaimed in shock. Ah, this is the central axis. Even though it doesn't sway, when the pendulum starts, the negative force rays can be very dangerous. Hearing Old New's reminder, Lin Yu summoned Zhu Xiang and Ning from the demon space. Zhu Xiang and Ning. The appearance of the two high-level demons, under Lin Yu's command, stunned Old New, who stood rooted to the spot. After receiving the order, Zhu Xiang immediately created an expanded demon world, a golden aura surrounding the four of them, protecting them from the red electric beams. Lin Yu then spoke, 2 intermediate demon generals and a Dharma protector for you. Now you should have no more worries. Right. Standing still for a while and witnessing this scene, Old New silently assessed. Hemph, first tempting with benefits, then forcing compliance. This guest is indeed not easy to handle. Holding the paper and pen in front of him, realizing there was no way to avoid it, Old New replied to Lin Yu, since you've said this much, if I refuse any further, it would be truly impolite. I'll write it down. Then, Old New used the floor as a desk and began writing. The content Old New wrote on the paper was, V represents the degree of negative force accumulation, the tilde symbol represents the level of negative force, and the measuring instrument is a conductor. Here, V represents the intensity of the attack. The formula above is the most commonly used maintenance formula for the Nightmare amusement park equipment, but for other more complex situations, a negative force chart can be plotted and a system of equations solved to find the answer. The process of negative force change is continuous. The time to repeat a cycle is called the force cycle. For example, the negative force arc of a large pendulum emits a small burst every 3 seconds, and a large burst once every 15 seconds. The death elevator has a cycle of 5 seconds. After finishing the writing, Old New handed the paper back to Lin Yu. Everything is here. Seeing how quickly Old New had written, Lin Yu frowned and asked Old New, this data isn't fake, is it? Old New replied, how could it be? I'm Old New, the honest and genuine one. Then, Lin Yu also picked up the paper and sighed. If you were truly honest and straightforward, how could you have been fired for taking advantage of the loopholes in your previous company? All right, go back now, and don't disturb me while I enjoy the game. Haha, fine. After the transaction was completed, Old New left the control room. Lin Yu turned to Ning and asked, and Ning, what do you think of his performance just now? And Ning replied, the Lord, he was indeed lying. She then took out her magic orb and said, my psychic analysis ability can detect the falsehoods in his words. However, his actual strength is on par with mine, so I can't guess the specifics. Holding the notebook with Old New's notes, Lin Yu analyzed. As long as we understand his way of thinking, that's enough. A notebook filled with fake data really isn't worth 1 billion ghost coins. That deceitful Old New definitely thinks I'm a fool. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Mission completed. Mission 12 was just for fun. Mission content. Do not purchase any real items. Simply use 3 billion for pure play. Mission progress. 3 billion/3 billion. Mission reward. 3 high-level item copy cards. Looking at the screen, Lin Yu spoke, but in my dictionary, there is no word for waste. Then, he gave orders to Ding Liang and Ru Nai in the demon-controlling space. Ding Liang, studying sound force is your specialty. Work with Zhu Xiang to test the actual data. Ru Nai, you're in charge of assistant recording. They responded, understood. After coordinating the tasks, Lin Yu stretched comfortably. I'll take this opportunity to test the power of the giant pendulum, to make sure that Old New doesn't waste his effort. Lin Yu then jumped into the pit that Old New had mentioned earlier. Meanwhile, outside the game, the pendulum had started to move. The players outside were screaming loudly. Ah! While Old New stood outside observing, he muttered, the pendulum has started. Let me see if this mysterious guest can withstand it. Switching scenes to Lin Yu inside the pendulum, he began to feel excited. Haha, this is definitely thrilling. Suddenly, a red spiritual power enveloped him, and he was slightly surprised. This force's rule, will the tourist be pulled into a nightmare too? He immediately closed his eyes to feel, and then Lin Yu fell into an unconscious state, his body starting to stagger. Seeing this, and Ning quickly rushed to support Lin Yu, anxiously saying, the Lord, the pendulum is still swinging. If he remains unconscious now, it will be very dangerous. The Lord, wake up quickly. The large-eyed figure observed this and then laughed loudly. Haha, he really has fallen asleep. The large-eyed figure began trying to push into Lin Yu's nightmare to observe. But even though he strained all his muscles. But this is strange. Why can't I see his nightmare memories? I can't care about that anymore. While the high-level ghost general isn't here, that intermediate demon general ghost woman can't possibly stop me. The large-eyed figure then released a powerful surge of spiritual power, altering the memory rules to attack Lin Yu. Suddenly, a protective charm appeared in front of Lin Yu and Ning, blocking the spiritual power attack. The immunity rule indicated that Lin Yu had deliberately acted to allow the large-eyed figure to see. Lin Yu then opened his eyes, stood up, stared directly into the large-eyed figure's eyes and said, "Finally found you." This made the large-eyed figure gasp in surprise. What? At this moment, the large-eyed figure unexpectedly exclaimed, You are able to resist the power of the rules. This is something even the Ghost King cannot do. How could you? Lin Yu looked at the rule exemption card and smiled inwardly. Anyway, I should thank Nightmare Amusement Park for helping me complete the system's mission. He summoned his super-quality spear and held it in his hand, his mind constantly calculating. With high-level props like the copy card, the rule exemption card, and even the coercive demon subjugation contract, I can freely use them from now on. Unfortunately, there's no prop specifically for spiritual Kai yet, so I'll have to resort to brute force for now. While his mind was busy calculating, Lin Yu acted immediately, charging directly to attack the large eye. Seeing Lin Yu relentlessly pursue him, the large eye didn't fall behind, moving with great professionalism. While calculating, Lin Yu noticed that his spear was quite agile. Today, blood-drinking Xuanlu seems to be very excited. Isn't the soul split of this spirit a great supplement? He laughed loudly, intending to thrust his spear at the large eye when it reached a dead end. Haha, today I'm going to give it a good feast. As the large eye fled, it suddenly encountered a dead end ahead. In a moment of panic, it stared fixedly at the long spear. Not good. This pure attack type Yin energy is my nemesis. If I can't avoid it, this split soul will definitely disintegrate. Suddenly, it shouted, "My arm is flying off. Hurry up and accelerate for me." At this moment outside, the arm controlling the falling hammer game displayed an enormous fluctuation of red spiritual power. It enveloped the entire giant hammer, causing the demons who were playing to be startled and continuously question. What's happening? What is this? Thanks to the additional spiritual power buff from the large eye's avatar, he quickly flew in reverse, leaving Lin Yu far behind with his speed, causing Lin Yu to be somewhat taken aback and exclaim, "Damn it!" Seeing himself being insulted, the large eye retorted, "Damn it, it's you." This time, because of his overconfidence, Lin Yu was about to fall into the pit. On top of that, the large eye took the opportunity to launch 1 or 2 bolts of spiritual power to attack Lin Yu. Seeing her master in danger, and Ning immediately used her teleportation skill. Standing in front of Lin Yu, she used a magic sphere and channeled spiritual power into it to create a shield in front of the 2 bolts of spiritual power attacking. She even reminded him, "Master, be careful." As both of them fell toward the engine shaft, the giant hammer was hanging upside down. While Ning was still struggling to fend off the attacks from Big Eyes, Lin Yu used his spear to thrust directly into the axle of the giant hammer's disc, putting all his strength into destroying its mechanism. At that moment, Big Eyes was in a buffed state. Seeing this, Lin Yu laughed loudly, trying to block its attacks. "Ha! Once I stab directly into the core of the device, the electrical discharge will definitely kill you." Seeing Big Eyes' smug expression, Lin Yu confidently responded, "Do you think my demon contract is just here to watch the show?" At that very moment, Ding Leong rushed to Lin Yu from the electrical cabinet, shouting, Now as the weakening phase of the yin power cycle, Master, please trigger the detonation. Receiving the expected reply from Ding Liang, Lin Yu became even more confident and responded, "All right, everyone, channel your spiritual power into me." After receiving all the spiritual power from his demon contracts, Lin Yu was surrounded by a purple aura of spiritual energy. He stood upright, ready for another strike at the rotating axle. Seeing this action from Lin Yu, Big Eyes showed a hint of panic, large beads of sweat forming on its surface, and it slowly spoke. What are you planning to do?" But as Lin Yu's long spear plunged directly into the rotating axle, a crack formed. Lin Yu tried to thrust deeper, causing the red electric sparks to gradually explode in larger bursts. Then, outside, the massive hammer arm emitted a loud explosion, causing the strike arm to snap off directly. The demons who were casually watching this game were startled, screaming in fear as they fell freely toward the ground. A hot no. While the situation outside was hanging by a thread, inside the control room, Lin Yu, filled with intense determination, charged straight toward the large eye. The eye tried to retreat to dodge, but this time, Lin Yu's speed increased drastically, leaving the large eye no time to avoid it. By the time the tip of Lin Yu's spear was only 2 centimeters away from the large eye, it screamed, "Ah, no!" But before it could finish the sentence, Lin Yu's spear pierced straight into the large eye. Lin Yu continued his thrust, sending the large eye flying through the control room. Just before the large eye was about to vanish from being impaled, it still managed to warn him. "Lin Yu, I will not spare you." Lin Yu joyfully replied, "Haha, neither will I." Then, he landed safely and moved over to where the demons were still hanging on the severed strike arm. At that moment, as they prepared to land, they screamed in despair. "Ah, help!" Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately jumped up, threw his spear-like weapon, and disengaged all the safety straps of the ride, causing the monsters to fall freely and escape the giant hammer. Below, Runai used her spiritual power to create elastic clouds for each demon to keep them suspended in the air. But then, Runai made them dive quickly to avoid the hammer falling on top of them. By this time, the demons were starting to feel dizzy, but they still screamed, "Aren't we on a merry-go-round? Why is it turning into a roller skating jump now?" Once they had safely landed, the whole group fainted. Seeing this, Runai reported to Lin Yu, "These visitors were so scared that they fainted. They're trapped in nightmares now." At this moment, and Ning's staff from the park arrived, all of them looking panicked. Lin Yu, seeing the Ning team, cheerfully said, "Sorry about that. The park staff will definitely give you an explanation. Now let's move on to the next location." Lin Yu continued moving on to the next ride. Runai also returned to the demon control space, while the demons who had been playing were escorted by the Ning team to the park's emergency room. Lin Yu, as his name suggested, was like a harbinger of destruction. Whenever he finished with a game, that game was left in ruins. First, it was the carousel, and then it was another one. Lin Yu continued to move. On to the next game. This time, it's the high swing. Seeing Lin Yu approaching, the bear staff immediately reported to the green frog manager. "That guy is heading toward the high swing. Quick, press the emergency evacuation button for the visitors." What? Go do it now," the green frog manager barked. Seeing the manager's anxious and tense expression, constantly muttering to himself, "Good heavens, all I did was introduce him to the black market ticket channel. How did this cause such a big mess? Director, you know this can't be blamed on me." At this point, Lin Yu had reached the entrance to the high swing area, where the green frog manager was already waiting. He spoke up, "Sir, sneaking in without a ticket like this is just not acceptable. Even with black market tickets, we've always had to be discreet about it all these years." The hunched posture of the green frog when it saw the dangerous look on Lin Yu's face, as he quietly laughed to himself. The testing points, and the burst formula of the spiritual power conduit had all been thoroughly understood by me. The rules of the devices in this amusement park had also been seen through by me. With no need for concern anymore, there was naturally no reason to sneak around. Lin Yu approached the green frog and whispered, "Whether you stop me or not, you decide for yourself." Unable to bear it, the green frog bent over and tremblingly responded, "Please, go ahead." Lin Yu then flew over the barrier into the inside. The large eye appeared at that moment, furious, surrounded by many red electric sparks. Lin Yu, don't think that just because you understand the spiritual power cycle, you can do whatever you want. If you dare climb up here, I will destroy this swing tower myself, and take you down with me. Seeing the large eye reveal itself, Lin Yu joyfully summoned his spear, pouring all his spiritual power into it, preparing to strike. What a coincidence, that's exactly what I was thinking. As long as I destroy the tower, and make you fall, I don't need to climb up there. After a brief battle between Lin Yu and Big Eye, some of the free-fall tower amusement rides were also affected by the destructive force, directly splitting into two parts. The upper section fell to the ground, causing a huge explosion. Lin Yu then approached where Big Eye lay sprawled across the top of the free-fall tower ride. Although defeated, Big Eye still spoke confidently to Lin Yu. These amusement rides are merely a fragment of my soul. Even if you destroy the entire amusement park, you'll never find my true form. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu was puzzled. He thought and assessed. Could it be that his true form isn't here? Impossible. A super-grade third-level yin energy. Even if it opens the demon world, the range of its influence would still be limited. Lin Yu moved closer, and Big Eye responded cheerfully. Is your true form at the Nightmare Theater? Seeing that Lin Yu had guessed correctly, Big Eye widened his eyes and fell silent. His expression only confirmed that Lin Yu's words were right. Lin Yu teased again. Looks like I guessed it correctly. Big Eye, seeing this, could only say, so what if you guessed right? Don't celebrate just yet. The big-eyed figure said, I will wait for you at the Nightmare Theater, but I wonder if you dare to step inside. Haha. Hearing the provocation from the big-eyed clone, Lin Yu immediately thrust his spear through its eye, causing it to vanish. After eliminating the big-eyed clone, he also destroyed half of the Nightmare Amusement Park, and by that time, it was almost evening. He made his way to the villa he had rented, walking while deep in thought. Indeed, yin energy had a very unique dreamscape property. In this amusement park, there was no structure named the Nightmare Theater. It seemed that the old bull still had one last trick up its sleeve. As he passed a group of monsters, upon seeing Lin Yu, they cowered in fear, some even gasping for breath. Lin Yu only gave them a quick glance before continuing on. That would be enough for today. Perhaps the old bull would come looking for him again tomorrow. That night, in the villa's bedroom, Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, calming his mind. His spear hovered above his thighs, and his body was surrounded by arcs of purple lightning. Suddenly, something inside the spear seemed to want to emerge, and it transformed into a very cute Xiao-Ao demon, sitting on the spear and staring intently at Lin Yu. This unexpected appearance startled him, and sensing it, he opened his eyes. He gently traced Xiao-Ao with his finger, silently thinking. After absorbing a few traces of soul fragments, the blood-drinking Xuanlu has officially condensed into a weapon spirit. Not only is it sharper, but with the support of the weapon spirit, the manipulation of spiritual power has become more flexible. If this weapon spirit can be further enhanced, it will reach the first level of holy product. At that point, the weapon spirit will not only unleash the power of yin energy, but will truly possess independent combat abilities, on par with the Demon King. The weapon spirit inherently has developmental potential. To upgrade it into a holy yin energy tool, one can only invest money and resources to nurture the weapon spirit. All other super-grade yin energy, including weapon spirits, can be used as materials to nourish it. He also took out the Ming Hun Hoa Bai, silently evaluating. Currently, among the super-grade yin energies I possess, only the blood-drinking Xuanlu and Ming Hun Hoa Bai have produced weapon spirits. The demonic strategy cards, after merging with the fragments of the cursed book at the Dark Moon Ghost School, are gradually showing signs of generating a weapon spirit, but the accumulation so far is insufficient. The mask and ghost clothes were upgraded by Ding Liang into a super-grade demon tool. Although they haven't produced weapon spirits yet, both are indispensable to me due to their special functions. Lin Yu said, in addition, there are 5 super-grade yin energy items obtained from the treasure auction, and 3 more obtained after defeating Kane, Charles, and Sai Jun at the Demon Controller competition. Among them, the Kyugen Oni Cauldron, which previously gave Zhu Xiang and Ding Liang the Snake's Kiss, also suits Lilith very well, and both need time to gradually upgrade. The Heart of Chaos possesses demon world attributes and can specifically summon water, while the Kulin family shield is also of good quality, so I'll keep that. The other items don't hold much significance for me. Rather than using them to cultivate the demon world, I'll just feed them to the weapon spirits. Upon receiving the yin energy items Lin Yu gave them to consume, the two weapon spirits were delighted, Xiao Ao, or even drooling in anticipation. Seeing their bashful expressions, Lin Yu spoke up, "Go ahead and eat as much as you want." Hearing that, both weapon spirits began to devour the yin weapons with relish, happily eating away. After they finished consuming the yin energy, Lin Yu looked at his two super-grade yin weapons and quietly rejoiced. According to Ding Liang, only a demon king can wield a holy yin energy tool. But the deeper reason behind this phenomenon is that the holy artifact spirit has gained an independent personality and refuses to obey the weak. As for me, with the system's binding, I can completely have absolute control over the yin energy tool. Seeing the two weapon spirits looking very satisfied, Lin Yu spoke up. "Looking at you two, I assume you won't resist me using them, right?" After that, he withdrew all the yin weapons into the ghostly space and muttered to himself, "To upgrade from super grade to holy product, it'll still take some time and more nutrients. Tomorrow is the opening of the Nightmare Theater, and I absolutely must get the Nightmare Eye." The next morning, Lin Yu headed to the Nightmare Amusement Park. A group of park employees, upon seeing Lin Yu, immediately became wary and respectful in front of him. Lin Yu looked around and asked, "Which one should I smash first today?" Old New hurried over from somewhere, waving his arms frantically and saying, "Stop smashing! Stop smashing! If you keep destroying things, all the equipment in this amusement park will break, and even my business won't survive." Upon seeing Old New approach, Lin Yu replied, "Old New, isn't 1 billion ghost coins enough for you to retire in peace? I haven't even looked into the issue of your secret stash, and now you're already starting to bother me." Old New quickly responded, "Humph, who doesn't want to make more money? I know you. If you know how to enter the Nightmare Theater, you'll understand that this can't be counted as me hiding anything from you." Lin Yu, confused, asked again, "What do you mean?" Old New pulled out a camera and confidently said, "The Nightmare Theater in the amusement park is an independent space in the demon world, completely isolated with no other entrance. The only way in is to collect enough memory fragments. Those photos you piece together to open the gate to the demon world. Over the past days, your enjoyment of the game equipment. I've recorded everything. Once we have enough, I will take you to the Nightmare Theater." Lin Yu grimaced and gave a number. 3,000 stars. Old New proudly replied, "Haha, no, it's 3 million. Lin Yu sighed, "You're insatiable." Offended, Old New immediately retorted, "Sir, the value of the Nightmare Theater is not something that the top-grade yin energy game equipment can compare to. It can stir up deep nightmares within people's hearts, and there aren't even rumors that the power ruled here can lead to reincarnation." Upon hearing reincarnation, Lin Yu froze, thinking to himself, "Does reincarnation truly exist in this world?" Seeing Lin Yu's reaction, Old New became even more smug. "I'm sure you don't lack a little money for this, right? Besides, if it weren't for me preparing these photos in advance, you wouldn't have another chance to experience it." But in response, Lin Yu simply laughed loudly at the old man, leaving him confused and asking again, "What are you laughing at?" Then, despite Old New still not understanding what was happening, Lin Yu turned around and said, "I have money, but I'm not a fool for you to extort at will." Old New continued to hold on. "How could you let such an opportunity slip away?" Lin Yu then took out a camera exactly like Old New's and replied, "Who said only you could take pictures of me? Such a trivial matter, among the many monsters I've contracted with, who wouldn't have the time to do it." Seeing the dream camera in Lin Yu's hand, Old New exclaimed in panic, "Dream camera? No, it can't be. Why can't I sense its energy from you?" Lin Yu, holding the dream camera, pondered, "Sense it? You mean the weapon spirit's soul fragment from the Nightmare Eye? I didn't expect him to have this ability. Luckily, I sealed it with the system early on." Lin Yu laughed loudly and then produced several photos, speaking to Old New, "Thank you for freely showing me the way into the Nightmare Theater." Then, many pictures created a purple door in front of him. Upon seeing the door appear, Lin Yu slowly stepped inside. After entering, the door gradually disappeared. In front of him was a vast demon world. Looking around, he assessed. Is this the Nightmare Theater? The architecture here is completely different from the outside world. Couldn't it be the memories are being projected here? In front of Lin Yu was a square, where many demons had gathered. Lin Yu approached to examine. As he reached the crowd, he overheard some demons talking. Oh, you came to watch the commotion too. Of course, it's rare for the demon world to have such a big event, especially when it's being personally hosted by the Lord of the Tomb Guardian Beast. At that moment, two demon guards, one with a bull's head and the other with a horse's head, spoke up. Silence. And immediately, everyone fell silent. Lin Yu stood below, confused, suddenly unsure of what was going on. The scene shifted to a monster laughing loudly, holding the giant eye in his hand, and said with a grin, Today, on behalf of the nine-layered prison and the demon kings of the demon world, I announce the execution of the one who caused chaos between the two realms, a criminal with crimes piled high, the Ghost King Fengdu, Lin Yu. Lin Yu's appearance was also quite different. He was wearing prisoner's garb, his body bound with chains, and his hair had fallen out quite a bit. He was kneeling on the ground, listening to the judgment from the demon. At this moment, beneath the square, the entire demon world crowd was shouting in agreement following the demon's verdict. Very well, Master of the Tomb, kill him now. Lin Yu, mingling within the demon world crowd, still didn't understand what was happening. He turned to the demon beside him and cautiously asked, May I ask something? What crime did Lin Yu commit? Before stepping into the Nightmare Theater, Lin Yu had put on the faceless ghost face, so the demon speaking to him didn't realize that he looked exactly like the person being judged in the square. One of the demons responded, Oh, you really don't know? Lin Yu merely gave a faint smile and replied, Haha, I've been in seclusion for years, so I'm not very clear about it. A nearby demon sighed. Then your luck is truly remarkable. The war between the human realm and the demon world has lasted for 3 years, yet you remained unaffected. Hearing the word war, Lin Yu was taken aback and repeated, The human realm and the demon world have gone to war. The demon continued, That's right, the demon tamers treat monsters as slaves, while monsters need humans as food. The conflict between the two races, between the two worlds, is fundamentally irreconcilable. As he spoke, the demon pointed toward the Ghost King, Lin Yu, who was being judged in the square. In the beginning, things were still under control, with only minor skirmishes between both sides. Many peace-loving demon kings even stepped forward to mediate. The demon said, As for the Ghost King Lin Yu, initially he supported the idea of humans and demons coexisting peacefully. To show his stance, he did not hesitate to abandon his human body and become a demon. He took on a neutral position, and during this time, gained quite a few benefits in the demon world. Until the war broke out in full force, and no monarch-level figure could remain uninvolved. Ghost King Lin Yu, who was once human, eventually sided with the human world, which was something that could be predicted. However, despite that, he should not have committed such a great sin. Looking up at the square, Lin Yu thought with some concern. I remember that when I escaped from the nine-layered prison, I had a dream. Could the scene in the Nightmare Theater be connected to that dream? Seeing that the demon had stopped speaking, Lin Yu asked, So what exactly did he do? The demon lowered his head and replied, He detonated a source of yin energy. With the destruction of the yin energy source, the space of the demon world collapsed, and hundreds of thousands of monsters, humans, along with plants, rocks, and soil, were wiped out in an instant. However, he was also severely injured, and his power diminished. That's why he was captured and dealt with here by the demon kings of the two realms. At this moment, on the trial platform, two soldiers with the faces of bulls and horses approached the Tomb Guardian, the leader here, to report. Sir, it's time. The Tomb Guardian walked up to the bound Lin Yu and ordered him to kneel. He drew a sharp long blade. Lin Yu, your crimes are unforgivable. Today, I sentence you to have your soul scattered and your spirit destroyed, never to be reincarnated in any lifetime. Immediately after the Tomb Guardian's words, the Ghost King, Lin Yu, burst out laughing. Ha ha! The loud laughter of the Ghost King, Lin Yu, enraged the Tomb Guardian, who roared in fury. Ghost King Lin Yu. The Ghost King continued to laugh. Ha ha! The demons below, confused by the Ghost King, Lin Yu's loud laughter, began to murmur. What is he laughing about? Could he have some other plot in mind? The Ghost King Lin Yu, with a cheerful tone, spoke to the Toon Guardian. Toon Guardian Beast, don't flatter yourself. Your power is granted by me. What right do you have to judge me? My soul, my reincarnation, my fate, none of these are determined by anyone else. At this, the Toon Guardian swung his large, long blade straight at Ghost King Lin Yu. Don't say any more. Your fate is sealed, and you will die to atone for your sins. The blade struck straight into the back of Ghost King Lin Yu. The powerful force of the blow caused the chains binding him to shatter into pieces. A stream of yellow liquid shot up from Demon King Lin Yu, splattering across a wide area and even splashing onto his face as he stood below observing the proceedings. Lin Yu stared at the yellow liquid on his face, lost in thought. A notification from the system appeared. The system has issued a new mission for the host. Mission 13. Money is just an external object. The body is the greatest asset. Mission content. Spend 5 billion ghost coins on your body. Mission progress. 0.5 billion. Mission reward. 3 rule deciphering card. Upon seeing the system's newly issued mission, Lin Yu felt somewhat confused. System, what's going on? Lin Yu thought to himself. According to the previous rules, the Nightmare Eye is only a 3rd grade super yin energy. Its power is limited. It shouldn't be able to directly use nightmare memories to perceive beings with a power level beyond that of a demon king. But now the system has appeared, and this new mission is clearly connected to the previous mission 12. In other words, this isn't a dreamscape, but real-time space-time. Lin Yu fixed his gaze on the eye of the Toon Guardian that the Guardian was holding and spoke to the system. System, show me. What is that thing? The system then notified him. Detected 3rd grade yin energy holy product, Eye of Judgment. Detected 3rd grade yin energy holy product, Electric Empire. Detected 3rd grade super yin energy, my reincarnation clone of Nightmare Eye. The weapon spirit has not yet bonded with a master, cannot currently link with the host. Suddenly, that eye seemed to sense something, and it turned toward the direction where Lin Yu was standing, causing the Toon Guardian to ask, is something wrong? Nothing, I must be too sensitive. It's hard to believe that Lin Yu died so easily. Ha! Don't worry. From now on, there will be no more criminals like Lin Yu in the human world or the demon world. Ox-headed and horse-faced demons will hang Lin Yu's body here for 3 days to warn others. The group of people replied in unison. Understood. After the execution, Lin Yu stood there in a daze, deep in thought. My reincarnation's clone. I never expected this nightmare theater to be so strange. This place must be an illusionary theater based on the real-time timeline of the demon world. Not just a pure fantasy, but one grounded in reality. The only thing I don't know is whether this play is reenacting something that has already happened or predicting the future. He glanced at the system screen showing his new mission and thought to himself, I need to figure out the rules of this place quickly before proceeding. It's a pity that I don't know anything about this place, and I have no idea where to spend this money. By the way, does my clone's body count as my body too? At that moment, only Lin Yu remained in the square. He slowly approached the corpse of Ghost King Lin Yu. Just as he was about to touch the body, the horse-faced demon suddenly grabbed Lin Yu's arm, which was about to make contact with the corpse, and shouted, Where are you from, kid? How dare you steal a body of a criminal? Lin Yu immediately put on an innocent expression and shouted, This is such an injustice, Lord Ghost Marshal. As he spoke, he took several ghost coins from his hands. Upon seeing the ghost coins, the horse-faced demon's attitude shifted. Could you give me a moment to explain? The horse-faced demon replied, If you have something to say it here. At this point, the horse-faced demon let go of Lin Yu's hands, and the ox-headed demon also stepped forward. Lin Yu began to explain, Actually, the situation is like this. I have a deep grudge with this Lin Yu, as vast as a sea of blood. I swore that I would personally kill him to take my revenge. Now, even though Lin Yu is dead, I am still not satisfied. Dying like this is truly too easy for him. As he spoke, Lin Yu demonstrated his actions to make these 2 demons believe him. Could you please allow me to take his body and vent my anger on it? The ox-headed demon said. This. The horse-faced demon replied, That's not possible. Lord Toon Guardian has declared in front of everyone that this corpse will be displayed for 3 days. so that those who wish to harm the demon world can see his end. If the body is taken away, wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the master of the tomb and the dignity of the nine-layered prison? Lin Yu quickly explained, Lord, that's not right. The master of the tomb's purpose is to use torture to warn those who are enemies to us. But if I could make sure that his corpse never finds peace, and that he must continuously atone in the afterlife, then that would truly make others fear him. Hearing these words, the two of them felt it made sense. Oxhead immediately asked Lin Yu, What do you mean? Perhaps both of you have heard of the corpse craftsman before. I am willing to pay to purchase the body of this sinner. Oxhead was confused when Lin Yu mentioned corpse crafting and asked again, What does the corpse craftsman mean? Lin Yu began to explain, Demon statues are created from spirit weapons, and the materials can come from anything. Minerals, plants, living or dead creatures. Anything can be used to refine yin energy. I am a demon statue, specifically one who uses corpses to forge energy. The body of a strongman at the Demon King level is incredibly powerful, with an abundance of inner yin energy. It can become top-grade, even super-grade material. In other words, to disrespect him or leave him hanging here, just to scare people would be a waste, akin to destroying a treasure bestowed by heaven. Instead, I would rather refine him into yin energy, send him to the demon world battlefield, and turn him into a weapon for a greater cause, redeeming the sins he has committed. The horse-faced demon, after hearing Lin Yu's explanation, agreed and spoke up. Indeed, I have heard that the great Eye of Judgment was originally crafted from the eyeball of a demon king, and then gradually refined to its current realm level. Ox-Headed also agreed. As for the strength of Lin Yu, the Ghost King when he was alive, we have all witnessed it. If we use the crafting of yin energy, it is highly likely that a holy product will be created. The value of a holy yin energy tool is truly priceless. Lin Yu then took out the ghost coins from his hand, and happily replied, Haha, I am not someone who does not understand the rules. As a demon statue of sufficient standing, I am ready to pay a fair price for such a precious material. Seeing the amount of ghost coins in Lin Yu's hand, Ox-Headed exclaimed in surprise, How many do you have? 100 million? Lin Yu then took out more ghost coins, and said, Of course, it's not just that. Ox-Headed watched the amount of money continue to rise. 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. Is this person really this wealthy? At this moment, Ox-Headed thought to himself, his greed taking over. Lin Yu has no personal grudge against me. What happens to his corpse doesn't matter. But I fear that if Master of the Tomb's corpse is lost, and an investigation is launched, I could be held accountable. However, if he offers $1 billion, even if it's a risk, I would definitely do it. He thought this to himself, but his mouth still said, No need. The horse-faced demons stepped forward and said, I can give this corpse to you for free. This caused Ox-Headed to be momentarily startled, and Lin Yu was also slightly surprised. The horse-faced demons confidently placed a hand on Lin Yu's shoulder and said, What you said makes perfect sense. If we can make use of a criminal in such a way, it would undoubtedly become a widely praised tale in the demon world, showcasing the divine might of the nine-layered prison. I believe even the great tomb guardian wouldn't refuse such a proposal. Ox-Headed immediately disagreed with the horse-faced demons and countered, No way, old ma, are you crazy or just stupid? Even if you agree with his idea, old new, your vision is too narrow. How can you tarnish such an opportunity to be part of a legendary tale with money? With that, old Ma grabbed Lin Yu's hand and began pulling him away. Come on, I'll take you to meet the master of the tomb. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly responded, Wait a minute. He thought to himself, I wonder how much of the true power of the tomb guardian beast and the Eye of Judgment holds in the Nightmare Theater. Before understanding the rules here, I need to avoid direct confrontation with them. Lin Yu scratched his head and ears, saying, I won't hide it from you two. I still have a bit of selfishness. But then he clenched his fists, showing his determination in front of the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. I must refine Lin Yu's body myself to rid myself of my obsession and resolve my hatred. But with my current strength, the master of the tomb might not pay attention to me. If he assigns another demon statue to handle it, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Lin Yu then took out 1 billion ghost coins from his hand and expressed his intentions. This is 1 billion ghost coins. I am willing to give it to you too. Please do not report this to the master of the tomb, and just give me the priority right to refine corpses. Seeing Lin Yu's sincerity, old Ma agreed. Since you put it this way, we are not the type of cold-blooded monsters. But remember, you must not reveal a word. If the master of the tomb finds out, we will all be in trouble. Meanwhile, Old New's eyes lit up upon seeing the ghost coins. Demon statue. What's your name? My name is Ding Liang. All right, as you wish. After that, both sides reached an agreement, and the system displayed a notification. Quest number 13. Money or external possessions are secondary, but the body is the greatest asset. Quest. Spend 5 billion ghost coins to reclaim your body. Progress. 1 billion out of 5 billion. Reward. 3 rule deciphering cards. Looking at the system screen, Lin Yu thought to himself, so it's really confirmed that this is my body, huh? That means I have more ways to burn money now. Old Ma looked up at Lin Yu, the Ghost King, and said, but to avoid causing chaos, you need to prepare a fake corpse that looks exactly the same. Wait until late at night when it's quiet and no one is paying attention, and then we'll secretly swap your body with the fake one. Lin Yu agreed. All right, but I'll need to prepare some materials. Is there anywhere nearby where I can buy yin materials? The 9-layered prison doesn't allow public assistance setups, so Old New voiced his objection. Haha, Old Ma, you don't know about this. Old New then stepped forward and whispered to Lin Yu in a friendly manner. Where there's a demand, there's a supply. There's a park to the east. It's a black market meetup spot. A few colleagues, demon generals, often conduct secret transactions there. When you get there, just mention my name, and they'll give you a discount. Seeing the difference in attitudes and actions between the horse-faced demons and the ox-headed demons, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Their methods really were worlds apart. Afterward, Lin Yu said his goodbyes to the horse-faced demons and left with the ox-headed demon to head to the park that ox-headed had mentioned. Upon arriving, he saw a fight in progress. The one being beaten kept pleading. Please, stop hitting me. A supervisor shouted angrily. Hemph, you damn bastard. You dare come here to profit off of me. The demon being beaten looked very similar to Old New, who sold black market tickets at Nightmare Amusement Park. Lin Yu froze for a moment when he recognized Old New, equally confused. How had he managed to sneak into the Nightmare Theater? Then, 2 of his lackeys dragged Old New forward, and the supervisor continued to scold him. Hey, you guys, grab him. Lock him up in the prison. I want to personally interrogate him and find out how he managed to get into our 9-layered prison. Lin Yu stood outside, calculating silently. This isn't good. This guy has seen my real face before. I need to control him immediately to prevent him from seeing my body and saying anything he shouldn't. Lin Yu whispered to Ox-Headed, and then Ox-Headed moved toward the supervisor demon. Wait, take it easy. Ox-Headed spoke up. Seeing that it was Ox-Headed, the demon immediately changed his attitude, speaking incomprehensibly. Ox-Headed, my lord. Lin Yu followed behind, and then Ox-Headed appeared apologetic. Sorry, it's my fault for bringing him here. This kid is my younger brother. At first, Old New didn't understand, but then he gasped and Lin Yu growled, trying to sound like an older brother. Huh? What do you mean, huh? You troublemaker, causing a scene as soon as you arrive. But then, the number suddenly jumped, realizing someone was calling for him. He hurriedly started crying with tears and snot everywhere. Brother, help me. Whatever you ask me to do outside, I'll listen. Lin Yu continued to smile and said, Haha, this kid is here for the first time and doesn't know the rules. It's my fault for not managing him properly. If he caused any harm to you, I, as his older brother, will compensate you fully. The foreman, now seeing Lin Yu accompanied by Ox-Headed, responded with a completely different attitude, realizing his identity was not simple. Oh, so he's the younger brother of the nobleman. It's just a misunderstanding. Really nothing major. I've been in the black market business for many years. He just arrived and cleared out all my stock. Then played the shortage game to jack up the prices, which really damaged my reputation. Lin Yu took out a stack of ghost coins and placed it in front of the foreman. Is this enough? Holding the stack of ghost coins, the old foreman was overjoyed, his eyes glued to the money in his hands. It's enough, it's enough. No wonder the noble Ox-Headed is so generous, truly magnificent. Well then, As long as he doesn't continue with these speculative tricks, I won't pursue the matter any further. Seeing the boss speak like that, the two subordinates immediately let go of Old New. Old New jumped up and hugged Lin Yu. Thank you. Then, Lin Yu grabbed Old New by the neck and walked him in front of everyone, not forgetting to scold him. Hemph, looks like I have to teach you a lesson. After reaching a secluded area, Lin Yu let go of Old New. Lin Yu then took out the faceless ghost face. It was at that moment that Old New recognized the familiar figure. Sure enough, it's you, Mr. Tourist. Lin Yu turned back and replied, Old New, just now at the amusement park, you were so arrogant. Why have you backed down now? Old New cleared his throat and straightened himself up. After all, Dreamgate doesn't belong to me. My strength has been suppressed by the rules of this place, leaving me at the level of the initial stage Ghost General. Otherwise, why would I be in such a sorry state? Lin Yu replied, Who told you to come in here? You're on your own now. Old New remained calm. Anyway, we've worked together before on that big deal worth $1 billion. Don't be so cold like this. Lin Yu showed some attitude. Speak. What's your purpose for coming in here? Old New clasped his hands and whispered, It's nothing too important, just an opportunity that's hard to come by. I came in to see if there was a chance to make some extra profit. How about this? What do you think? If we cooperate again, you protect me, and if we find something, we split it 6-4 or no, actually 50-50. Lin Yu smirked. Making money? Sorry, but I'm not short of cash, and who'd believe a liar like you? You came to this Nightmare Theater, didn't you? Because you wanted to take control of the Nightmare Eye, former amusement park manager. At these words, Old New's face turned ashen. His face had been pale just a moment ago, but after a brief pause, Old New sighed. How did you figure that out? Lin Yu snapped his fingers and confidently replied, It's actually quite simple. I realized your goal here at Nightmare Amusement Park was to act as a ticket seller for the deals. You admitted to having offended the director, but still took the risk of staying here. That clearly doesn't fit with your image as a shrewd, greedy person. There must be a deeper reason behind your repeated confrontations with the Nightmare Eye, perhaps revenge. On top of that, you're familiar with every corner of the facilities here, which could only mean you're either the director, the general manager, or maintenance staff. But looking at you, you've managed to maintain a rather good relationship with the current general manager, which doesn't suggest you're someone who once held that position. As for maintenance staff, I doubt this park has enough clout to make a demon general take on that kind of job, right? Seeing how clearly Lin Yu had laid out his reasoning, Old New couldn't help but feel disappointed. This is my fault. I overlooked the fact that you were the first guest I met, as well as the first I've interacted with, including the manager. I really didn't expect you to be this perceptive. Hearing Old New praise him, Lin Yu silently thought to himself, It's all thanks to Ning's psychological analysis ability that I was able to see the truth hidden beneath this explosion. Lin Yu continued, But I still have one question. According to Nightmare Eye's memories, the previous dean was killed by it more than 10 years ago. Perhaps this is related to your abilities, right? The more Old New listened to Lin Yu's analysis, the more he nodded in agreement. Haha, you guessed correctly. My innate ability is called Soul Stealth. Back then, when Nightmare Eye invaded the park, it took over the theater and created a perfect demon world using its rule power. It even divided its soul into various entertainment establishments, causing a chain of riots that left me severely injured. If not for my faking death ability to preserve my life, I would have really died at its hands. After waking up with the help of OOO, I used a puppet, a black market ticket seller, to change my identity, even going so far as to erase most of my memories to avoid being noticed by Nightmare Eye. The more Old New spoke, the angrier his voice became. Now I've forgotten all the storms of the past, leaving only the unwillingness of being so close to death. I want to take revenge on that damned eye and reclaim everything that originally belonged to me. But I underestimated the synergy between Nightmare Eye and Nightmare Theater. It wasn't until you appeared that I saw a glimmer of hope. Old New said, In the past years as a ticket vendor, I have continuously led people to disrupt the rules of the park, seeking opportunities to break into the Demon World Theater. While you were busy corrupting entertainment establishments, I bribed other staff and took photos of a couple to use as tickets into the Nightmare Theater. As long as you use these photos to enter the Demon World Theater, I can follow you inside. Lin Yu crossed his arms and replied, Unfortunately, you miscalculated. Knowing the value of these photos, How could I let someone else hold the tickets to my entrance? Old New began to tear up. When entering through someone else's dream gate, my power was suppressed by 2 levels. I expected this. But why is your dream so strange? Demons are everywhere, and there's even a ghost marshal and a demon king. Is this fair? At first, I planned to gather some information by trading resources, but I was captured by NPCs in your dream. Boo-boo-boo, stop pretending to be pitiful. Let me ask you, do you know the rules of the Nightmare Theater? Old New sighed. Ah, this is the most helpless part for me. Nightmare Theater previously had the mysterious rule of my reincarnation, where the past, present, and future merged into one. It automatically incorporated the memories, karma, and the my reincarnation power of the audience to predict future possibilities. Weaving performances, so real that they enchanted the hearts of the spectators. As for the specific rules, they were so profound that even I, when I was the director, couldn't fully understand them. I only know one core rule. Your performance in the theater, once it aligns with the my reincarnation rule, you will fall into the loop and never escape. Hearing this information, Old New Lin Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The past, present, and future form a 3-in-1 loop of my reincarnation. It seems like I understand now. He then clapped his hands confidently. This Nightmare Theater is like what you would call an if path. To end this farce, you must break the cognitive bias, make a different choice at a specific moment, and shatter the loop. Old New eagerly agreed. Exactly, this is why I have placed my hope in you. Exceptional power, a rebellious personality, you were born to be a rule breaker. Unfortunately, back when it was just the old Nightmare Theater, it wouldn't have posed any real danger to you. But now, with that eye having taken its role, it can directly control the power of the rules, transferring the strength of the future into the present. To oppose it, you'll have to face an enemy far stronger than you, at least at the level of a ghost marshal, or perhaps even. At this point, Old New hesitated, and Lin Yu immediately said, Demon King level, I've encountered them already. It's true that the worst things tend to happen right when you fear them the most. Don't people often say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Right now, it seems like we have no other choice but to cooperate, doesn't it? Lin Yu shook his head. The one with no retreat is you, not me. Then, he gathered his spiritual power into a ball of light in his hand. The plays in the Nightmare Theater involve some personal secrets of mine, so I must proceed with extreme caution. For me, instead of always worrying about you sabotaging my plans, turning you into a corpse seems like a better option. Seeing that Lin Yu was about to act against him, Old New quickly begged and cried, Please don't kill me, brother. You are my benefactor. I beg you. I swear I won't ruin your plans. If promises had any effect, why would we need a contract? Lin Yu replied coldly. Old New was taken aback. Lin Yu then presented his demon control pact in front of him, saying, Old New, I don't want to kill you, but I can't trust you either. However, if you're willing to swear full loyalty to me and become my contracted ghost, I will help you take revenge on Nightmare Eye. Will you agree? Looking at the demon control pact in front of him, Old New fell silent. You are right, he said, I have been dead for a long time, with no way out. If joining forces with you is the only way to have a chance at revenge, then so be it. Old New took the pact from Lin Yu's hand and resolutely said, I am willing to sign the pact. No sooner had he spoken than Old New signed his name on the document. The system immediately displayed the following notification. Asterisk asterisk, Huang Bang Pact asterisk asterisk. General level ghost with the innate abilities of Soul Escape, Bull Charge, Yin Energy, and the Destiny Skill Prison Break Horn. After successfully signing the pact, Old New knelt down and bowed his head, calling Lin Yu master. Lin Yu responded, Very well, Old Wong. From now on, we are in this together. However, you still have to remain a corpse. Upon hearing this, Old Wong gave a low grunt, and the two of them continued walking while conversing. Isn't your innate ability the fake death skill? You'll need to make good use of it to play the role of a corpse. At that moment, Old Wong understood and felt less confused. So that's it. I really scared myself for no reason. A moment later, Lin Yu, carrying a bundle on his back, made his way toward where the Demon King's corpse was hanging. At this moment, the ox-headed horse-faced demons were already waiting there. Upon seeing both of them, Lin Yu immediately greeted, Lord Ox-headed, Lord Horse-faced Demons. Ox-headed stepped forward, Noticing that Lin Yu was wearing a hat and had his face completely covered by a mask, he seemed somewhat awkward and then asked, "Ding Liang." Lin Yu replied, "It's me." Ox-Headed looked confused and asked, "Why are you covering yourself so thoroughly?" Lin Yu opened the sack and, not forgetting to respond, said, "Isn't it just to be a little more careful? I've already prepared the fake body." As the contents of the sack were revealed, an old Wong transformed into Demon King Lin Yu. Upon seeing the fake version that looked almost identical to the real one, Ox-Headed was taken aback and said, "Wow, where did you get this body? It looks just like the real thing." Horse-faced demons also approached and remarked, "Even as a ghost marshal, I can't tell the difference. But a fake is still a fake. There's no way it could fool the Eye of Judgment, who is highly skilled in observation." Lin Yu took the replica, the old Wong, and replaced the real Demon King Lin Yu with it. As he walked, he silently calculated, "In this dream, the Eye of Judgment has become a sacred yin energy tool for observation. With just old Wong's fake death skill and faceless ghost face's disguising ability, it's only a matter of time before it's exposed." The horse-faced demons also came to drop the corpse of Ghost King Lin Yu down and handed it over to Lin Yu, before receiving the replica on their shoulders. The horse-faced demon spoke, "Ding Liang temporarily entrusts the body of the criminal Lin Yu to you. But within 3 days, you must complete the refinement of the item and bring it back to the two lords for sealing the tomb and for their judgment. If not, you will face a bounty order from the Ghost King. A 6th-level demon controller like you will have no path but death." After lifting the corpse of Ghost King Lin Yu into a bag and carrying it on his shoulder, Lin Yu confidently replied to the horse-faced demons, "I will return in 3 days with a surprise for the two of you." In a deserted house far from the square, Lin Yu placed the corpse of Ghost King Lin Yu onto a bed, gazing thoughtfully. In his heart, he secretly thought, this Demon King-level corpse was executed because Nightmare Theater used the memories and rules of my reincarnation to create a replica, which could be either me from the past or the future. He then called Ding Liang from the demon control space to ask, "Ding Liang, come and check what exactly is going on here." Ding Liang rubbed his head, a little hesitant, and said, "Master, I have offended you." After a while of waiting for Ding Liang to examine the situation, Lin Yu asked, "Well, what did you find?" After thoroughly inspecting, Ding Liang returned and responded, "Master, although this scene is incredibly realistic, it is ultimately just a region of the demon world created by the power of special rules. This corpse is entirely composed of the power of these rules and yin energy. When it leaves the demon world, it will immediately dissolve into yin energy and dissipate." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. However, the power of the rules here was incredibly strong and complete, almost creating an independent world of its own. Then, within this nightmare theater, this corpse must definitely have some value, right? The master's guess was not wrong. As long as other materials made from this power of the rules were used, a super-grade yin energy could be forged, one that could only be used in the demon world. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly. That's enough. Even if it can only be used in this demon world, it can still help me gain another trump card. Lin Yu then asked Ding Liang with curiosity, "In your opinion, what kind of yin energy could this corpse be refined into?" "Ideally, something with enormous power but high cost. The most suitable type, without a doubt, would be the split-body yin energy." When Lin Yu heard the term split body, he couldn't help but be startled for a moment. Ding Liang continued to explain, "A complete corpse, combined with other precious yin energy materials, can be refined into a split body. The split body would possess a body as strong as that of a level yin energy attacker, while retaining the talents and skills it had when it was alive. After successful refinement, the user would need to extract a portion of their soul and place it into the split body. Such a split body yin energy, whether it reaches the supergrade or holy product level, will never have a weapon spirit, completely obeying the will of the soul's consciousness. Moreover, the clone is not afraid of death, does not feel pain, and can charge forward to fight without hesitation. It can be said that the clone is the pinnacle of all types of yin energy, but the process of refining it requires materials that are both complex and extremely expensive, to the point of being hard to find. On the other hand, the user's soul must be compatible with the corpse. Otherwise, a rejection reaction will occur, making it impossible to control. This type of yin energy corpse is truly a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. After a brief analysis, Lin Yu concluded that he had both of the essential factors. But the two most challenging aspects for others at this moment had become his advantages. Phaseless ghost face. I have already given it to old Wang. I cannot go out anymore. Zhu Xiang, you and Ding Liang go to the black market to buy the yin materials. Both of them accepted the order and complied. As for the budget, Lin Yu took out a stack of ghost coins and handed them to Ding Liang, starting with 4 billion, with no limit. Holding the ghost coins in his hands, Ding Liang was overjoyed at such a great opportunity inside. To have the chance to refine such a precious yin energy is indeed a great fortune for me. Zhu Xiang also expressed his happiness for Ding Liang, lightly patting him on the shoulder and saying, I must say, following our master is the greatest fortune of all. I believe old Wang will also feel lucky for the decision he made today. The scene shifts to old Wang, now in the form of a replica of Demon King Ling Yu, hanging suspended in the sky by chains of iron. In this predicament, old Wang silently thought to himself, I never expected the one in disguise to be my future self. A strongman at the level of Demon King, slaughtering both realms, committing monstrous crimes, and becoming a fugitive hunted by both humans and demons. Is this the future that the Nightmare Theater has foreseen for the Master? And yet, I've made a pact with someone like this. Whether the future brings blessings or misfortune, at least I know that with such potential, the chance of me taking revenge on Nightmare Eye will be greatly increased. The scene shifts to Nightmare Eye and Tomb Guardian. Nightmare Eye gazes at the red full moon, deep in thought. Strange. The real body of this. Lin Yu should have entered the Nightmare Theater by now. I followed the suggestion of my reincarnation rule and specifically staged such a grand performance. As long as he dares to show himself, he will be hunted down by all the monsters in the Nightmare Theater. But it's odd. Why can I not feel any trace of his energy? Where on earth has he hidden himself? Seeing Nightmare Eye's strange behavior, Tomb Guardian, puzzled, asked, What are you looking for? Nightmare Eye sneered, Ha ha, nothing. Just feeling a little uneasy. Tell me, doesn't hanging Lin Yu's body out here like this insult him terribly? Could one of his allies come to take the body? It turns out that you were indeed worried about this. It's possible. I will immediately send someone to inform ox-headed and horse-faced demons to keep a strict watch over the body, and at the same time instruct the prison guards to pay extra attention to the surroundings. After receiving the order from the Tomb Guardian, horse-faced demons, looking somewhat worried, said to ox-headed, Could that Ding Liang actually be the accomplice, the master of the tomb mentioned? If so, doesn't that mean we've made a huge mistake? We should report to the Tomb Guardian immediately. Ox-headed stopped horse-faced demons, saying, Absolutely not. Ox-headed muttered to himself, The 1 billion ghost coins have already been divided, and if we go to find the master of the tomb now, it would be like walking straight into death. Ox-headed was also filled with anxiety, beads of sweat rolling down his face, forcing him to wipe them away with a cloth. I think if we leave now, we might fall into Lin Yu's trap of leading us away. Moreover, Ding Liang doesn't look like a bad person. If we wrongfully accuse him, won't we be ashamed of this uniform? He has already set a time to meet with us, so let's wait a little longer. If he doesn't show up by then, we can still go and apologize to the master of the tomb. After hearing Ox-headed's words, horse-faced demons sighed. I guess we'll do that. They moved to the black market, where a group of employees from the 9-layered prison gathered and began to discuss. Do you suspect the suspicious person from yesterday? Isn't he the younger brother of Lord Oxhead? Lord Oxhead is the one who founded this black market. You can't report him. If he gets angry and exposes all the black market activities, we're all in serious trouble. Suddenly, Ding Liang and Zhu Xiang approached from a distance and greeted the group of ghosts. Brothers, I was introduced by Lord Oxhead. I'd like to buy something from you. One of the ghosts turned around and replied, We're closing our stalls today, not doing business. Zhu Xiang was puzzled by this response. He then took out the stack of ghost coins Lin Yu had given him and held it up in front of the ghosts, causing them to be startled. It was the first time they had seen such a large sum of money in their lives. Seeing the change in the expressions of the ghosts, Zhu Xiang smiled inwardly and said, Think carefully, brothers, are you really not interested in doing business today? As he spoke, Zhu Xiang fiddled with the stack of money in front of them. Seeing the money, the ghosts stared at it like it was their greatest love, their eyes fixed on it, and they burst into loud laughter, replying, "Of course we'll do business. What you two need to buy?" Ding Liang immediately spoke. "Bring all your best yin materials here." After Ding Liang's words, the group of demons brought their chests of items and placed them in front of the two. "Great Elder, look at mine. This is the top-grade yin material, 9-layer ghost phosphorus. Look at mine too, the super-grade yin material, soul-stirring sand, in large quantities, use freely, and it's offered at a 10% discount." While they were happily negotiating, suddenly a demon rushed in, panting, and said, "Lord Tomb Guardian and Lord Judge sent me to patrol." Hearing this, everyone grew anxious, quickly urging Zhu Xiang and Ding Liang to hide behind the wall. "Hurry, hurry, both of you hide quickly." Soon after, an assistant arrived for the patrol. "What are you all doing gathered here? Is there anything unusual?" Upon seeing their superior, everyone stood at attention and saluted. One of them reported, "Report, Lord, nothing unusual. Everything is normal." Seeing that everything was fine, the assistant turned and left, but not before reminding everyone, "Pay attention to suspicious people, and report to me immediately if you find anything." Everyone saluted and bowed their heads, replying in unison, "Yes." After the other person left, the group let out a sigh of relief. That was close, we tricked him. They secretly rejoiced, relieved that they hadn't frightened the distinguished guest. After that, both parties continued with their transaction. Once all the deals were completed, Ding Liang and Zhu Xiang left and returned to Lin Yu's place. After displaying the fruits of their acquisitions for the night, both were confident. Zhu Xiang spoke first. "Exactly. They were very enthusiastic." Ding Liang also chimed in. "That's why we bought all materials we could use. The 4 billion is all gone." Hearing both of them, Lin Yu was pleased, thinking to himself that money really made things go unusually smoothly. He then took out the black cauldron. The materials were all ready. Next, after setting it down, Lin Yu placed the large black cauldron in front of him, its size comparable to a bathtub. Ding Liang said, "Master, this corpse is at the Demon King level. I can't complete the refining process by myself." At this moment, Lin Yu, his body full of spiritual power, smiled and said, "Don't worry, just summon Ru Nai and Ning, and they'll help Ding Liang. Let's refine this Demon King level split body together." At this moment, a white smoke was rising from the black pot, soon to envelop the entire room. The corpse of Demon King Lin Yu was sitting inside the black pot, surrounded by a large amount of yin energy that Ding Liang and Zhu Xiang had brought back. Around Lin Yu, his contracted ghosts were working together to assist Ding Liang in refining the avatar. After a period of time, the white smoke gradually dispersed. In its place, the corpse of Lin Yu, sitting cross-legged in the black pot, began to emit a golden light, which gradually formed a golden barrier surrounding the entire body of Ghost King Lin Yu. Time passed quickly, and suddenly, the eyes of Ghost King Lin Yu opened. His eyes shone with a golden light as they locked onto everyone who was performing the ritual. Ding Liang quickly shouted a reminder. "Lin Yu, the time has come. The Lord, now is the moment. Please infuse your blood essence into the avatar." Hearing Ding Liang's reminder, Lin Yu swiftly lunged toward Ghost King Lin Yu. He bit the tip of his finger to draw blood, and, with swift precision, flung the blood drop toward Ghost King Lin Yu. Lin Yu's blood drop passed through the golden barrier and flew straight toward the collarbone of Ghost King Lin Yu. The blood drop slowly seeped into the body of Ghost King Lin Yu before disappearing. Seeing the good results, Ding Liang was delighted. Indeed, there was no rejection phenomenon. Next came the soul and spirit separation, a step that was extremely dangerous. "Please the Lord, be extremely cautious," Ding Liang warned. Then, Lin Yu followed Ding Liang's instructions. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Lin Yu. "A Grade A Holy Yin energy tool has been detected. Lin Yu's true body has been bound to the entity." Seeing the system message, Lin Yu quietly rejoiced. It's a success. Soon after, the protective barrier turned purple, and a crack began to spread, eventually breaking apart completely. At this moment, Demon King Lin Yu stood up straight, his body emanating purple light. Around him, many rings of purple spiritual power began to form. This wave of spiritual power made Ding Liang and Ru Nei, who were the weakest in strength, struggle to withstand it. Lin Yu gazed at the scene, murmuring to himself, "This wave of yin energy, I fear that the demon world can no longer hide it." Then, the yin energy wave grew stronger, forming a purple beam of light that pierced through the roof and shot straight up into the sky, creating a stunningly brilliant sight. This phenomenon caused all monsters who suddenly saw the surge of yin energy to be puzzled, unsure of what caused it. The two demons, upon witnessing this scene, were astonished and exclaimed, "What is this? This yin energy is so powerful." Even the horse-faced demons, upon seeing it, were startled. The yin energy was so powerful. Could it really be Ding Liang? Ox-headed was delighted. He had indeed cultivated a super-grade yin energy item. This is great. It seems we didn't misjudge him after all. The scene then shifts to Nightmare Eye and Tomb Guardian. Nightmare Eye thought to himself, "Lin Yu, that brat is definitely up to something shady." He then spoke to Tomb Guardian. "Tomb Guardian, quickly take someone over there." Meanwhile, at Lin Yu's location, after completing the creation of the clone into a yin energy holy product, Lin Yu stood there, gazing at the holy product clone as it emitted a brilliant golden light. Ru Ni, still in disbelief, exclaimed, "A genuine holy product." Ding Liang, on the other hand, was ecstatic with his achievement. "I, Ding Liang, have finally managed to create a genuine holy yin energy tool." Lin Yu began to control this clone, making it float, then tried to move its hand. In the final step, Lin Yu started to separate his soul and transfer it into the clone, making its hand touch his own. At that moment, a vortex of spiritual power formed around Lin Yu and the yin energy clone. Lin Yu immediately felt, "Hemph. This is the backlash from spiritual power." Looking at the screen, the system displayed information about the clone in front of him. Current stats: spiritual power 13,000, spiritual awareness 1,500, spiritual power 19,000, spiritual awareness 2,000. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Although this body only existed within the nightmare theater, the yin energy contained within it was incredibly real. In just a few short breaths, he had already advanced to the mid-stage of the 6th-ranked demon controller. Suddenly, Zhu Xiang and the my-contracted ghost of Lin Yu both felt it. Zhu Xiang laughed loudly and said, "Oh, so we can also experience backlash." Nu Nai looked at her hand and happy, exclaimed, "Great, this time I can finally break through to the demon general level." Lin Yu stood facing the yin energy clone, deep in thought. He then tried raising his left hand, and the clone raised its left hand as well. How should I control this clone? Is it as simple as manipulating it using yin energy? It's as flexible as my own arm. Too easy, he thought. He then tried making it move around. The two of them walked over to where Zhu Xiang was. Lin Yu handed the black pot back to Zhu Xiang and said, "Zhu Xiang, try blocking one of my moves." Holding the black pot, Zhu Xiang was also eager to test it out. "Haha, one move from a clone of the true holy product. I think I'll have to use the quasi-sacred yin key clone to block it." The clone, after receiving the order from Lin Yu, gathered spiritual power into its fist and punched straight at the black pot that Zhu Xiang was waiting to defend. The punch was so powerful that even though Zhu Xiang tried to muster all his spiritual power, he was still sent flying far behind and could not help but mutter, that's really strong." Lin Yu, seeing Zhu Xiang being pushed back so far, had a slightly pale expression on his face. "I only used 50% of my strength, and I could already easily push Zhu Xiang back. It seems that this clone, a near-holy product, at the very least has combat strength comparable to a peak ghost marshal. If I can leverage the spiritual power of Zhu Xiang and others to enhance my own strength, perhaps I could even fight on par with a mid-stage ghost marshal." At this moment, the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for completing mission number 13. Mission number 13. Money is external, but the body is the greatest asset. Mission: spend 5 billion ghost coins to regain your body. Mission completion progress: 5 billion/5 billion. Reward: 3 rule deciphering cards." Upon receiving the reward of 3 rule deciphering cards, Lin Yu held them in his hand as the system screen displayed the information. The rule deciphering card can decipher the 5 most important rules in the horror game instance. All right, system notification. Lin Yu thought to himself, so it turns out I can only decode 5 rules. But that makes sense. He then threw the card in his hand up and called out to the system, "Decode it for me now." The system then displayed the information about the rule decoder card. 1. In the My Reincarnation Theater, the future self of each person is automatically formed based on the memories and soul of the audience. The thoughts and logic of the future self will be almost identical to that of the actual audience. 2. The Nightmare Eye can manipulate the force of the rules in the Nightmare Theater, but it only works on beings below the Demon King level. 3. The best way to destroy a weapon spirit is to kill its master. 4. To end the play, one must find the journal that records the discrepancies between the script and reality. 5. If no journal exists, one can create their own journal. Looking at the information from the rule deciphering card, Lin Yu rested his chin on his hand, thinking, useless against anything below the Demon King level. Even if I have a perfect holy product clone, it still can't stand toe-to-toe. Could it be that its master is the Tomb Guardian Beast? But that guy at least appears to have the strength of a Demon King. While lost in thought, Ning suddenly sensed something was wrong and quickly reminded Lin Yu, "This isn't good. The yin energy you just released has attracted the underworld guards." Lin Yu immediately instructed his monsters, "Quick, return to the demon summoning space." At that moment, the underworld guards broke down the door and entered. Upon stepping into the room and finding it empty, they were confused. "This is strange. No one is here." The Tomb Guardian, holding the Nightmare Eye, entered as well and angrily scolded his subordinates. "Bunch of worthless fools. Step aside. Let me take a look." The Judge Lord Eye, the Nightmare Eye, activated its power, scanning the entire room. Seeing that the Nightmare Eye had forced Lin Yu, who was using the invisible demon technique, to reveal himself, the latter sighed inwardly. So they really did spot the trace. The invisible demon was undone. Seeing the underworld guards distracted, Lin Yu moved swiftly, sidling up next to one of the guards and holding his dagger to the man's neck, causing the guard to jump in fear. When the others saw Lin Yu, they were all struck with shock, unable to believe their eyes, and exclaimed, "The Ghost King Fengdu Lin Yu! It can't be! Weren't you executed?" Nightmare Eye spoke up to reassure his subordinates. "It's just a 6th-level demon controller. Don't panic, he's just a fake." The prison guard felt secretly relieved upon hearing this. "Only level 6? Doesn't that mean I just need to pull lightly and he'll die instantly?" The man pointed his elbow at Lin Yu, but Lin Yu gently blocked the move with his hand, leaving the man in disbelief. "Huh? Why can't I move? What's going on?" Lin Yu smiled cheerfully. "Nightmare Eye, you clearly know my true strength, so why are you deliberately deceiving your subordinates? Are you trying to use them as cannon fodder to wear out your own spiritual power, because you're not confident you can defeat me?" Offended, Nightmare Eye grew angry. "You're talking nonsense. With your current strength, you can't even withstand a single blow from me. I just didn't want to turn you into dust and leave no trace of your existence." The two began a heated verbal exchange. "Humph, don't I know all about you? A 3rd-grade supergrade half-awakened, and you dare to impersonate a holy product? If you can prove you have the strength of a demon king, I'll immediately admit defeat." "All right then, I'll play along with your request." Nightmare Eye immediately shot a beam of red spiritual power, like a laser, straight towards Lin Yu. But Lin Yu quickly moved, pushing the Quan officer in front of him as a shield, causing the officer to be pierced by the spiritual power. Humph! Did everyone see that? These two masters completely disregard your lives. Upon hearing Lin Yu's divisive words, both the Tomb Guardian Beast and Nightmare Eye angrily retorted, "It's clear you deliberately used my man as a shield to pressure me, too scared to act recklessly. Don't be swayed, charge and capture him." Receiving the command, the group of prison guards rushed forward to attack Lin Yu. He gracefully dodged their attacks, continuing to sow discord. "Think carefully. Do you really want to die for the orders of your superiors? On the other hand, if you abandon this hunt for me, I'll reward you generously." Lin Yu then took out a stack of ghost coins and tossed them towards the prison guards, causing them to hesitate. As the ghost coins rained down above their heads, they couldn't help but marvel. Each of these ghost coins was worth 100,000 yen. The Tomb Guardian, enraged by Lin Yu's actions, immediately charged forward, channeling spiritual power into his right hand as he swiftly advanced toward Lin Yu. That crafty little brat. His clawed strike had slammed into the wall as Lin Yu had swiftly dodged the blow. A loud explosion echoed after the strike, intensifying the fury within the Tomb Guardian. The Tomb Guardian continued his charge, intent on delivering another strike, his voice growling. You can't escape. This time, Lin Yu did not dodge. Instead, he summoned a clone to stand in front of him, allowing the clone to take the blow in his place. The Nightmare Eye on the Tomb Guardian's right hand noticed the sudden appearance of another figure assisting Lin Yu and immediately alerted the Tomb Guardian, he has backup. At that moment, the Tomb Guardian's punch was already racing toward them. Just as the clone embraced Lin Yu and took the full brunt of the punch, both Lin Yu and the clone were sent flying through the wall. However, the clone managed to safely land, cradling Lin Yu in its arms. Then, the two quickly used the invisibility cloak to move and flee. When the Tomb Guardian jumped from the upper floor to the ground, all that could be seen was debris falling to the ground. But no one was in sight. The Nightmare Eye felt an unsettling frustration. Damn it, his invisibility cloak is also super grade level 3. As soon as they're out of my line of sight, I can no longer sense anything. He immediately ordered the prison guards. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chase after them. The group hesitated for a moment upon receiving the order, then glanced at one of the guards who was hurriedly picking up the scattered ghost coins from the ground, complaining, the attitude of the esteemed judge toward us is even worse than that of the enemy, compared to protecting the demon world or capturing criminals. Holding money in hand is by far the most practical thing. After escaping from the Nightmare Eye, Lin Yu stopped to catch his breath, then looked up at the clone with joy. Truly worthy of being a clone of a yin energy pure holy product, he had taken a punch from the Tomb Guardian beast and was completely unharmed. He recalled the moment when the Tomb Guardian struck, but the attack from the Tomb Guardian beast hadn't reached the level of a true Demon King attack, perhaps because the limit of the Nightmare Theater could only produce this level. This was good news. So long as the clone acted as a shield, at least his life would be safeguarded. He then retracted the clone, put on a cap, and began making his way toward the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. As he walked, he felt pleased that he had found a solution. When he arrived, still with his face covered, he encountered the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. Esteemed sirs, save me. Ox-headed looked puzzled. Ding Leon, you finally made it. So, have you successfully refined it? Not to disappoint the two esteemed sirs, but, after hesitating for a moment, Lin Yu took off his hat and mask. When they saw Lin Yu's appearance, both of them were taken aback. What is this? Lin Yu explained. It's a long story. I just wanted to make the most of the complete body of the Demon King, so I turned it into a clone. The horse-faced demons asked in confusion. A clone? Do you mean this is the yin energy that you've turned into? Lin Yu had already planned for these actions. I gave the demon mask to Old Wang, but with the invisibility cloak concealing all the energy, they can't tell the real from the fake. He began acting very convincingly. That's right. As I see it, Lin Yu's clone is completely under my control. From now on, he is a human-shaped weapon belonging to our demon world. What could shake the morale of the human side more than this? But as soon as the clone was successfully created, the commotion was so big that the master of the tomb and the judges showed up. They didn't say anything. They just wanted to kill me. I'm just a small demon. How could I fight against them? My real body was smashed to pieces by the Tomb Guardian. From now on, I'll have to live in this body, barely hanging on. Hearing the story Lin Yu was telling, the horse-faced demon sympathetically placed a hand on his shoulder, showing understanding. You, child, you caused such a tremendous incident. But fortunately, the great judge's power still allows him to distinguish your true identity. Come, follow me and apologize to him, seeking his mercy. Lin Yu immediately shrugged off the horse-faced demon's hand, feeling the tremor still in his own. The horse-faced demon gasped. Such a terrifying power. Ding Liang, what do you mean by that? Lin Yu responded with confidence and determination. What if I told you the judge's eyes right now are nothing but a fake? Both the ox-headed and horse-faced demons were struck by Lin Yu's words, as though struck by lightning, unable to believe what they were hearing. The great judge is an imposter. How could that be? Do you have any evidence? After using this body, I can naturally see things that you can't, but it's hard to explain to you right now. If you can find the true owner of the judge's eye, then you would be able to uncover its true identity as well. The ox-headed demon spoke up. The judge's eye was originally a holy yin energy tool, and it doesn't have a true master. How could you not know that? Do you not have a master? Are you sure about this? Lin Yu thought to himself, puzzled. What does the third rule for decoding the hint card mean? The outside world is completely different from the 9-layered prison. The horse-faced demon spoke up to explain. This is a place where rules govern. As long as a weapon spirit can merge with the power of the rules, it doesn't necessarily need to have a master in order to claim the right to speak. There's even a precedent with the Tomb Guardian Beast. How could the great judge ever accept a master? The more Lin Yu listened, the more he realized his earlier assumption was wrong. A hint of worry crossed his mind as he thought, I never considered this possibility. I was led astray by my own biases. No wonder when I left the 9-layered prison instance, Ding Liang made such a prediction. If I'm not mistaken, the evil figure at the main gate is an incarnation of the power of the rules. So the Tomb Guardian is actually a weapon spirit that merges with the power of the rules. Suddenly, after a period of silence, Ox-Headed spoke up. I believe him. The horse-faced demon asked, puzzled, Ox-Headed, are you serious? I am old new, and you know the relationship between me and the great judge. I can see the change in it. Old New began to recount. Many years ago, when Eye of Judgment and Asterisk, the realm of reincarnation Asterisk, were merged into Asterisk, the 9-layered prison Asterisk, its personality was influenced by Lord Zhenmu, becoming much more stable. However, recently, its temper seemed to have reverted back to the time when it was a super great rookie, full of impulsiveness. Lin Yu spoke up and asked, Old New, you seem to know a lot about the Eye of Judgment. Old New smiled and said, Humph, of course, I've been its subordinate the longest, witnessing the legendary growth of it firsthand. Lin Yu gave him an unbelieving look, which made Old New feel uncomfortable and asked, Hey, what's with that look? Do you doubt me? Old New then put an arm around Lin Yu's shoulders in a friendly manner and whispered, Humph, actually, I don't need you to believe me, as long as you do your part. I could give up my loyalty to Lord Judgment and join you in slandering it. You still haven't changed, always pushing prices down and resorting to coercion. Do you have any loyalty to Nightmare Eye? When Lin Yu directly referred to Lord Judgment by name, Ox-Headed was startled and took a step back, asking Lin Yu, You know about Nightmare Eye? Who exactly are you? Then, Lin Yu handed a stack of ghost coins to Ox-Headed. Haha, no need for many words. We are all from the same family. If you want money, I have plenty. Consider this a deposit. Once everything is done, there will be more. Seeing the ghost coins, Ox-Headed eagerly took the stack in his hand and replied to Lin Yu. All right, I am a man who loves money. My methods may not be entirely above board, but I guarantee exceptional after-sales service. What do you plan to do next? I will go convince old Ma and fully cooperate with you. I will go deep into the 9-layered prison to find the true form of the Tomb Guardian Beast. After receiving the money, Ox-Headed immediately went to work, turning to persuade old Ma to act. Then, the two led Lin Yu deeper into the 9-layered prison. They walked through endless corridors, with greenish yin energy floating everywhere. After walking for a while, Lin Yu could feel that they were in the central area of the 9-layered prison. Just like the outer areas, this place also had rules that suppressed spiritual power, and the two were likely interconnected. The horse-faced demons, walking alongside. I shouldn't have listened to the temptation from both of you in the first place. One wrong step, and every step after has to be wrong. Now there's no turning back. I can only follow you all the way to the end. Ox-Headed was the complete opposite of the horse-faced demons. He happily carried the corpse of Ghost King, Lin Yu, on his shoulder, and cheerfully responded, That's not quite right, my old friend. Didn't you stay in the 9-layered prison because you were grateful for the favor of the Tomb Guardian? Now, we're here to expose the imposter. And this is how we repay the kindness of the Tomb Guardian Beast. Seeing the two behind him whispering, Lin Yu turned back and asked Old Ma, Old Ma, could you tell me about the past of the Tomb Guardian Beast? Why is he said to be the precursor of the weapon spirit? Old Ma began to recount, saying it was quite a long story. The Tomb Guardian Beast, who has guarded the layered prison for 20 years, single-handedly withstood the 9th heaven. But only those of us who have followed him for many years know that about 10 years ago, the Tomb Guardian Beast also had a master. During that period, he would go on missions with this mysterious master, and every time he returned, he was covered in injuries. Yet I could see his heart was filled with a fighting spirit. Until one time, the tomb guardian beast came back alone, his hands shattered into stone fragments, his expression extremely desolate. After that, he declared that he would close himself off to recover, and from then on, he never spoke of his former master again. We know that the tomb guardian, the Great One, values loyalty and righteousness, with unwavering principles. It was he who saved me when I was framed and imprisoned in the layered prison. If it weren't for the previous master's harm toward him, he would never have severed ties so recklessly. Old New also spoke up, continuing, "Then, when the war between the two realms reached its most brutal stage, the tomb guardian went out with a part of his soul. He allied with the judgment lineage, which had just joined the layered prison, and laid the foundation for the weapon spirit's position in the demon world. The capture of the ghost king Fengdu further boosted the nine-layered prison's prestige in the demon world, as if the sun were at its zenith. Unfortunately, the mess we've caused this time may very well ruin that reputation." After hearing all the information from the ox-headed and horse-faced demons, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. The Nightmare Theater instance has come this far, and all the relationships are intertwined. If I'm not mistaken, the previous master of the Tomb Guardian Beast was me. Lost in thought as he walked, it wasn't long before they arrived. The horse-faced demon spoke up. "We've arrived." In front of all three of them, two large doors were tightly shut, with two guards standing watch. The horse-faced demons spoke to Lin Yu. "The true form of Lord Tomb Guardian is here." One of the guards noticed the three of them and spoke up. "Lord Ox-headed, the horse-faced demons, and this person here do not have Lord Tomb Guardian's order badge. They cannot enter." Lin Yu then stepped forward and struck the guard's body with his hand, but not to harm him. Rather, he pressed a bundle of ghost coins into him. Holding the bundle of ghost coins, the guard seemed incredulous, astonished. "If you know what's good for you, step aside." Lin Yu's deep, authoritative voice made the guard hesitate. He looked closely at Lin Yu's face, and then exclaimed, "Lin Yu, the Ghost King." After that, the guard and his companions opened the door, allowing Lin Yu to enter. The three of them walked in confidently. Lin Yu spoke with delight. "The show is about to begin. Nightmare Eye, are you ready?" The scene shifted to where the Tomb Guardian Beast and Nightmare Eye stood in the square where Lin Yu, the Ghost King's corpse, had been hung. Upon seeing the area was deserted and the bodies had vanished, Tomb Guardian Beast began to feel a sense of doubt. Not only had the corpses disappeared, but could it be that Lin Yu still had a hidden move? Or perhaps he had never truly died. The Tomb Guardian Beast turned to ask Nightmare Eye, "What do you think? Could it be that the person isn't Lin Yu's ally, but he himself is him? After all, the way he spoke." Nightmare Eye replied, "Tomb Guardian Beast, at this point, are you still soft-hearted? Last time I saw in your dream, it seemed like you held Lin Yu in high regard." Tomb Guardian quickly explained, "My heart is forged from the coldest black stone of the demon world. I don't know what soft-heartedness is." "Humph, you'd better be able to say what you mean and do what you say." Suddenly, a jailer approached with a report. "Report, sir. In the layered prison, we have detected Ox-headed Mask and Lin Yu's allies have broken into the forbidden area." Nightmare Eye gasped. "What?" It was furious. Tomb Guardian immediately made his way to the forbidden area, muttering to himself as he walked, "Lin Yu, if you have taught me the ethics of the law, and granted me the authority to suppress and regulate, then whether it's the Demon King, humans, enemies, or anyone else, I will follow these principles to the end." Just as he was about to proceed deeper, after walking for a while, Lin Yu heard the magistrate and the prison guards accompanying him. Lin Yu calmly spoke. "Oh, it seems you've been prepared in advance." The magistrate replied cheerfully, "Humph, how could we allow rebels to get close to where the master of the tomb is meditating? Everyone, charge! Block them! We absolutely cannot let him disturb the master of the tomb." All the prison guards behind the magistrate charged forward, shouting loudly. Seeing the guards rushing toward him, Lin Yu, feeling delighted, took out a stack of money and threw it toward the approaching guards. As the rain of ghost coins fell above them, the guards suddenly halted. Each one jumped up to catch the ghost coins Lin Yu had thrown. Holding the coins in their hands with smiles on their faces, completely forgetting that they had intended to attack him. Indeed, ghost coins could change even the spirits. The magistrate, seeing the guards eagerly grabbing the falling ghost coins, angrily shouted at them, "You fools! All you care about is money and nothing else. Do you deserve the training and care of the master of the tomb and the master judge?" He also didn't forget to turn to ox-headed and horse-faced demons and scold them. "And you guys, ox-headed, horse-faced demons, what's wrong with you? Are you also siding with Lin Yu and betraying us?" Ox-headed immediately responded, "Deputy Magistrate, don't speak nonsense. We are not betraying anyone." Horse-faced demons also spoke up to explain, "Everything we do is for the 9-layered prison and the master of the tomb." The magistrate said, "Enough. Given that you have worked diligently in the 9-layered prison for many years, I will give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Capture this unknown individual immediately." Ox-headed and horse-faced demons hesitated for a moment before responding, "Sorry, but we are following him." Seeing that his words had no effect, the magistrate took out a medallion and said, "This is your choice. You won't be able to escape. You're just asking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, the magistrate crushed the medallion in his hand. The moment the medallion was shattered, the surroundings suddenly changed, and the yin energy thickened, causing Lin Yu to be taken aback as he silently assessed. "The pressure around me has increased, and the yin energy is becoming more pronounced." Horse-faced demons then spoke up to explain the situation to Lin Yu. Horse-faced demons said, "If he crushes the token authorized by the master of the tomb, he can mobilize a portion of the force rules in Yin prison. Damn it, the Grand Judge is the strongest in the beginner demon martial stage. Now, with the added pressure of Yin energy, the gap between him and us, horse-faced demons, will only grow wider." More and more white smoke surrounded the group. At this moment, the officials, after hearing the words of the martial judge, began to encircle Lin Yu, horse-faced demons, and ox-headed. One of them smugly spoke up, "Grand Judge, let us surround and annihilate these two traitors." Seeing the advantage swing back in his favor, he laughed proudly. "Haha, humans. Even though my subordinates may slack off for money, in the end, they will return to our ranks. Now it's 8 against 3. The advantage is mine." Lin Yu said, "Unfortunately, the rules can suppress yin energy, but they cannot suppress the formidable body of the Demon King." Lin Yu moved quickly, with ghost coin talismans in hand, throwing them at the judge while also closing the distance. As the ghost coin talismans exploded right next to him, the judge, shocked, assessed, "Not bad, just a level 6 demon controller. But why does every strike seem to carry the power of a demon marshal? But as for breaking through my ascended blockade, that's going to take much more." While trying to avoid Lin Yu's attacks, the clone of Lin Yu suddenly appeared right behind the judge, leaving him confused as he didn't know who was behind him. But before he could turn around, Lin Yu's clone struck him powerfully on the back with one hand, causing him to cry out "Aw!" before flying towards a nearby wall. His body slammed against it. A subordinate, concerned, hurried over to check on him. "Your Honor." After managing to stand up from the blow, he finally saw the appearance of the one who had struck him. Surprised, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" Seeing Lin Yu and his clone standing next to each other, looking identical, was unbelievable. Although this level 6 demon controller was a counterfeit, the person in prison attire was certainly Ghost King Fengdu. Could it be that he had really been resurrected? The horse-faced demons, seeing the two Lin Yus, looked confused at Lin Yu and asked, "You didn't say you used Lin Yu's clone body. So what is going on here? We trusted you so much." Ox-headed Thigh quickly interjected, "Old Ma, don't mind these little details. Whether we've trusted the wrong person or not doesn't depend on who he truly is, but on whether he can expose the fake Grand Judge's scheme and fulfill his promise to us, to the master of the tomb, and to the 9-layered prison." Seeing Ox-headed speaking on his behalf, Lin Yu showed his gratitude. "It's still Old Wong who understands." Ox-headed said, "Old Wong, don't worry, I'm here because of that fake name, that Eye of Judgment. In the end, this is just a personal grudge between me and the Eye of Judgment. It has nothing to do with Ghost King Fengdu, nor with the 9-layered prison. But since it insists on pulling you all in as scapegoats, how could I not fight back? Moreover, I'm also very curious about the secrets of this place." While speaking, Lin Yu acted, He continuously used ghost coins talismans to attack the judge and his subordinates. The explosions close to them caused injuries, and Ox-Headed also helped Lin Yu deal with a few of them. While Lin Yu and his clone rushed at the judge to attack, the judge cursed loudly. "You annoying human, even if you have the upper hand for now. So what? As long as I stall for time, by the time the two great masters arrive, you will still die. Then, Zhu Xiang and Ning will provide me with full spiritual power." After receiving the spiritual power, Lin Yu and his clone's strength increased. The clone rushed straight at the judge, using a series of palm strikes to hit him. Lin Yu wanted the judge to be unable to withstand any longer, continuously attacking him. After the clone's palm strikes, Lin Yu followed up with a kick to the judge. "Get out of my way." Lin Yu's kick sent the judge flying straight into the stone coffin, where the Tomb Guardian Beast's true form was stored. When Lin Yu saw the stone coffin in front of him, he was filled with joy, and together with his clone, approached it. The true form of the Tomb Guardian Beast must be inside, right? Suddenly, a soft scream from the Nightmare Eye attacked Lin Yu, but then it abruptly stopped. After that, a voice echoed, "Stop right there." Lin Yu turned around to look, and at the same time, the system displayed a notification. Detected the Holy Yin Energy, Tomb Guardian Beast's soul fragment in the reincarnation projector. Seeing the system notification, Lin Yu confirmed once again. Just as I had guessed, the Tomb Guardian Beasts I've seen before are all soul fragments of weapon spirits. It's just that they have been taken to a much higher level than me, and due to the lack of prior knowledge, the system couldn't detect their condition immediately. Tomb Guardian Beast. The Tomb Guardian then spoke to Lin Yu. "Don't open it. You will regret it." Although Lin Yu had only guessed part of it, he felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know what you've gone through all those years ago, but I am making sure that the future will not be one where regrets are made. Right now, I must see everything with my own eyes." Lin Yu and the split soul quickly moved toward the stone coffin and opened its lid together. However, what they found inside astonished everyone, except for the Tomb Guardian Beast, whose face darkened as it remained silent. Meanwhile, the Nightmare Eye on the Tomb Guardian Beast's hand seemed to go into a frenzy, laughing loudly. "Haha, Lin Yu, I know what you're thinking. You must have discovered that the Tomb Guardian Beast was once your yin energy, and you want to use it to deal with me, right? But the Tomb Guardian Beast has already been killed. All that remains in the coffin is a petrified body." Just as the Nightmare Eye had said, the original Tomb Guardian Beast was dead. Everyone was struck dumb when they saw the truth. The Nightmare Eye on the Tomb Guardian Beast's hand spoke again, breaking the silence. "But it and you severed ties long ago, ever since its true body died. The current split soul of the Tomb Guardian Beast was saved by me, and we are the comrades fighting side by side." In response to the emphasis on his own importance, Lin Yu merely turned around and lightly remarked, "You also conveniently erased its memories, didn't you?" Hit right in the heart, the Nightmare Eye quickly denied it. "Humph! What's the point of baseless accusations? The Tomb Guardian Beast only trusts me unconditionally, right?" Nightmare Eye glanced back at the Tomb Guardian, seeking recognition, but the Tomb Guardian instead asked, "Tell me, is he an imposter? But clearly you've known for a long time. He's really just Lin Yu." Nightmare Eye widened his eyes in surprise, then responded, "Do you really doubt me?" The Tomb Guardian continued, "Of course I know he's Lin Yu, but he is not the Ghost King Fengdu from your memories." After hearing Nightmare Eye's explanation, the Tomb Guardian angrily retorted, "What do you mean by that? This isn't something that can be explained in just a few sentences. But you won't suddenly lose your composure at this moment, will you? He killed you once, and you must not give him a second chance." The Tomb Guardian replied in disappointment to Nightmare Eye, "Judge, you still don't understand me. Even though I harbor resentment toward Lin Yu, my opposition to him has never been due to personal grudge. It is because he has broken the rules of the demon world." At that moment, the Tomb Guardian Beast turned toward Lin Yu and said, "Lin Yu, do you have anything to say?" Lin Yu sighed and responded, "Tomb Guardian, I truly owe you an apology." "Just now," he said, lowering his head in front of the Tomb Guardian to reaffirm, "I still don't know exactly what happened back then, but based on my understanding of myself, whether it's harming my weapon spirits or triggering the crossbow's yin energy to slaughter the monsters, I have no reason to do such things without cause. No matter how you explain it, The truth is you did it. So now, I will try to make up for it. Lin Yu then called Ding Liang out from the demon space. Ding Liang. When they saw Lin Yu call Ding Liang's name and the appearance of a new monster, everyone was surprised, their eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't this the demon statue? His demon contract. It was at this point that the ox-headed and horse-faced demons realized who Ding Liang truly was. It turned out he was the real Ding Liang. Ding Liang, unaffected by the gazes of the other monsters, focused intently on the stones inside the stone coffin and responded to Lin Yu. Although the Tomb Guardian beast body is severely damaged, its material hasn't been destroyed. Moreover, the weapon spirit's soul fragments are still intact, so its condition is relatively complete. The materials for refining the yin energy fragments from before are still available. Give me a little time, and I can fix it. Good. Let's get started right away. Lin Yu immediately took the pile of yin energy from the ghost control space and infused it into the broken stones from the Tomb Guardian's body. The act of Lin Yu transmitting spiritual ki from the yin energy caused the stones to rise up, taking the shape of a human form. The Tomb Guardian beast was somewhat shaken upon witnessing this scene, and memories of Ghost King Lin Yu flooded back. It reminded him of when Lin Yu had once helped him enhance his body, making it stronger, and it was from that day that the Tomb Guardian beast had followed Ghost King Lin Yu. Those memories surged back, and the times when Tomb Guardian had been happy with Lin Yu were the moments when Lin Yu had taught him. Your authority should not be confined to this 9-layered prison, nor should you become a tool for others to suppress and abuse through form. I want you to become a true guardian of rules, one who relies on ethics and laws as the foundation, to suppress the chaos between the two realms. The more he looked at the familiar figure before him, the more the Tomb Guardian beast became nostalgic. Would there ever be a day when he would meet again the master he once longed for the most? Seeing the expression on the Tomb Guardian's face, Nightmare Eye, visibly irritated, spoke up, Tomb Guardian beast. You can't trust him. He's weak to this extent now. What's the harm in giving him a chance? Nightmare Eye then cast a sharp glance toward Lin Yu, calculating. No, this brat is far too sinister. If we don't seize the time to deal with him, and he actually revives, who knows what might happen to the Tomb Guardian beast's true form. He immediately launched a ray of blue light towards Lin Yu's back, and shouted, "Get down to hell." Lin Yu continued with his work, and the attack was intercepted by a shield created by Ghost King Lin Yu. He glanced behind him, quietly assessing the situation. The copy of Nightmare Eye was undone by the rules, and deemed invincible. With just the power of his clone, he could only hold out for at most half an hour. Suddenly, green chains of spiritual power appeared around Nightmare Eye, emanating from the Tomb Guardian. The latter glared angrily, and Tomb Guardian shouted, "Tomb Guardian is bound." Nightmare Eye, full of rage, damn it, a weapon spirit, famous for its righteous and strict principles, yet refuses to follow the rules, and pretends to be sentimental and meaningful. If you don't want to make a move, don't try to stop me. Release the suppression for me now. Afterward, Nightmare Eye was forced to the ground by the Tomb Guardian's suppression. As he neared the judge's seat, he saw the two powerful figures fighting each other. The man was confused, unsure of which side to take. He rushed to help Nightmare Eye, but things were not going to go as the judge intended. At that moment, a figure swiftly moved toward Nightmare Eye. It was Old Wong, now in the form of Lin Yu Demon King, smiling dangerously. He used the rule of the right hand, and with one strike, sent Nightmare Eye flying in another direction. The judge and Nightmare Eye were startled when they saw this figure. How could it be the third Lin Yu? Nightmare Eye, with the mark on its face from the painful strike, still exclaimed, "No, it can't possibly be a third Lin Yu. This doesn't align with the rules of the realm of reincarnation. Damn it, where did you come from? Is it really worth risking your life for someone else?" At this moment, Old Wine finally removed the faceless ghost face in front of him. The judge and Nightmare Eye, who had been knocked back, were trying to turn around and look. When they saw Old Wong's figure emerge, they exclaimed, "So it's you." Old Wong laughed loudly. "Nightmare Eye, do you still remember me?" Nightmare Eye said, "Hemph, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's the former headmaster. I didn't expect you to sneak in here as well." Old Wong, angry, pointed at Nightmare Eye and cursed directly. "I've been hiding in the Nightmare amusement park for so many years. Finally, I have a chance to get my revenge on you. How could I let this slip by? At this point, Nightmare Eye had broken free from some of the restrictions on its body, with only a chain left that allowed it to activate a portion of its spiritual power. It then rushed toward Old Wong. A chance? You, a worthless trash suppressed to the level of the initial level of Ghost General, think you're worthy to participate in a battle of this caliber? Suddenly, Ox-Headed appeared out of nowhere with a shield and quickly blocked to protect Old Wong. Horse-faced demons also joined in to help, making Old Wong overjoyed and repeatedly thanking them. Thanks to you all. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to withstand this blow. Ox-Headed spoke up. I roughly figured out what's going on. Old Ma, do you still remember the day when the great Emperor Fengdu Demon King was executed? The golden glow when Ghost King Fengdu, Lin Yu, was executed? At that time, everyone probably noticed that the golden glow emitted a strange energy fluctuation that we couldn't explain. At first, I thought it was some kind of special ability of Ghost King Fengdu. But now that I think about it, it might not be that simple. Perhaps it was this energy fluctuation that disturbed the fabric of time and space, bringing Lin Yu from the past to the present, and also altering the Nightmare Eye, transforming it into the tyrannical Nightmare Eye of the past. Horse-faced demons listened to Ox-Headed's analysis, mouth agape, unable to believe it. So impressive. You figure all this out. Ox-Headed, slightly embarrassed by the praise, blushed and said, well, I'm a technical guy, so it's just natural, really. Horse-faced demons, now more animated, turned towards Nightmare Eye. I'm a rough man, and I don't understand these things, but the actions of Judge Sama really make it hard for me to agree. They're doing everything to stop Lin Yu from resurrecting the true form of the Master of the Tomb, and won't even try once. Is this really about the Master of the Tomb? Being hit right in the heart once again, Nightmare Eye flew into a rage. How did it end up like this? Clearly, all of you should be loyal to me, so why did each one of you turn around to help Lin Yu? Lin Yu, who had been observing, finally spoke up after the resurrection of the Tomb Guardian's true form. As the host of the Nightmare Theater, this play has indeed given you a start with numerous advantages. But the path of a successful practitioner is aided by many, while the path of a fallen practitioner is abandoned by all. Along the way, you've left too many openings. After completing the final step of the resurrection, Ding Liang joyfully spoke. The Lord, fortunately, we have not disgraced the mission. Before Lin Yu and Ding Liang stood the fully restored true form of the Tomb Guardian Beast, now brimming with spiritual power. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Detected Holy Yin Energy Tool, the reincarnation projector of the Tomb Guardian Beast. Weapon spirits have accepted a master. Do you wish to link? Looking at the system interface in front of him, Lin Yu smiled happily. As expected in the end, the Tomb Guardian Beast never severed its connection with me. It's just that the me of the future, for some reason, no longer controls the Tomb Guardian Beast and allows it to convict, capture, and execute me. The soul fragment of the Tomb Guardian immediately returned to the form of the Tomb Guardian. After merging with the main body, the Tomb Guardian Beast also opened its eyes. The first thing it said was, all of my memories have been restored. Then, the Tomb Guardian Beast knelt before Lin Yu, welcoming the Lord's return. Lin Yu placed his hand on the Tomb Guardian's forehead and replied, I'm sorry for the suffering you've endured. For the greater good, the hardships of the Tomb Guardian are nothing compared to even a fraction of those borne by the Lord. After a moment of heartfelt conversation between the two, Lin Yu and the Tomb Guardian smiled as they gazed toward the Nightmare Eye. Now is the time to change the fate for the Lord, Lin Yu said. Everyone was surprised by the Tomb Guardian Beast's actions toward Lin Yu. The horse-faced demons were the first to speak, sensing that from what the Tomb Guardian had said, there seemed to be a deeper story behind the events of the past. The Tomb Guardian then explained, my master, the great Emperor Fengdu, has never harmed me. On the contrary, it was the Eye of Judgment that altered the memories of my soul fragment, making me misunderstand my master, all to seize the opportunity to take control of the 9-layered prison. Nightmare Eye had now broken free from all the restraints of the Tomb Guardian, and was standing to one side, shouting in fury, Hemph! The 9-layered prison owes its fame today to me leading it, and someone as stubborn as you should have died with Lin Yu in the coffin, never to be reincarnated. A subordinate of Deputy Quan, after witnessing this, asked his superior, Master Quan, What should we do now? The man finally realized the right course of action and replied. The 9-layered prison was created single-handedly by the master of the tomb, and for many years we've shared deep bonds. Let's go, we should help the master of the tomb. At this moment, the entire 9-layered prison had sided with Lin Yu. It seemed like a complete reversal for Nightmare Eye. Lin Yu smiled and spoke toward Nightmare Eye. Big Eyes, now that everyone is on my side, how do you plan to deal with this? Nightmare Eye responded with fury. Lin Yu, don't get too carried away. This nightmare stage is still my domain, and even if all of them follow you, what does that matter? As he spoke, he expanded like a balloon, his spiritual power bursting out in fiery red waves. Everyone was astonished by the state of Nightmare Eye. The horse-faced demon nervously spoke up. Don't forget, even the Tomb Guardian's aura from the Master of the Tomb was easily shattered. Lin Yu said, this power is... Lin Yu responded calmly, the power rule, is this your final trump card? The Nightmare Eye fixed its gaze directly on Lin Yu. Unless you leave this nightmare stage, I will always remain in an absolutely invincible state. Old Muang then advised Lin Yu, from what I understand about the nightmare stage, the Nightmare Eye is merely a projection, a fragment cast into the stage. But since it has long since taken control of this place, it can manipulate the power rule through a fragment of its soul. The only way to completely destroy the Nightmare Eye is to break the rule and find its true form within the stage. Hearing Old Muang's detailed explanation made it all more unbearable. No wonder you're a former headmaster, but so what if you understand the rule? You fundamentally have no way of breaking it. Lin Yu spoke up. Big Eyes, you're wrong. In fact, the rule here has already been broken long ago. The Nightmare Eye retorted, nonsense, I have seen everything you've done from the beginning. You have never violated the logic of reincarnation. Lin Yu said, that's true, but you don't know that the first loophole was just me silently setting it up. But now, it's time to expose it. Lin Yu then ordered Old Muang. Huangabang, restore your true strength. Old Muang responded, as you command, the Lord. At this moment, the system displayed information about Huangabang. Contract. Huangabang, high-level ghost general rank, skill talents, soul escape, bull charge, fate-bound yin energy, prison breakhorn. Nightmare Eye, unable to believe it, asked Old Muang, you dared to sign a contract with him. Why, in your quest for revenge against me, are you willing to pay any price? Old Muang confidently replied, I risked everything. Haha, you witnessed the potential of your lord with your own eyes. Following him, I lose nothing, but only gain more. But even though I signed a contract with Lin Yu, the truth remains that you entered this stage through another's dream, and that cannot change. But how could you break free from the suppression of your realm? At this moment, suddenly Ox-Headed, standing beside Old Muang, spoke up, perhaps it's because of me. Then, Ox-Headed knelt and greeted Lin Yu. Huangabang pays his respects, the Lord. The system also displayed a notification. Contract with Huangabang's reincarnation projector. Everyone, except the Tomb Guardian, was shocked and could hardly believe it. Nightmare Eye, confused, asked again. Old Muang, are you the same person as that ox-headed one? Lin Yu began to explain. When I first met Old Muang, I thought, if both you and I have future identities in this play, then Old Muang must also be an audience member like me. Is there a corresponding faction for him? This made me curious. If I make a contract with Old Muang right now, would it affect Old Muang in this nightmare stage? With that thought, I decided to make a contract with him to plant the seed of breaking the cycle of reincarnation. The Lord shared with me his hypothesis, and my first suspect was the ox-headed prison guard. Though my current form is merely a fusion of the ox-headed doll and myself, to hide my gaze from you, I had long fused with the blood of a real barbarian bull. When the bloodline fully awakens, my appearance may very well change. Therefore, the Lord had me sneak close to Ox-Headed. Along the way, there have been many details that prove the similarities between me and him. A love for money, a penchant for shady business deals, a familiarity with and obsession for the Eye of Judgment and the realm of reincarnation. His actions and gestures, such as, when he said, "Will you give my name, they'll give you a discount," or when he said, "You'll witness the legendary journey of his growth firsthand," or when he said, In terms of technical expertise, I'm certain he's my future self. Ox-headed turned around, and Nightmare Eye continued. At first, I didn't think much of it, but your change in personality made me suspect a shift in the timeline. It wasn't until the body was revealed that I saw the true face, clearly resembling my former self. If I had the chance to return to the past, I would also choose to follow Lord Lin Yu. Old Wong in reality is bound by my contract, but Old Wong on the stage plays the role of my future enemy. This contradicts his usual behavior logic. Therefore, the script of the nightmare stage has encountered a flaw, and it no longer exists. At this point, Ox-headed merged with Old Wong. Old Wong's body began to change, his spiritual power continuously increasing. And then Old Wong transformed into Ox-headed's form, directly boosting his strength. Old Wong felt his body and exclaimed with joy, "My power has erupted to the level of Demon Marshal." Nightmare Eye listened in silence to Ox-headed's explanation, but when Old Wong's strength increased, it sensed that the power rule had leaked, losing 10% of its strength. Lin Yu also noticed that his own strength had indeed decreased by 10%. The amount of spiritual power he could now command was roughly stronger than a Demon Marshal, but still weaker than a Demon King. Nightmare Eye remained confident and said, "Hemph, you were just lucky. Such a small flaw is not enough to shake the foundation of my power." Lin Yu raised 2 fingers and replied, "But this play still has a second flaw." Suddenly, the Demon King's avatar merged into Lin Yu's body. In fact, the nightmare stage, also known as the realm of reincarnation, operates on this principle. However, by utilizing the power rule, it recreated a scene of my future death. Yet they did not expect that the simulated future was merely a fragment of a past that had once existed. After that, Lin Yu's body took on the appearance of the future Ghost King Fengdu. The spiritual power he exhibited was the energy of the Ghost King. Seeing this, Nightmare Eye no longer felt confident. Does your body also contain the rules of reincarnation? Even I can only use the rules to secretly observe reincarnation. But you, can you have gone through reincarnation yourself? The Tomb Guardian Beast, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. The Lord has truly undergone reincarnation. Lin Yu sensed the changes in his body. Although it was not entirely clear yet, I realized that the reason I died and was reborn 3 years ago was to break this cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, the Tomb Guardian recalled and explained to everyone, "On my timeline, the Lord's identity seems different from everyone else's. The strongmen in the Demon King world are all close to him, and he also understands many secrets of the demon world." Tomb Guardian said, "Before the great war between the human world and the demon world broke out, the Lord had already recognized the danger. Those who traveled between the 2 realms were actually investigating clues about the one behind it all. But on the day we truly faced him, we painfully realized that aside from death, there was nothing we could do. In the blink of an eye, my essence was shattered, and the Lord was severely wounded. The gap in strength was too vast. The Lord could only carry out the final plan. You, following the flow of events, abandoned me, allowing my soul fragment to be brainwashed by you. You disregarded all criticisms, taking action against the source of yin energy, and, in the end, executed the sacrificial offering in the cycle of reincarnation, restarting time, betting the fate of yourself in the past." Nightmare Eye, confused, asked, "But aren't the memories of the Tomb Guardian Beast just fictional scenes created by the Nightmare Theater? How can this be considered a real world?" Lin Yu now agreed with what the Tomb Guardian Beast had said. "These things are not fictional. I have already come into contact with the Tomb Guardian Beast, and there are related memories in my own recollection. It's just that the theater extracted and reenacted them." Nightmare Eye seemed to be quite fond of time travel stories as well, and asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that you're one of those people who often appear in novels and comics? Those who are reincarnated?" "I am not reincarnated, but there is indeed something that has crossed through time and space." As he spoke, the system notification appeared. The strongest, richest system has been activated. Nightmare Eye still tried to deny the reality. "What is this? Could there really be a third world?" Lin Yu calmly explained, turning back to look at the Tomb Guardian and asking, "If I am not mistaken, I have never detonated the yin energy source." "Right." The Tomb Guardian nodded, answering, "That's correct. Everything was part of the plan. The thunder that struck so magnificently that day was not caused by the explosion of the yin energy source, but by the great laws of the demon world attempting to block you, which affected the surroundings. But this time, if we can meet the Lord again, I believe the innocent monsters who perished have not died in vain. You had succeeded, haven't you? Looking at the system's notification screen, Lin Yu thought to himself. The yin energy source has reversed time, returning to the moment everything began. Inside my body, ghost coins are continuously being generated. You remember, the explosion that caused my death 3 years ago was the result of the forced fusion between the past and the future. But the source of yin energy was implanted into my body when I came into contact with the ghost coins that the cremation worker accidentally stuffed into me. And it was at that moment that the strongest, richest system successfully activated. The ghost coins ignited, becoming a conduit for the endless yin energy, restoring my body and bringing me back to life right at the crematorium. After that, the system continuously converted pure yin energy into ghost coins through daily check-ins and tasks. It gradually guided me to harness its potential, slowly breaking the seal and enriching the yin energy. With the system's support, backed by trillions of ghost coins, I quickly grew stronger in the horror game. At this point, the system displayed another notification. Balance: 9,996 trillion ghost coins. You took out a 100,000 ghost coin note, looked at the ghost coin before you, and chuckled. This was the golden hand that my future self in the reverse timeline had left behind, specifically for me in the present. The reincarnation rule here was activated by the Nightmare Eye at the supergrade 3rd level, but due to the low realm, it still couldn't perceive the existence of the system. It simply relied on the remnants of my memories from the future, thinking that my fate would still be to be killed by the Tomb Guardian's beasts. It didn't realize that I existed in 2 completely different timelines, and so, the third world emerged. At this moment, Lin Yu was surrounded by layers of spiritual power that gathered around him. It seemed that the Nightmare Eye refused to understand the explanations of Lin Yu and the Tomb Guardian beast. It grew even angrier, shooting a beam towards Lin Yu and shouting, "The master of the rules, this is truly chaos. Clearly, I am the one who holds the rules. You, an outsider, what are you? Get out of here now." Lin Yu simply raised his hand, causing the spiritual power around him, the Tomb Guardian beast, and Old Wong, to ripple even more violently. Beneath his feet, violent whirlwinds centered on him spread out in all directions. The spiritual power emanating from Lin Yu surprised both the Tomb Guardian and Old Wong. He then pointed towards the Nightmare Eye, causing the spiritual power to surge like a powerful purple lightning bolt that tore through the air, crushing and shattering the Nightmare Eye's attack before directly striking it. As it endured the attack, the entity of the Nightmare Eye swelled up like an overinflated balloon about to burst. It didn't know how to regain control of its form, and could only scream in vain. Then, boom! A loud explosion rang out as the Nightmare Eye self-destructed. A blast like a heavy bomb went off right in front of all the demons present. When the horse-faced demons saw this scene, they lost their composure and shouted, "This guy is willing to die with us." It wasn't just the horse-faced demons who were frightened. The subordinates and Vice Officer Quan were also sweating heavily, their mouths agape in disbelief. Seeing the critical situation, the Tomb Guardian immediately used his spiritual power to try and launch a counterattack against the explosion. "Suppress it for me." Fortunately, everything is still under complete control. The horse-faced demons let out a relieved sigh. Thankfully, the master of the tomb was the best at suppressing with spiritual power, and the impostor had brought death upon himself. Old Wong then stepped forward to ask Lin Yu, "The Lord, you have killed the avatar of Nightmare Eye. Soon, the entire Nightmare Theater will collapse. We must quickly locate the true body of Nightmare Eye." "This is nothing to worry about. I've already gained some of the power of the rules of reincarnation, enough to sustain the theater for a while longer. These are the soul fragments I've collected from various areas within the amusement park. As we get closer to the true body, they will resonate." He handed the soul fragments to each person, instructing them to search for the true body of Nightmare Eye. "You are more familiar with the terrain here." He then said, "Leave the search to us." Upon receiving the evil soul fragment, everyone split up to search and investigate, checking each area one by one. The horse-faced demons were responsible for searching one direction, while the deputy also moved to search the surroundings of the 9-layered prison. The subordinates were divided into groups to inspect each area. Lin Yu, along with Old Wong and the Tomb Guardian, searched together in one area. After a while, everyone reported finding nothing, leaving only the plaza to be checked. The three of them chuckled quietly, silently confirming in their minds, "Hemph, it seems there's only that place left." They moved to the plaza, the site where Demon King Lin Yu had been executed. At this moment, the plaza was bathed in the eerie red moonlight, and Nightmare Eye's true form began to worry, murmuring to itself, "As long as I keep hiding, when the nightmare collapses, Lin Yu will be forced to leave the stage. I just need to stay in the theater for another 10 years or 8, and see if he can keep guarding this place forever." While murmuring to itself, suddenly a small rift appeared before it, gradually widening into a large hole, causing it to startle in fear. The large hole had been created by the Tomb Guardian using force with a powerful strike, causing both of his hands to slam down onto the plaza floor. At this moment, our gazes met. One pair was filled with extreme fear, while the other smiled inwardly with confidence. Nightmare Eye, upon seeing Lin Yu's figure, began to tremble and stammered, "Lin Yu, I truly regret it. If I hadn't been so greedy for your secret, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Those who possess a gem will always encounter disaster. In the beginning, we were no different. I too once coveted your power." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Nightmare Eye felt a glimmer of hope. "Oh, if you wanted to use my strength, then you can't kill me. I don't ask for much. Just help me reach the holy product level, and I will let you command me as you wish." Hearing its request, Lin Yu replied angrily, "Is that all? Truly insatiable greed." Nightmare Eye's true form immediately flew up to explain, "Hemph, yin energy with a soul still holds dignity. If not, I would self-destruct and leave you with nothing." At that moment, the system displayed a notification. "No master yet, cannot bind." Tomb Guardian laughed heartily and said to Nightmare Eye. More strands of spiritual power chains appeared in Tomb Guardian's hands. "Did you forget about your teammates in the theater?" Looking at the Tomb Guardian's appearance, Nightmare Eye began to tremble again. Suppression. The spiritual power chains immediately wrapped around Nightmare Eye. Lin Yu also took out the long spear, a super product, and Ming Hun Hao Bai continued to use spiritual power to suppress, pressing down on Nightmare Eye's true form. At this moment, Nightmare Eye was continuously suppressed, layer upon layer, only able to resist and cry out, "No, no." After a while, Nightmare Eye transformed into a form similar to the soul fragments in Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Actually, I originally favored peace. Cooperation is fine, and accepting a master would have been acceptable. You could have gained many benefits from me, but you chose to seize my memories and dared to confront me when your strength was insufficient. That is the reason you must die." At this point, Nightmare Eye had lost all sense of self and was lying completely in Lin Yu's hand. It was also when the system notification appeared. Super grade 3rd level yin energy Nightmare Eye has been bound to the host. After subduing Nightmare Eye, Lin Yu looked at the Nightmare Eye in his hand and felt joyful. The spiritual key of Nightmare Eye had been refined by blood-drinking Xuanlu and Ming Hun Hao Bai, leaving only the true form of yin energy. Old Mong, standing next to Lin Yu, joyfully congratulated, "Ha! Thank you, the Lord, for helping me take revenge." The system then displayed information about the Nightmare Eye. Super grade 3rd level Nightmare Eye with yin energy. Memory peeping extracts a portion of the memory of the person being spied on, mostly related to fear, death, resentment, and suffering. Nightmare Shock uses sound consciousness to create a mental shock that causes the target to fall into intense negative emotions. Looking at the system's explanation of the Nightmare Eye, Lin Yu smiled slightly, appearing to find it a decent yin energy item. With its spherical shape, Lin Yu tossed it up, silently thinking. Even though the initial spiritual Kai has already perished, its material form is still incredibly sturdy. Over time, it still has the ability to regenerate new spiritual Ki and evolve into the Eye of Judgment. By then, the regenerated spiritual Ki will be cultivated by my own hands and bound by the system, ensuring absolute loyalty. This place, the Nightmare Theater, is truly a sacred ground. Obtaining this yin energy was secondary. The most important thing was that I had clarified the cause of death from 3 years ago, and the truth about the system. However, time was pressing, and there were still many mysteries about the horror game that had yet to be resolved. Most importantly, the three of us were watching as the vortex of spiritual power was about to end this play. Lin Yu turned to ask the Tomb Guardian Beast. Tomb Guardian Beast, have I ever mentioned the identity of the enemy to you in your timeline? The Tomb Guardian Beast answered. The heavenly Tao of the demon world automatically conceals all information about him. The Lord has never revealed the truth to me. Lin Yu asked, Conceal? How could such a thing happen? The Tomb Guardian Beast immediately pointed at the Nightmare Eye and continued, But I was born from your memory, and surely within your memories, there are still clues related to him. Perhaps you can use the power of the Nightmare Eye and the realm of reincarnation to extract them, then go to the human realm to verify the other clues. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu activated the Nightmare Eye and channeled his spiritual power into it. But first, he wanted to recall the memory he had been trying to remember. That's right, the first memory I saw in the nightmare has not been fully restored yet. Perhaps the clue lies in that fragment of memory. Back then, I hadn't even had the chance to see clearly before the screen exploded. The company I wanted to submit my application to. Gradually, the memory of Lin Yu sitting at the computer and the screen appearing before his eyes came back. RBH New World Technology Group. Seeing those words, Lin Yu froze and muttered, RBH. Rule-based horror. A horror game with rule-based mechanics. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, the Tomb Guardian Beast asked, It seems like the Lord has found an answer. Thank you. That is what a Tomb Guardian must do. Lin Yu thought to himself. As the whirlpool of spiritual power grows larger, this nightmare theater, it seems it can't hold on for much longer. It's time to say goodbye to this illusory memory. Before disappearing, the Tomb Guardian Beast once again knelt down and clasped its hands in gratitude to Lin Yu. I was born for the rules, but lived a life of ignorance and desires and violence. It is you, my lord, who have granted me the truth of existence. When you truly reach the strength of a demon king, I will await you on the 3rd floor of the 9-layered prison. The others, like the horse-faced demons and Deputy Quan, also happily bid farewell to Lin Yu. After everyone disappeared, Old Wang returned to his small original form, which made him feel somewhat lost. Sigh, I still haven't had enough fun. Lin Yu's surroundings also changed as the Ghost King clone slowly detached from him. Lin Yu felt a bit of regret. Such terrifying power, yet it's just a one-time yin energy. After completely separating from him, he suddenly sensed something had changed. No, the rules of reincarnation are deeply engraved within my body. I can try something. He then focused his spiritual power into the Nightmare Eye and activated it. The rules of reincarnation. The ghost realm develops a never-ending vortex swirling around the Nightmare Eye. It then spread out into the surrounding space, creating a demon world. Feeling his body return to its previous state, he was delighted. Sure enough, I can still borrow the power of the rules to recreate the cloning ability. Old Huang stood next to Lin Yu, still reeling from the loss of his form and strength earlier. But now, both his power and appearance had returned. Surprised, he exclaimed, Ah, my lord, I can also restore my demon martial power in your demon world. Oh, Lin Yu immediately summoned Zhu Xiang and An Ning. If I'm not mistaken, as Zhu Xiang and An Ning stood within Lin Yu's demon world, their strength quickly began to surge. Zhu Xiang joyfully said to Lin Yu, We can also temporarily level up. This was truly a great deal. The 4 of them stood together, full of momentum. Lin Yu confidently said, In other words, the demon world's reincarnation acts as a buff zone, allowing us to temporarily access future power. Well, my original strength only barely reached the initial level of demon martial. But thanks to this trump card, even when facing a strong mid-level demon martial, I can still protect myself. But right after that, he felt a bit fatigued from the excessive consumption of his spiritual power. After a while, Lin Yu broke free from the Nightmare Theater and returned to the Nightmare Amusement Park. Xiao Nian was supporting him as he moved. His body had returned to normal. Once his soul had re-entered his body, Lin Yu asked Xiao Nian, how long have I been in the Nightmare Theater? Xiao Nian replied, Brother Lin, you entered the Nightmare Theater this morning, and now it's already sunset. I know Nightmare Eye is helping you fight in the arena at the amusement park. The other monsters haven't attacked me, so I decided to wait for you here. After a moment of recovery, Lin Yu was able to stand up on his own. He gazed at the sunset in the park, lost in thought. How long has it been? But in the Nightmare Theater, just the process of creating a clone took me 3 days and nights. It seems that the flow of time there is much faster than in the demon world. Seeing that Lin Yu seemed a bit absent-minded, Xiao Nian asked, "Brother Lin, there's only one night left for this dungeon instance. Do you think we can do it?" Lin Yu smiled and replied to Xiao Nian, "Sure, I'll go on a date with you tonight." As night gradually descended, with a purple moon and stars scattered across the sky, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian sat together in a cabin of the giant Ferris wheel. From the seat of the ride, Xiao Nian looked out through the window, enjoying the view below. She cheerfully said, "Horror games also have peaceful moments like this. If it weren't for the constant life and death threat, the scenery of the demon world would truly be strangely beautiful." Lin Yu, sitting across from her, only smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "It's a pity that this peace is ultimately just temporary." Lin Yu thought, "The horror game of Lin Lam, even after the night falls, there still exists an invisible and terrifying hand silently manipulating everything. I don't know what the RBH company and the so-called he are plotting, but for it to make me from my past life, defy everything to reverse my fate, the outcome will probably not be good. In my past life, I was the Demon King, but I was not powerful enough to change the situation with my own strength. As for now, even though I've exploited the system to gain an advantage in the game, I've only gone through 7 or 8 dungeons so far. If the situation changes, I might not even be qualified to sit at the chessboard. But as long as I continue down this path, faster and farther than everyone else, I will definitely have a chance to control the game. If being the Demon King is not the end, then I will become a Demon Saint, a Demon Emperor." Lin Yu suddenly stood up, opened the game interface, and then stood on the platform, looking down with mixed emotions. At that moment, the system notification appeared. "Strongest, richest system ultimate activated." Looking at the system screen, he silently thought, "The essence of the system is yin energy, which I still don't fully understand, but the immunity cards and other strange items are definitely its products. I will continue to tap into its potential through negative energy to make it fully unleash its power. I must control my own fate." Lin Yu thought, "My life and death, my existence and the world I live in, will never be determined by anyone else." Then he slowly jumped down, and it was at that moment the horror game notification appeared. Instance Dungeon, Nightmare Amusement Park finished. Number of survivors, 4. The scene shifted to a base in Nation M, where a senior manager stood before a gate guarded by 2 demons. He handed over his identity verification card for inspection, then entered the room behind the iron gate. Inside the room was just a desk, with one person sitting and another standing, slightly bent over. In the room, the Grand Marshal was holding a vial containing the blood of Mother Lilith. He spoke, "This breath, if I'm not mistaken, this is the bloodline of Mother Lilith, right? What about her father's? Has it been lost?" The bald senior manager held up a report and nodded, saying, "The entire sequence of events has been detailed in the report, Grand Marshal. Please take a look." After receiving the detailed report and skimming through it, the Grand Marshal asked, "It's suspected that it fell into the hands of a demon controller from Nation H. Lin Yu, a level 6 demon controller, alias Great Emperor Fengdu, truly arrogant. The person sitting at the desk, upon hearing the Grand Marshal's words, tapped the desk with his hand and murmured, "Lin Yu, Lin Yu." The Grand Marshal turned around, a bit worried, thinking to himself, "Could it be that he has heard of this person? How could that be? He's busy with 100 different tasks, and aside from those old monsters, no one in the younger generation of Nation H would be worthy of his attention." The Grand Marshal then spoke to the bald manager. "Lilith is a child with great potential. I don't want anyone to influence her loyalty to Nation M. Since we have this opportunity to infiltrate Nation H, let's take care of Lin Yu while we're at it." Understood. However, this time we failed the demon control competition. Nation H holds the upper hand, so they will definitely not let it slide easily. Therefore, on the international stage, we need to act more cautiously. What's the situation with the company? Everything's fine, just waiting for further instructions. Nation M hasn't revealed their next move yet. The scene then shifted to Lin Yu. After escaping the Nightmare Amusement Park dungeon, Lin Yu was sitting on the sofa in the living room when a notification from the system popped up. The system had activated a new mission for the host. Mission 13. Billion Tier Subsidy. Mission details. invest 10 billion ghost coins as subsidy, and encourage others to spend an additional 10 billion ghost coins. Mission progress. 0 first billion. Mission rewards. 10 intermediate item copy cards. 5 advanced item copy cards. Looking at the notice board in front of him, he muttered. Since discovering the true nature of the system, these tasks no longer seem meaningless. These money-consuming tasks must be to ensure that the amount of ghost coins we release can participate in the economic cycle of the demon world, or in other words, the cycle of yin energy. But if the amount of money required for these tasks keeps increasing like this, sooner or later, it will cause inflation in the demon world. Luckily, I've made preparations in advance in Mingyu City. Education, real estate, scientific research, every field consumes an immense amount of money. Spending this 10 billion isn't a big problem. Coincidentally, the Education Alliance needed an extracurricular training area, and the Nightmare Amusement Park was the perfect place. This time, I left Old Wong and Ding Liang behind in the demon world for a while to repair the park's infrastructure first. After that, they would open a transportation route between this place and Mingyu City. Next, I need to find a way to establish a transport channel between the real world and the demon world. Lin Yu held his phone, checking the messages in the chat group for the safe return of the horror game. In the group, everyone had sent messages reporting their safe return. Lin Yu also sent a message to inform everyone. He immediately called Hai Yu. Hai Yu, is it convenient for me to ask about the situation at Hulin Lake now? We've run into some trouble. Over there, monsters keep pouring out nonstop. It seems like a passage between two worlds has truly appeared, similar to the one in Nation AQ. But from the sound of your voice, it seems like you're free to help out, right? Haha, if it really is a passage between two worlds, I'd like to visit it myself. Good, then I won't be polite. With Great Emperor Fengdu stationed there, we definitely won't end up embarrassed like in Nation AQ. If we can secure this path and even turn it into a route that benefits us, the government will surely reward you appropriately. I'll send you the details and make arrangements. Soon after, Lin Yu received a message from Hai Yu on his phone. This is the contact information of the person in charge of the mission. Personal file. Gray Rabbit. Looking at the information Hai Yu had sent, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Gray Rabbit. Could she be one of the 3 founders of the forum from back then? The next day, a white car arrived to pick up Lin Yu. The driver was an elderly man. He didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance in this place. On the way to the location of the portal, he also had a conversation with the driver, asking about some issues. So after becoming a demon controller, you joined Investigation Center No. 9. Ha. Yes, after being selected by the horror game, my mindset completely changed, and I no longer fit my previous job. So I resigned and joined Center No. 9. Taking on an administrative role that both serves society and allows me to reap some benefits. Thankfully, with the protection of Great Emperor Fengdu during the Demon Seal instance before, otherwise I wouldn't have the strength of a level 1 demon controller and would have never survived to this day. No need to be so polite. Seeing the people I once helped shining so brightly, I'm very glad. This is the report on the Hulin Lake incident. Please take a look. Great Emperor Fengdu. Hulin Lake is located in the northern border grasslands of the Daxia stage, with a sparse population. The only nearby settlement is a small community called Daemont. Holding the map in his hands, Lin Yu continued to listen attentively to the driver's information about Hulin Lake. After the monster invasion, the entire area around the lake was covered by a blood-red fog. The driver continued. Moreover, over time, this fog has been spreading further. Currently, it has crossed the borders of Nation QH and Nation MQ. Therefore, this mission is actually a joint task handled by the alliance team of the 3 countries. He suddenly thought back to when he participated in the Demon Controller event in Nation M. So those 2 countries had already mentioned this matter during the Demon Control competition. The driver kept talking non-stop. Also, most of the monsters that appear are evil spirits leading devils, and sometimes there are evil demons, but they are just probing. Team leader Gray Rabbit believes that these monsters are organized, so she wants to invite a strongman who could stabilize the situation to try negotiating first. Gray Rabbit is also one of the strongest level 6 demon controllers, but she still can't control those evil demons. Great Emperor Fengdu. Actually, the ones that need to be suppressed are not the monsters. After a long journey, Lin Yu finally arrived at the gathering place. As he and the driver walked in, there were a few people waiting outside. A girl from Nation MQ and another girl dressed in modern clothes from Nation N saw Lin Yu and cheerfully came over to greet him. "You're the one who helped Nation H win the Great Emperor Fengdu Demon Control Tournament, right?" "Great Emperor Fengdu, could you please sign something for me?" A demon controller from Nation MQ, who seemed to dislike Lin Yu, spoke up mockingly as soon as he saw him. "Isn't it said on the dark web that Great Emperor Fengdu once suppressed a level 7 demon controller from Nation M? Why does he look so ordinary? He's definitely someone riding on the coattails of others' achievements." A guy from Nation N standing nearby immediately advised, "Batter, don't judge others by their appearance. Great Emperor Fengdu is so powerful that even Ivan, the elder brother of Nation N, has acknowledged him. Although he only controls a level 6 demon, he is definitely not someone we can compare ourselves to. If I don't believe it, if you have the guts, fight me." Hearing the provocation from the guy, Lin Yu thought to himself, "Are these two working together to test me?" He then stepped forward and made it clear to the guy, "Sorry, I'm not interested in tormenting the weak." The guy, hearing this, angrily retorted, "Hemph, I think you're just too scared." The guy continued to block Lin Yu's path, but Lin Yu confidently moved forward without hesitation. Realizing that the guy wouldn't step aside, Lin Yu threw a punch at him. The speed at which the punch was thrown was so fast that the guy didn't even notice it, only feeling the pain as he was sent flying a distance away. The man from Nation N rushed over to support Batter. Bater's entire body trembled from the pain. Seeing this, the man from Nation N broke into a cold sweat. Bater's body had been reinforced with dark materials, making him a mountain of flesh. Yet he had been casually knocked back like that. Suddenly, a laugh came from inside the tent. "Ha ha, Batter, you couldn't even defeat me, yet you dare to challenge Great Emperor Fengdu? You're truly asking for trouble. Great Emperor Fengdu, I am Gray Rabbit. I was delayed earlier due to an urgent matter." Lin Yu said, "Captain Gray Rabbit." The two then stepped forward to shake hands and greet each other. "I've heard about you from Bai Yi and Hai Yu for a long time. This time, we finally have the chance to collaborate on a mission. I won't say too much. I just received a report that there has been another monster intrusion at Hulin Lake. I'd like to ask Great Emperor Fengdu to accompany us to the site for a preliminary inspection." A little while later, at the shore of Hulin Lake, the water was the color of tomato syrup, and the mist here was also a tomato pink. Captain Gray Rabbit led everyone to the location where the monster had appeared. As the commander here, she spoke up, "Everyone, stay alert, but don't engage the monsters recklessly. If they revolt and cause a demonic tide, we will be completely unable to control the situation with just the few of us. At that point, the surrounding residents will be in danger." This Batter guy is really the type who hasn't seen the world, always talking behind someone's back while walking behind them. Honestly, his words are just too flowery, talking about a demon uprising and all. Didn't the women of Nation H only want to negotiate peace with the monsters? Hulin Lake lies within the territory of Nation H, and if the two worlds were to open peacefully like this, all the benefits would fall into the hands of Nation H. Lin Yu listened in silence. Seeing this, Bater took it as an opportunity to go even further, summoning his bow with malicious intent. "Our two nations don't even have clean water to drink, so we need to muddy the water first. Only then will the lower world be unable to respond and will come to us for help. That's when we'll have the upper hand in dividing the benefits." Right after that, an arrow shot from Bater's bow straight towards the red mist ahead of everyone. The arrow flew fast and vanished into the mist. Captain Gray Rabbit, seeing someone act without permission, turned around in anger and shouted, "Batter, didn't you hear what I just said? This guy refuses to admit his mistake and is still provoking Lin Yu. Gray Rabbit, you're worrying too much. With the Great Emperor Fengdu, the renowned one, here, what's there to fear about losing control of the situation? Am I right?" Lin Yu only looked back at him with a loving gaze when suddenly a voice came from within the fog. "You damn humans, dare to strike first." Captain Gray Rabbit immediately spoke up in response, though with some concern. "We didn't even get to finish speaking." Batter cut in, interrupting Captain Gray Rabbit. "So what if we attacked? You dared to invade the human world, so naturally, we have to kill you all." Batter's arrogant, condescending attitude made Captain Gray Rabbit extremely angry. Better, who gave you the authority to act on your own? Gray Rabbit, out of respect for you as the representative of Nation H, I'll address you as captain. But don't actually think I have to listen to you. Your Nation H is scared of monsters, content to play the coward. But my Nation MC isn't. Better shot another arrow toward the fog ahead. But this time, the arrow didn't leave the bow. Lin Yu had, at some point, positioned himself directly in front of Batter, his hand tightly gripping the arrow that was drawn on the bow, making Batter uncomfortable as he huffed in irritation. But from the mist, a sound suddenly emerged. Then, a demon appeared from the mist, making loud, growling noises. Upon seeing the demon, Bater immediately put away his bow and arrows and said, "Monster, you wrestled well." Gray Rabbit, who had been irritated by this person for a while, reminded him once again, "You dared to release the demon contract this early." Immediately after, another demon followed the demon contract of Batter. This one had long purple hair and a long horn on its head, holding a version of a trident with a monetary reward. It shouted loudly, "It's a shame that our mayor still harbors illusions about you all. You really refuse the wine offered, but you're eager to drink the penalty wine." Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Bader called his monster and himself to move behind Lin Yu. He was extremely pleased, knowing there would be a demon general station, and it was the perfect time to seize the opportunity to gauge the true strength of the great Emperor Fengdu. He couldn't help but speak in a mocking tone. "Ah, great Emperor Fengdu, you must protect me." Lin Yu stood watching him perform this act, then took out a bandage and mixed it with his dazzling, ear-piercing monster, combining it with his own. Batter was utterly surprised by Lin Yu's decisive action. He tried to shout loudly, "What do you mean by this?" As Lin Yu replied with a cold smile, "Am I not protecting you? Just making sure you don't accidentally step out of my protection range." The demon, seeing that Lin Yu was ignoring him, angrily rushed toward Ding Xin Ying and struck from behind. It laughed in a sinister manner. However, Lin Yu effortlessly blocked the attack with his superb spear and knocked the demon away. Captain Gray Rabbit quickly stepped forward to mediate. "My lord, please calm down. We do not intend to start a conflict with your side." "Humph. We heard everything he said just now. It's pointless for you to stand here monologuing. If you dare harbor ill intentions, don't blame us for taking the first strike." The purple-haired demon then took out a flute and blew into it, signaling for his teammates to arrive. When the sound of the flute rang out, spiritual power circles and mist swirled around everyone. The scene was a bit perplexing to those around. The man from Nation N sensed that something was off. Though he spoke of Batter, his gaze was directed toward Lin Yu as he said, "Batter, this is all your fault." Although he disagreed with the ideals of Miss Gray Rabbit, causing trouble at this moment showed a lack of strategic vision. "But your great Emperor Fengdu, you should release Bader to fight alongside us against the enemy in front of you." "Ha! Truly united in purpose. After all the talking, it's still just about releasing the person." Lin Yu's voice came with a sigh as he looked back with eyes that had already seen through the intentions of the man from Nation N. He spoke, "Stop acting here. This battle doesn't require your involvement." "Huh, are you serious?" Gray Rabbit, who had great trust in Lin Yu, immediately spoke up. "Please trust in the strength of great Emperor Fengdu, but do ensure that the conflict doesn't escalate." "Of course. I know what I should do," Lin Yu replied. "I even plan to use this path to travel to the demon world. How could I allow this place to become a battlefield?" After a few minutes, the demon accomplices of that demon arrived. They immediately threw ropes with hooks tied to one end directly at Lin Yu to attack. He then took out his power trick card deck and created a demon world to protect everyone, including himself. Seeing that his companions were safe, Lin Yu confidently said, "Intermediate Demon General, Intermediate Demon General, and there's even a high-ranking demon commander. So this is the high-ranking tier of your team, huh?" The demons, noticing Lin Yu's sharp assessment and analysis, felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Sharp indeed, human." One demon, seemingly the leader, ordered, "Double the mist density in the area for me. We absolutely cannot let him see through our trump cards." "Now, a little trickery, huh? Get rid of it." Before the mist could even reach Lin Yu and his companions, he slashed it away with a spear, cutting through it and dispelling the fog, leaving the demons in panic. "What? This kid's pretty good. I underestimated you." The leader then used claws like those of a werewolf to lunge at Lin Yu and attack. He didn't avoid it at all, using his long spear to directly block the attack. After a brief exchange of moves, Lin Yu immediately gave an analysis. This guy, even though he's a high-level demon general, is clearly a speed-type monster. His attack speed is fast, but his strength isn't that impressive. Lin Yu then called out, "Zhu Qiang, come out and follow my lead in combining forces." A quick fight was the goal, and both of them charged forward without hesitation. However, just as they advanced, two more demons suddenly appeared behind Lin Yu. Seeing an opportunity in front of them, they threw their hooks toward Lin Yu's back. But of course, it wouldn't be that easy, and Ning appeared right behind Lin Yu, using her magic orb to create a magic barrier that blocked the hooks. Batter, who was currently stunned, looked at this scene with shock, his face turning black in disbelief. No way! Does he also have an intermediate demon general contract? The Nation Inn guy was equally surprised. As a controller, a level 6 monster, could he really handle 2 contracts like that? Captain Grey Rabbit was also taken aback, silently evaluating. This monster has just revealed its public strength for the first time and already possesses such a rare mental attribute and domain ability. Great Emperor Fengdu really is exceptional in every way. After a few minutes of struggling against Lin Yu, the leader somehow managed to dodge the blow just as Bader was being restrained. This monster quickly recalculated. "I've lost. I'm really no match for him. It seems the only way to regain the initiative is to take a hostage. But where is the luck in that?" This had already been arranged by Lin Yu from the moment he restrained Batter. The big guy smiled slightly. The trap had been set. As the leader got close to Batter, intending to take him as a hostage, suddenly the ice coils began to move on their own. Lin moved of his own accord, causing Batter, who was still restrained, to be shocked and unable to believe his eyes as the ice coils wrapped around the leader's body. Unexpectedly bound, the leader struggled violently to break free. "Just a piece of top-grade yin energy. Don't think you can bind me." Then how about adding another one? Ru Nai appeared in front of Lin Yu, channeling spiritual power to create another binding thread that wrapped tightly around the leader's body, the resentment energy entwining him. This time, it had to be tightened at least twice, making the grip quite uncomfortably severe, causing the leader to scream in agony. After a while, he passed out, and his subordinates soon fell into a similar state. Lin Yu then retrieved his long spear and demon contract, leisurely clapping his hands. "All right, retreat to the camp." And you even managed to capture them alive. Lin Yu walked over to Grey Rabbit and spoke to Batcher. "Grey Rabbit, I do not want this disobedient and insubordinate individual to ruin the fruits of my labor. Rest assured, I will imprison him, and I hope the others will take this as a lesson." The two Russians, witnessing this scene, began to feel anxious. Their faces darkened as they assessed Lin Yu. He was even more terrifying than what the captain had said. Lin Yu then released a few small demons, guiding them towards the bound leader. Seeing this, the underlings anxiously called out to their boss, and he reassured them. "Don't worry, I just want to have a calm conversation with your boss. I won't harm him, but I hope you all won't do anything reckless. If you do, you'll have to bear the consequences." Seeing this, the subordinates could do nothing but stand rooted to the spot. The scene then shifted to the camp, and an hour passed. At that moment, inside, Lin Yu was sitting and talking to the bound leader below. "Can you explain to me why you invaded the human world?" The demon leader at this moment finally spoke up in response to Lin Yu. "We were invaded. All we knew was that a vortex gate suddenly appeared in front of our home. The entire city is worried that you intend to invade the demon world." Lin Yu lifted his cup and drank calmly, saying, "Is that so?" The demon seemed somewhat confused. "On our side, we don't want to provoke conflict either, which is why we've only sent a reconnaissance team to investigate. Otherwise, how could a small, weak demon general like myself be made the leader of the team? Don't think that just because you have the Three Kingdoms Alliance, you can bully us. We also have an alliance of 3 cities. The demon martial strawmen are numerous, and with just the number of people on your side, you fundamentally cannot withstand us." When the demon mentioned the alliance of 3 cities, Lin Yu felt a sense of unease. An alliance of 3 cities? Given that the demon world was currently in a time of peace, could it really be a mere coincidence that these 3 cities formed an alliance? Seeing Lin Yu's expression, the demon assumed he was intimidated and burst into loud laughter, saying, "Haha, are you scared now? If you know what's good for you, you'd release me right away." But in response to his smug display, Lin Yu merely smiled lightly and said, "I can release you. But you have to do one thing." "What's that?" "Bring your mayor here to meet me." "The mayor is a demon martial strongman. On what basis can you command him?" "Can you report my title?" "I am the Great Emperor Fengdu." "What? You are the Great Emperor Fengdu? Do you know me?" "Of course I do. Great Emperor Fengdu. Actually, I come from Blood Lake. It turns out my son is still waiting for your education alliance to open classes." "Ah, indeed. A large river floods the Long King Temple. I was disrespectful to you earlier. I apologize." Upon meeting this golden thigh, his attitude seemed to change 180 degrees. Even though it was blinding, he still clung to Lin Yu's golden thigh. Lin Yuji's foot was slightly swollen. When he saw this person's behavior, he then withdrew his bandage roll. "Old man, don't be nervous. Since we're all from the same family, misunderstandings can be cleared up with just an explanation. At first, we were also worried that opening this portal would bring danger. But now it seems this is actually a great opportunity for both sides." "You're right. In that case, let me go invite the mayor." "No need to rush. As far as I know, the flow of time between the demon world and the human world is different. After the gate opens, you must have already calculated the time ratio between the two sides." "Right. That's correct, but the results from previous tests were very unstable, so we haven't reached a precise conclusion yet. If you want to travel between the two realms once, it will take at least a day. The situation is not stable right now, and it's not safe for you to go alone. Wait a moment, I will have Gray Rabbit send a few more people with you. I will write a letter to Mrs. Toucam to notify her in advance, and you should also write a letter to explain the situation." "Understood." After a while, Gray Rabbit walked into the tent from outside and spoke up. "Great Emperor Fengdu, I've locked Bae-Tu-Er in the prison. But after all, he represents Nation MC, so we can't be too harsh. The foreign demon controllers can still meet with Better, but only under supervision." Lin Yu listened, and after a brief moment of contemplation, replied, "In the past, during the demon controller competition, the three nations had united to counter Nation M, but now, for their own interests, they could betray each other at any time, so it is better to stay cautious." At that moment, Gray Rabbit noticed the captured demon standing beside Lin Yu, appearing joyful and not bothered by the light, which seemed to suggest things were going smoothly. She was a little surprised and asked Lin Yu, "Great Emperor Fengdu, how is it going on your side?" Lost in thought, Lin Yu only responded when Gray Rabbit spoke. He was still holding a letter in his hand. "I believe the leaders from the monster side will be here to meet us soon." Seeing Lin Yu talk about everything going so smoothly and happening so quickly, Gray Rabbit couldn't believe it, his face showing complete confusion. "Huh. No matter how smooth things go, it can't be that fast, right?" After handing over the task and letting that demon return, Gray Rabbit finally spoke up upon hearing Lin Yu explain everything clearly on their way back. "I didn't expect the influence of Great Emperor Fengdu in the demon world to be even greater than in the human realm. I've reported the situation to Director Tian Shu and convened the elders of Center 9 and the representatives of the demon-controlling aristocratic families for a meeting. I've invited Great Emperor Fengdu to attend as well. I'll also be attending." Lin Yu was slightly surprised, and Gray Rabbit smiled brightly, saying, "Of course. The Blood Lake is where your influence lies, and as for the situation with the alliance of the three cities in the demon world, only you truly understand it. Moreover, Great Emperor Fengdu, with your current status and power, it's time to meet the real powerhouses of the Daxia stage." As they walked, Lin Yu began considering what to do in the future. "That's right, if I want to develop quickly, I must make my appearance in front of the higher-ups, build my reputation, and get involved in decision-making." Upon entering a tent, Gray Rabbit channeled his spiritual power to create a golden talisman with the image of a demon face on it. After applying more spiritual power, this token directly expanded into a spatial gate. A few seconds after Lin Yu and Gray Rabbit stepped through the gate, they entered a conference room. There were already several people seated inside, and it seemed like they were waiting for his appearance to begin. Lin Yu could sense the tense atmosphere, but his face remained expressionless as he pulled up a nearby chair and sat down. Gray Rabbit stood solemnly beside Lin Yu. A man with wolf-like styled hair broke the tension with his voice. "Are you Lin Yu?" Gray Rabbit introduced him to Lin Yu. "This is Wei Kanju, the head of the Wei family, known for controlling demons. After hearing the introduction, Lin Yu cheerfully greeted Wei Kenju. "Greetings, Senior Wei." The man clearly showed his disdain. "Don't call me that, I can't accept being the senior of great Emperor Fengdu. A brat like you dares to take such a grand name? Aren't you afraid your fate can't bear such a title?" Lin Yu noticed the old man's hostile attitude and silently assessed him. His animosity was obvious, and it seemed that my existence had touched the interests of the demon-controlling Wei family. Nevertheless, Lin Yu responded to the old man with a calm attitude. "My name is of no concern to you, but your name truly reeks of decay, much like yourself." An old man with silver hair and a beard, upon seeing Lin Yu's attitude, slammed the table in anger, his words sharp and cutting. "You are just a solitary demon controller, relying on luck to gain fame and strength. You're fundamentally unworthy of sitting at the center table with these families that have a 100-year foundation. Families that have survived the era of war alongside Daxia's stage." Lin Yu remained calm and replied to the old man, "Let everyone not forget, I am the one who won the International Demon Controller competition, bringing recognition to our country. And now, I am the one who can push for the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two realms. Everyone here has similar strength and has made similar contributions. It's best not to try to assert dominance over me just because of your age." One of the followers behind Wei Kenju, irritated, raised his voice toward Lin Yu. "Similar strength. The people here are at least peak level 7 demon controllers, yet you, a mere level 6, dare to claim equality." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the spiritual power from everyone around them radiated, showcasing their respective strengths. Lin Yu, still smiling, directly responded to Wei Kenju's subordinate. "Haha, maybe we're not equal after all. At least I'm likely a little stronger than you." Disrespected by Lin Yu, Wei slammed the table again, his face flushed with veins bulging, his teeth grinding as he hissed through clenched jaws. "You." Seeing the tense atmosphere where neither side was willing to back down, the director, Tian Shu, spoke up. "All right, Master Wei, enough with the useless words. Let's not delay the important matters. Everyone is well aware of the situation. The topic of this meeting is how we should handle our relationship with the demon world." One of the masters, who had not argued with Lin Yu earlier, now voiced a negative opinion. "Different species will inevitably have different minds. I believe we must maintain absolute control over the gates between the two worlds. Humans may come and go freely, but monsters must never be allowed to step into the human realm." Many opinions were raised, most of them in favor of the human realm. The person accompanying Wei Kenju also spoke up. "Would the Three-City Alliance agree to this condition? If they don't listen, I suggest we deploy our forces. With our demon army, we could easily conquer both sides of the gates." Another master voiced a more peaceful opinion. "No, this won't work. Although we might be able to suppress some of the demon marshals of the 3 cities, this would severely damage the national strength of Daxia. Moreover, who can guarantee that no other forces will interfere? The risks are too great. Therefore, I support the option of establishing equal diplomatic relations." At this moment, there were two opposing viewpoints among the clan leaders, clearly reflecting a stark polarization. Director Tian Shu, after a moment of silence, turned to Lin Yu and asked, "Lin Yu, you have deep ties with the demon world, and I'd like to hear your opinion. Judging by the attitude of the 3 cities toward our education alliance, it's evident that they aspire for long-term development and shared prosperity. If it were up to me, I would choose to establish a special economic zone in Daemont Tamak to open up trade between the two realms. An excellent proposal. Haha, Brother Lin is about to carve out another sphere of influence for himself." The fat man standing behind, exuding an air of arrogance, spoke to Lin Yu. "Trade? May I ask, what exactly does the demon world value from the human realm? Corpses, essence, blood, or souls? Are we supposed to follow the example of Cherry Blossom Nation and engage in voluntary sacrifices?" Lin Yu immediately responded to his question. "I wonder if any of you have noticed, while dark resources originate from the demon world, large factories and industrial chains are extremely rare there. For weaker monsters, merely securing food and clothing is already a struggle." A monk clasped his hands in agreement and spoke up. "That is indeed true." Lin Yu continued, "As for the powerful beings of the demon world, they can simply rely on absolute strength to plunder resources from the weak at will. Lin Yu said, "There are no rules protecting the factories. Even if they develop, their assets are guaranteed in terms of safety. Therefore, even though the demon world has abundant resources and strongmen as numerous as clouds, production efficiency and the production system are still backward, making it difficult to form a large-scale economy. On the other hand, the human world is peaceful, stable, and has the advantage of a good environment and labor force. So why can't we trade with the demon world, exchanging these advantages and resources? Let them provide the dark energy, while we carry out production and business." Director Tan Shu stroked his chin and thoughtfully asked Lin Yu, "Are you suggesting that Daxia Stage becomes a processing factory for the demon world? You want our demon controllers to sell their labor in exchange for the demon world's resources?" The heads of the families here were furious when they heard this idea, shouting at Lin Yu, "Isn't this the same as working for the monsters? Never. I firmly oppose such a loss of dignity and humanity in a peaceful world." At this moment, the elderly Wei Kanju spoke up, saying, "Lin Yu, how could you come up with such a cruel plan? Are you a spy sent by the demon world?" Lin Yu responded to the old man with a puzzled expression. "Cruel? Master Wei, use your conservative mind and think about it. Once cooperation is established, the dark energy that we could never have access to will continuously flow in. Instead of saying, 'We are a workshop for the demon world,' it's better to say that we have turned the demon world into a demonic farming ground. It's essentially the same idea, but expressing it in a negative way will lead to a negative interpretation, while expressing it in a positive way will lead to a positive one." The fat man nodded at this point, seemingly agreeing. The other clan leaders also nodded with their profound expressions. Upon further reflection, the benefits of this cooperation were even greater. The production and business processes already generated enormous profits, from which the enterprise could benefit, and the country could also collect taxes. On the other hand, the difficulty of the current horror games was increasing, and the lower-level demon controllers were struggling to survive. The workshop could also help them by obtaining divine power from the demon world to enhance their strength, thereby increasing their survival rate in dungeons. They could even create jobs to recruit a large number of tamed monsters. This effect was even more powerful than the demon control contracts. The benefits of the trade partnership proposed by Lin Yu were voiced by the clan leaders, which made Director Tian Shu, still maintaining a serious expression, ask, "So does this mean that you all agree with Lin Yu's proposal?" A series of approving voices rang out in the meeting room, and the representatives of the monks praised Lin Yu with joy. No wonder the forums are full of praise for the style of the great Emperor Fengdu. Truly, his reputation is well deserved. However, collaborating with the demon world still comes with potential risks. Have you all made any preparations, compared to the risk of the human world descending into chaos? This is the best option we have. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Director Tian Shu lowered his head in thought. An elderly man suddenly exclaimed, "Chaos, could it be?" Director Tian Shu then said, "Nation AQ and our Hulin Lake may just be the beginning. In the future, more demon portals will open, and it seems unlikely that the peace in the human world can be maintained for much longer." The negative words of Director Tian Shu caused the entire meeting room to fall into silence. Lin Yu stood up and urged everyone to maintain their strong faith. "But if we can establish a deep cooperative relationship with the demon world forces, just for our own benefit, those monsters who cooperate with us will also choose to help maintain a peaceful production environment in the Daxia Stage territory. Moreover, I happen to have connections with the 3 cities of Blood Lake, which is perfect for creating a successful cooperation model. Later, if more portals open and the other side sees the benefits the 3 cities have gained, they will likely lean toward cooperating with us for mutual benefit." Director Tian Shu looked at him with great hope for the future. "Good. Then, if none of you oppose, we will establish a special economic zone right at the portal between the 2 worlds. Let's proceed as discussed earlier and immediately begin preparing to establish the special economic zone to achieve the goal of linking the 2 realms. Regarding the policies for the special zone, we will assign Bai Yi to lead the professional team to promote it. As for matters related to establishing diplomatic relations between the 2 realms, Lin Yu, although you and Bai Yi have always cooperated happily, you are not an official member of the Ninth Digital Center, nor are you bound by the great families. From the perspective of the Daxia regime, it is truly unreasonable for you to represent the nation in the negotiations between the 2 realms. However, Considering the actual situation, you are the most suitable person. This is a major matter, and I do not expect you to completely set aside personal interests during the negotiations. If you wish to establish a workshop in the special zone, I can fully meet your requirements in terms of capital, manpower, or tax policies. The heads of the great families, hearing that Lin Yu would be the representative for the negotiations, couldn't help but sigh. Tetsk, teksk, teksk. Us great families, no matter how desperately we try, will hardly ever have the opportunity to negotiate directly with the government like this. This Lin Yu really rose from nothing. Wei Ju, feeling displeased, spoke up as if reminding Lin Yu. Hemph, he better know his place. A person like him, with no backing, no matter how much support the government gives him, will never truly compete on equal footing with the numerous great families or sects like ours. Ignoring the murmurs of the old men from the great families, Lin Yu responded calmly. If any of you understand me a little, you should know that I have already achieved financial independence in the realm of spirits, so compared to the great families, I basically have no personal interests at all. Hearing these words from Lin Yu, the clan leaders were all stunned, unable to believe it, and exclaimed, "Impossible, even with financial freedom. No one would complain about having too much money." Lin Yu laughed cheerfully and replied, "I plan to establish a dual-world trading platform, using my own money to contribute 100 billion ghost coins as subsidies, to attract merchants and consumers from both sides to participate and help the special economic zone quickly open up the dual-world market." Upon hearing the amount that Lin Yu was personally contributing, everyone in the meeting room felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What? 100 billion ghost coins in subsidies, and it's his own money. Is he crazy, or am I the one who's crazy? Lin Yu paid no attention to the reactions of the clan leaders and continued to explain his plan. I'm still young, and what I need most is not money, but a peaceful and stable environment where I can have more time to grow and improve my strength. Therefore, with the establishment of this special economic zone, it's better for me to contribute more, so that both humans and monsters can benefit. Although this is a huge expense for me, in the long run, if the country becomes stronger and humanity becomes safer, I will be the one who benefits the most. This is also an investment in my future, a long-term investment. As soon as he finished speaking, the system emitted a ting sound, and a system notification appeared right above his head. Task 13. 100 billion price subsidy. Task details. Use your information to provide a price subsidy, encouraging others to consume 10 billion ghost coins. The task progress must not be less than 10 billion. Task rewards. 10 intermediate item copy cards. 5 advanced item copy cards. Looking at the new task notification, he silently laughed to himself, taking the opportunity to complete another system task. Director Tian Shu, who had been stunned by Lin Yu's words, finally regained his composure and asked with an incredulous expression, "Do you really have such determination? Please rest assured to leave this negotiation task to me." The atmosphere in the room changed instantly, and the heads of the various families began to look at Lin Yu with different eyes. Director Tian Shu stood up and clapped in praise, saying, "Good, very good. With such determination and vision, on behalf of the government, I pledge that your trading platform will enjoy permanent tax exemption." Lin Yu bowed to thank Director Tian Shu, saying, "Then I thank you, Mr. Tian Shu, and the support from the government." He then turned to address the heads of the families, asking, "Esteemed seniors, once the special zone is established, would you be willing to join my trading platform?" The heads of the families who were on the side of agreement naturally were cheerful and delighted with Lin Yu. Of course, they were willing. Lin Yu turned to the old Wei Ju, asking him with a more dangerous tone, "Master Wei, what do you think?" The old man from the Wei family was startled when Lin Yu directly asked him. After a few seconds, he calmed down, and his attitude changed 180 degrees towards Lin Yu. He clasped his hands together and said, "I apologize, Great Emperor Fengdu, for my previous disrespect. Please do not take offense." The Wei family, of course, also wanted to cooperate with the Great Emperor Fengdu. Gray Rabbit, standing behind Lin Yu, witnessed his display of talent and domineering demeanor, feeling joy and great hope. He had thought that Lin Yu might take the opportunity to profit for himself, but he never expected him to be so selfless, not only proving himself before the elite, but also effortlessly resolving the competition with the noble families. Once the heads of the families had reached a consensus, Director Tian Shu spoke up to conclude the meeting. The content of today's meeting must be kept confidential. Understood? Dismissed. Afterward, everyone began to leave. Lin Yu and Gray Rabbit did the same. Lin Yu said to Gray Rabbit, who was activating the teleportation array, "Let's go. We need to receive the envoy from Blood Lake." In another development, inside a tent, the sound of lively discussions could be heard. It seemed that although the contents of the meeting had been kept secret, the news that Lin Yu would be the ambassador of the demon world had already reached here. Baker and two individuals from Nation and were conversing. Banter, irritated, spoke up. "What? A matter this big in Nation H hasn't even negotiated with our two countries." One of them replied, "Yes, I heard that this afternoon they will receive the ambassador and also invite high-ranking members of the Demon World Organization for talks." In his heart, Baker felt uncomfortable with the thought. We've just managed to suppress our spiked-eye adversary, Gray Rabbit, and now the great Emperor Fengdu is blocking our path. The huge opportunity, like the passage between the two realms, we've given our full national support, and it was a struggle just to find an excuse to get involved. Are they really going to let Nation H monopolize it? It seems we have no choice but to seek their help. At that moment, a red gem appeared in Bacher's hand. He stared at it thoughtfully, his expression darkening. After a few minutes, he decided to crush it. Once the gem shattered in his hand, waves of red spiritual power emanated from his tent, spreading out as if sending a signal.